Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto is legacy of Madara's bloodline a Sharingan Naruto? Part 2. Thanks for loving first part. If you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Chapter 15 Forest of Death. Training Ground 44 is also known as the Forest of Death. It is Konoha's deadliest training ground reserved only for Chunins and Anbu. The forest itself contains various monsters and other deadly animals from big spiders to gigantic bears and tigers. The Forest of Death is the traditional place for the second round of every exam done in the Leaf. The exams are hosted in various countries and rotated. Every 3 years the Chunins happen in the Leaf. To everyone in Konoha the Forest of Death, as the name says, it's hell in one place to not come near. Obviously this doesn't apply to the crazy snake lady, also known as Anko. To her this place is her home away from home and the reason she is always in charge of the second round. Of the original 200 applicants to the exams more than half failed in the first task. Now we are currently at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Alright maggots, welcome to my home, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Anko said he got the desired reactions from a few of them, which was fear, as they should be. Even can't wander through the forest without getting hurt. Anko spotted Naruto and noticed he wasn't affected and decided to play a little game. Anko threw a kunai that was going to slightly cut his cheek, however the kunai simply phased through Naruto and hit the ground. Naruto got a worried look and very quickly in a panic began checking himself with his hands to see if he was in one piece. Oh good. I'm not a ghost, Naruto said and smirked when he saw everyone looked on in disbelief. Anko vanished in a blur and appeared behind Naruto with a kunai at his neck. You seem confident. It's kids like you who get killed first, Anko said, pressing her body against his back and licking his cheek. Hinata's eyebrow twitched, was about to bite Naruto when she saw him smirking. Naruto dissolved into a bunch of black crows that flew away and started circling Anko. The crows flew towards her and quickly turned into shuriken heading to Anko. Ninjutsu? Kai, Anko thought and flared her chakra, making the shuriken disappear. She looked around and found Naruto not far away smiling at her. Ninjutsu, not bad brat, she said, and you don't seem scared of the forest, Anko stated. Meh, those things are nothing compared to the furball, Naruto said, and Anko snickered. He had to have balls to call the furball. I told you I am not a furball, Kurama yelled inside his mind. Actually you kind of are. You have fur and it's so soft and cuddly, Naruto squealed in a fangirlish way. Kurama simply sweat dropped and cursed to Kami why he had to end up in this vessel. Alright brats, let me explain how this works. See these, Anko said and showed everyone 2 scrolls she had on her hands. These are the Earth and Heaven scrolls. Each team gets one. In order to pass this exam you must get the other and reach the tower, which is located in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days, Anko explained. What about food? Chaoji asked, panicking over the fact that they would spend 5 days in a forest surrounded by monsters. You can hunt if you don't bring any supplies, Anko said. Also you need to sign these documents so that Konoha can't be blamed for your death, she concluded, and few shivered at the thought. Oh yes, there will be deaths. Just thinking about blood makes me jump for joy, Anko said in a far too happy tone. Anko proceeded to distribute the forms and once everyone had signed and got their scroll, each team made its way to their respective gate. 5 minutes before start. How shall we do this? Shino asked. They decided to define their plan before the exam began. How about we head straight to the tower? If we find any team we take them out, otherwise we can set traps for them at the tower, Naruto said, and Shino and Hinata nodded. Shino, do you think you can keep up and run for 10 miles? Naruto asked. It should be fine, Shino replied. Okay, get set. 3, 2, 1. Go, Anko said over the speaker and teammate jumped into action, running through the gates and heading towards the tower. Page Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto said, and 15 clones appeared. Divide into 5 teams and scout ahead while one stays behind to make sure we have a backup plan in case we fall into a trap, Naruto ordered, and 4 groups of clones ran in the front and to the sides while one group would follow behind them. Hinata uses you just to make sure no one bypasses my clones. Naruto said and Hinata nodded, activating her. Naruto also extended his senses and Shino used his bugs. Teammate were, among other things, tracking experts, so nothing came close to them without them knowing. They ran through the woods until Naruto got feedback from one of his clones. Aim team 100 meters ahead, Naruto said, and everyone approached with caution. Teammates stealthily approached the unsuspecting aim team. Naruto and Hinata took a few senbon and with the precision of a surgeon, they placed the 3 members into a death-like state by hitting them in the neck with the senbon. They reached a fallen aim team and went through their bags until they found the Earth Scroll. Nice, just the one we need. Let's go to the tower full speed. If you can't, I'll carry you, Shino, Naruto said, and Shino shook his head. They were heading to the tower at full speed when teammate sensed a massive chakra spike. That is no genin. And no, Naruto said, and the team came to a stop looking at where it came from. I'm going to check it out. You guys go to the tower, you have my Hirshin marker if you need help. Once I'm done I'll teleport to your location, Naruto said. Why? Hinata asked. It might be one of ours that is in trouble, Naruto replied and prepared to jump away. Be careful, Hinata kissed his cheek for luck, she said. Don't worry, Naruto replied and jumped into the woods. Seconds later he was gone. Hinata sighed and the rest of teammate was heading to the tower. Naruto was running towards the location of the chakra spike when he sensed two presences near him. He checked their chakra levels and found that one was around, while the other had cage levels reserves. He recognized the chakra, it was Anko. However, the other was unknown, he never felt that chakra anywhere in the leaf, and there wasn't anyone in the village with that much amount of chakra except himself and the. Naruto approached them with extreme caution. He could hear them talk and Anko seemed angry and scared. Anko being scared was not a good thing. Ankichan, how have you been? The other voice asked in a mocking tone. What are you doing here, Orochimaru? Anko asked, spitting his name. Orochimaru. Shit, Naruto thought as he continued to observe and jump in if necessary. I was just dropping off a gift to a promise, Orochimaru cryptically said. You didn't? Anko rhetorically asked. Why so mad, Ankichan? Didn't you like my gift? Orochimaru asked. Anko got enough of his, she drew a kunai and rushed him. Orochimaru placed his hand in the tiger seal and activated her curse mark, making her fall into the ground screaming in pain. You forget your place, Orochimaru said. Senijashu, hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said and extended his arm towards Anko, sending a couple of snakes to bite her. Heian. Housenkan no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Naruto said and sent multiple small fireballs towards the snakes and destroyed them. Naruto jumped in between Orochimaru and Anko. He approached her and noticed she was clutching her neck. Naruto saw that in her neck was a strange mark that seemed to glow. Curse mark, Naruto thought. My little one came to her rescue. How cute. Orochimaru said in a mocking tone. Any ideas, Fox? Naruto asked. That snake must be here for some reason. Any real fight here would attract too much attention. Flare my chakra and try to hold him off, Kurama suggested, and Naruto flared the Kyuubi's chakra high enough to draw attention to any patrolling the area. Kyuubi brat. Orochimaru thought. My if it isn't the brat, I guess I can play for a while. Orochimaru said. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, trying to buy some time, snakes tend to be slippery. So you know me? I'm honored, Orochimaru said, chuckling. I'm here to leave a small gift to the Uchiha, he said. Gift? You call it damn Kursila gift? Naruto asked, getting mad. Stay focused, kid. He isn't someone who you can play around, Kurama said. Of course it's a gift. When he destroys the sound team I sent to kill him, he will realize the power that comes from it, Orochimaru said. Sasuke. You bastard, you already did this to Anko and now Sasuke, Naruto said and rushed towards Orochimaru and engaged into jutsu. A little hot-headed, aren't you? Orochimaru asked. Naruto smirked and said Katsu and his clone exploded, sending Orochimaru crashing into a tree. Now that was surprising, Orochimaru said as he watched Naruto leave the bush he was hiding. What do you want Sasuke for? Naruto asked. I simply wish for his eyes, Orochimaru said. A Sharingan? Then it would be wise to hide mine. I don't want a pedophile after me, Naruto thought and once again rushed him for a Taijutsu battle. Orochimaru simply dodged every single attack Naruto did by bending his body to unnatural angles. Is this it? Orochimaru asked in a taunting tone. It's time for the big guns, Naruto thought and took a whole different stance. He activated his M's and hit it, his face was completely emotionless with his cold blue eyes staring into Orochimaru. Heian. Karyoden no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Bullet, Naruto said and sent fire bullets to Orochimaru who simply dodged them all. Naruto decided to use a wide-range attack. He made a Kage Bunshin and both said. Heian. Ryuken no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique. Gyuiten de Toppa, Great Breakthrough. The result was a big wide area of effect stream of fire that rushed Orochimaru and torched the surroundings area. Anko just watched in wonder. There were some that couldn't even do these without passing out from chakra exhaustion. The fire died down and Naruto watched Orochimaru as he slowly crumbled away until he poofed in smoke, revealing it to be a Kawarimi. Naruto searched around and sensed Orochimaru just in time to jump away from a hand that shot out of the ground trying to catch him. Orochimaru resurfaced and Naruto appeared behind him as well. Urkiri, lightning cutter, Naruto yelled as he rose from the ground and went to stab Orochimaru through the chest. Orochimaru didn't expect such a technique from a genin and quickly got out of the way, however he wasn't fast enough and the Rikiri managed to chop his right arm off. This brat is dangerous, if I hadn't dodged he could have killed me, Orochimaru thought as he observed Naruto who wasn't even showing signs of stopping. Lama, you are really something. It's a shame you can't be my next vessel, Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth to inhuman proportions and spitted out another Orochimaru, leaving the skin of the old behind. What the fuck are you? Naruto asked, getting a little disgusted as Orochimaru just spited himself from inside himself. It's been fun, but I must go now, see you around, Orochimaru said and sank into the ground. He decided to leave as he sensed two groups on incoming. Naruto turned to Anko who had an amazed look on. You okay, Anko? He asked. Holy shit brat, that was amazing, Anko yelled but quickly recoiled in pain just the Anbu dropped accompanied by the Sandaime. Naruto-kun, what happened? They asked. He was wearing his full battle gear that primarily consisted of a full tight black bodysuit with metal shields in his arms and legs. Orochimaru is here and I think he activated Anko's curse mark. Naruto said and the Hokage's eyes widened. What are you doing here? He asked himself but loud enough for Naruto to hear. He's after the Sharingan of Sasuke. I believe he gave him the curse mark as well, Naruto explained, and the old man sighed. His prodigy of a student turned out to be his greatest mistake. Take Anko to the hospital, they said, and the Anbu vanished. Naruto, do have the scrolls? He asked and Naruto nodded. But I'll go after Sasuke. Orochimaru sent a sound team to kill him, Naruto said. Alright, be careful. I already risked a good lot by interfering in the exams, they said and left the forest. Naruto made cage buncheons and spread them through the forest as wide as he could so he could find Sasuke as quickly as possible. Naruto ran through the forest as quickly as he could, covering the area he could. 1 hour later he finally sensed Sakura's chakra signature. He could sense Sasuke's, but he felt it was slightly different and weaker. He arrived where Sakura was and noticed there was a mayhem going on. Sakura was on the ground with her hair cut in half and multiple kunai wounds. Lee was also there, but he was bleeding from his ears and a few bruises. Team 10 seemed to be trying to hold off the sound team, but to no avail, and finally Kiba, who was in the ground, apparently knocked out cold. Pathetic, all of you, Dosu said, smirking as he picked up kunai and made his way towards Sasuke to kill him, and no one could stop him. Naruto shunshin in front of him and quickly delivered a good kick to him that sent him into the ground. Everyone was happy to see that someone had arrived to help, even if it was Naruto. Another one, these guys just keep coming, Zaku said, getting pissed off. Every time they tried to kill the Uchiha someone got in the way. Why don't you just leave, you are no match for me, Naruto said, smirking. I'll get that smile out of your face. Dosu snickered and flexed his arm, showing his gauntlet. Melody arm, Dosu said as he channeled chakra to his arm. Naruto, who had his Sharingan activated, could see the sound waves filled with chakra. That can't be good. Kamui, Naruto thought. Dosu sensed as the waves traveled the air and hit Naruto only to do nothing. Naruto waited a few seconds and noticed everyone was stopped and looking between him and Dosu. Was that supposed to do something? Naruto asked inwardly, smirking. The rest of the rookies that were awake stared at the blonde. Lee was taken down with that jutsu, and yet Naruto remained there as if nothing happened. That gauntlet must be defective, I'll deal with this, Zaku said and stepped forward intending to end the battle in one attack. Zanku decapitating airwaves, Zaku said, and channeling chakra through his arms, he sent a gust of wind towards Naruto. Naruto stood in place and activated him to let the attack pass through him. Zaku watched as the dust clouds started to disappear only to find Naruto in the same place. What a nice breeze, Naruto said, smirking. Zaku got mad and channeled as much chakra as he could through the pipes that ran deep beneath the skin. Zanku Kukuha extreme decapitating airwaves, Zaku said and sent a powerful gust of wind towards the enemy. Naruto watched the gust come and noticed he had to take Sasuke and Kiba out of the way. He rushed towards them and activated his to protect them as well. Once the attack was over and the dust cloud set down, Zaku smirked as he scanned the area he attacked only to find nothing. I blew them to little bits, Zaku said, smirking with confidence. Rikiri. Zaku turned just in time to see a hand covered in lightning pierce through his chest and heart. Zaku gave a silent scream that didn't leave his mouth as he fell to the ground dead. Dosu and Kin's eyes widened at seeing his teammate fall to the ground dead. The blonde kid was playing with them the whole time. The blonde had killed Zaku with one attack and they didn't even see him move. If you give us the scroll you can leave peacefully, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. The rookies just watched as Naruto effortlessly killed the shinobi they were having trouble with. Sakura was trembling with fear from both the sound team and the arrival of Naruto. He had just killed someone in cold blood. He pierced someone's chest with his own hand. Dosu was trembling as he picked his scroll and left it in the ground and quickly left running along with his last teammate Kin. How nice of you to join us, Niji, Naruto said as he sensed the teammates of Lee arrived at the scene. What happened here? What did you do to Lee? Niji asked, activating his and getting ready to attack until he got his answers. Suddenly a blast of chakra was felt by everyone in the area. They all turned to see Sasuke slowly rising up with some sort of purple chakra swirling around him. His body was covered in some sort of black tattoo. Yes. With this power I'll kill him, Sasuke said to no one. He could feel the power coursing through his body. A gift from Orochimaru. Sasuke looked around for someone to test his new powers in and quickly locked eyes with Naruto, who was standing near a dead body. Naruto, fight me, I want to test my new powers, Naruto commanded and quickly rushed Naruto and engaged in a taijutsu battle. Sasuke-kun, stop this, Sakura said, crying on the ground. This was all too much for her. She had to defend Sasuke and Kiba and got crushed. She watched as someone bit Sasuke in the neck and gave him some strange marking, and she was watching Sasuke apparently out of control. I don't have time for this. I can't allow him to use this curse mark any longer, Naruto thought. Naruto quickly outmaneuvered Sasuke and got behind, trapping him with his arms. Niji, do you mind? Naruto rhetorically asked. Niji smirked and got down from the tree. He arrived near the Uchiha, activated his and quickly knocked him out by closing a few keys. Naruto sighed. Now that everything is more calm, let's leave this place. Everyone has their scrolls. Naruto asked and everyone nodded. Okay. Everyone touched a part of me and let's leave, Naruto said, and they just stared at him. He wanted them to touch him. What do you mean to touch you? Niji asked, narrowing his eyes. Just place a hand on my shoulder or something like that. Niji picks up Lee. Sakura picked up Sasuke and Kiba, Naruto said, and everyone got ready around Naruto. They all vanished and in what seemed to be an instant they all dropped down near the tower where Hinata and Shino were sitting waiting for Naruto. Geez, teleporting so many with me really takes a good chunk of chakra. Naruto thought as he regained his breath. Naruto, Hinata rushed to check on him. What happened? She asked. Team 7 got ambushed by Orochimaru, he replied, and she gasped. Naruto, how did you bring us to the tower so fast? Tenten asked curiously. Naruto started sweating, he didn't think much about it. It would be a mess if they found out already. It's a space-time technique like the summoning jutsu. I can teleport to Hinata, Naruto explained, hoping they would believe in him and not ask too many questions. She nodded and everyone entered the tower only to find an empty room. I think we should open the scrolls, Hinata said, and Naruto opened the scrolls. He opened them and saw it was a summoning scroll. Quick, toss them in the ground, Naruto yelled as the scrolls started to leak out smoke. Both scrolls disappeared in the middle of the smoke. When it cleared there was a person standing in the middle of the room. Congratulations on passing the second round, she said. Teammate looked up to see Kurenai standing in front of them. Sensei, everyone said at the same time. Come on, let's get inside. You and the rest of Leaf's teams were the second to arrive. Only the Sand team is already here. You have 4 days to rest and get your strength back up, Kurenai said, and lead her team into the respective rooms where they would be staying. Chapter 16. Preliminary. Teammate was walking towards their assigned rooms. Since they completed the second task of the exams in 1 day, they could relax and recover during the 4 available days. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, getting Naruto's attention. If I had to fight Gaara, do you think I could win? She asked. They continued walking and Naruto was thinking. After a few minutes he decided to reply. I don't really know what he can do, but when we met him, he had sand around him and apparently he is the son of the 4th Kazekage, so he probably can control sand with his chakra. Since you are a water type, you can drench his sand in water to make it slower and more chakra demanding to use, forcing him to waste more chakra. But if he decides to use his Biju, then I think you would lose. Unless you do that trick I taught you, he said, grinning. I guess you're right, she replied. Shino just heard the conversation with interest. This year there was a lot of tough competition. His bugs wouldn't do much against a Biju, since primarily he uses them to drain the enemy's chakra, and draining a Biju might take a while. They arrived at their room and found it a standard room. It had 3 single beds, a small bathroom, a small desk with chairs and a window. Do you think you will be able to sleep without me? Naruto said, grinning. Oh. I'm not sleeping without you, she said, walking towards him. If you hold me close enough I think we will be just fine, she replied and kissed him. I like the idea, he said, smiling and holding her. Want to go eat something? He asked and she nodded. Hey Shino, do you want to come? He asked and the bug boy simply nodded. They finished unpacking and left their stuff in the room. Teammate got out of the room and walked through the hall heading towards the other floors. The tower in the middle of the Death Forest was relatively small. It had 5 floors. The first was reception and the arena, the second was the kitchen, the third and fourth floors were the rooms and bathrooms, and the last floor was the administrative and surveillance room. They made their way down the floors and quickly found the kitchen. There was plenty of food already prepared due to the exams. They entered the kitchen and noticed that they weren't alone. Inside the kitchen there was the Sand team. "Hey Gaara," Naruto said, waving as he entered the kitchen. Both Kankuro and Temari instantly stiffened as they knew that Gaara could flip at any time. Hinata and Shino were just a bit weary of them. "Uzumaki," Naruto, Gaara said, eyeing Naruto carefully. "You interest me," he said. "Sorry, but I don't swing that way, besides I already have a girlfriend," Naruto said, chuckling and kissing Hinata's cheek. Gaara's eyes twitched at his statement. Temari and Kankuro were wondering if all Leaf Shinobas had a death wish. "Mother will have your blood, and then everyone will acknowledge my existence," Gaara with a sick smile. "Mother? You do realize Shukaku is male, right?" Naruto asked, "And you don't have to kill to have people noticing you," he finished. "It doesn't matter, once I kill you I shall forever prove my existence," Gaara said. "You want people to acknowledge you rather than find people to protect. Instead of killing them, fight to protect them, and those few precious people will acknowledge you forever," Naruto explained. "You fight to protect people?" Gaara asked. "Yes, that is right. Your true strength emerges when you fight to protect those you care about," Naruto said. "Fool, we are nothing but murderers. We live to kill. We are weapons," Gaara said. Kankuro and Temari were listening to the conversation and wondering if they should leave because this conversation seemed to be heating up. "I never considered myself a weapon," Naruto said. "You are a fool and I shall prove it to you. Once I kill you everyone will notice my existence," Gaara said. "Fine then. When we meet in the arena I shall prove to you that acknowledgement comes from people that care about you," Naruto said, and he and his team left the room, leaving a thirsty Gaara behind. "Hey Haim, I'm going to talk with Anko, I'll meet you later," Naruto said. "Alright, see you later," she replied and gave him a quick kiss. Floor 5 surveillance room. Naruto separated from his team and headed towards the 5th floor. He walked towards said room and knocked on the door. He opened it and in the room there was the Hokage, Anko, Ibiki and a few chunins. "Do you need Naruto-kun?" he asked as he watched the blonde enter the room. "Can I talk to you in private with Anko?" Naruto asked and Anko raised an eyebrow wondering what the kid wanted. "Of course," he replied and made a gesture for everyone to leave the room except Anko. Naruto flashed through a few hand seals and said sound barrier seal. There was a small flash of light and suddenly vanished. Anko was surprised by seeing a genin using these types of seals. But she knew what kind of life Naruto had lived and if he wanted to survive, he would have to pick up his pace. "Now then, I would like to check out that curse seal if you don't mind," Naruto said, and Anko involuntarily brought her to her neck. "Why do you want to see it?" she asked. She didn't like talking about her past. "I want to know if I'm capable of removing it," Naruto said, and Anko started laughing. "It'll give you that you are strong, but this seal can't be removed," Anko regretfully said. "Any seal can be broken," Naruto said, "have faith, besides it doesn't hurt to try." "Come on Anko, you don't know, but Naruto is a seal master," he said. Anko raised an eyebrow and watched him carefully. "You are telling me this kid is a seal master? The only one in the leaf is Jiraiya of the Sannin, and even he already tried," Anko said. "Yes, he's telling you the truth. He already provided our village with a few seals of his own. Improve exploding tags, remotely detonated tags and his own creation flash tags," he explained. Anko still had her doubts. "I'll make a bet with you. If I can't remove it I'll pay you all you can eat at the dango shop, however if I can remove it, you do the same for me in the ramen stand," he said, grinning. "Fine," Anko said, sighing, and removed her coat so Naruto could more easily have access to her curse mark. Naruto activated his Sharingan to perfectly memorize the seal. He placed his fingers on the curse mark and channeled a bit of chakra. He noticed the mark slightly glowing and made Anko slightly wince. It must be tuned to Orochimaru's chakra signature, Naruto thought. "Anko, I need you to activate the curse seal please," Naruto said and stayed watching her chakra network carefully with his Sharingan to notice the changes. "Fine," she replied. Anko channeled chakra to her curse seal and it began spreading across her whole body. Black markings were originating from the seal and spreading across her skin, reaching the whole body. Naruto watched carefully with his Sharingan, analyzing every small change. "Interesting," Naruto said and closed his eyes. "What do you think about Kurama? Can we force your chakra into the seal to break it?" Naruto asked. "Forcing my chakra would destroy the curse seal, but would most likely badly poison her. She wouldn't survive without a very good medic around," Kurama replied. Naruto opened his eyes and saw both of them staring at him. "I was talking to the furball about it," Naruto said. "Can you talk to it?" Anko asked. "Yes, but it's not it, it's him," Naruto replied seriously. "Anyway, I could force the Kyuubi's chakra to it and destroy it, but it would poison you. It would require Bachan herself to be able to stabilize you long enough to remove it," Naruto explained. "Bachan?" Anko asked. "My grandmother Tsunade," Naruto replied. "Holy shit, you are her grandson," Anko half yelled. Tsunade was a legend among all of Kunoichi. She was what every Kunoichi wanted to be. Strong and beautiful and with the right assets. "Yes, but keep it to yourself." Now I noticed that besides leaking chakra, it also sends a few chemicals to the bloodstream, most likely to create addiction and increase the body's stamina and strength. Either way I would need Bachan to remove it either using the or not, Naruto said, and he could see the frown on her face. Tsunade had left the village years ago. There is one thing I can do, be right back, Naruto said and vanished in a yellow flash. The Hokage's and Anko's eyes widened. They hadn't seen that flash in over 14 years. Was tat? Anko stuttered. They managed to regain sense and asked, now do you believe me? Anko only managed to dumbly nod. A few minutes later Naruto reappeared in the room with a large scroll in his hands. Naruto placed the scroll on the ground and opened it to show a very big and complex sealing array. Anko, sit in the middle of the scroll please. Naruto said and got a look of confusion. He sighed and continued. I may not be able to remove the seal alone, but I can place a restriction and block seal that will permanently lock away the seal. Basically you would have to force chakra to the seal to activate it and you will no longer have the constant pain, Naruto explained, and Anko quickly sat on the scroll. Alright, let's do it, Anko said, getting ready for the constant pain to leave her. It may hurt a little bit while the seal is applied, Naruto said. I'm used to pain, Anko said. Okay, Naruto walked up to Anko and placed his hand in her curse mark. A few seconds later kanji erupted from his hands and spread across Anko and the scroll. Ready? Naruto asked and she nodded. Ja-hmin evil sealing method, Naruto said, and in an instant all the kanji began rushing towards his hand that was placed in her curse seal. Anko bit her lip in pain, but she could handle it. After a few minutes all the kanji reached the curse seal and formed a ring around the curse seal as if locking it. Naruto removed his hand and Anko relaxed. We are done. How do you feel? Naruto asked. A second later Anko was all over him, kissing and pressing her body against his, much to the jealousy of the old who had a trickle of blood flowing in his nose. Okay Anko, I have a girlfriend you know. Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't worry kid. Besides, it was my way to say thank you. Even though it is still here it no longer hurts, I can barely feel it on my neck. Anko said, happy. Don't mention it. Naruto started. Hey Jiji, do you think you could bring Sasuke here for me to do the same to him? Naruto asked. They nodded and said bore. Immediately in front of him appeared an Anbu and kneeling before him. Hi Hokage-sama, the Anbu said. Bring me Uchiha Sasuke, the order and the left. Naruto turned to the. Do you think he will accept to have it blocked? Naruto asked. Why wouldn't he? They said, raising an eyebrow. You do realize he intends to kill his brother, right? Naruto asked and nodded. And do you think he will gladly forget this power? Naruto asked. I see your point, but I have faith he will make the right choice, the old man said. He's naive. All Uchihas must burn, Kurama said, chuckling evilly. What the hell, Kurama, I have Uchiha blood, Naruto screaming. You and your father are different. You are not power-hungry fools and you are not arrogant, well, except when you are in the middle of battles, Kurama said. I only say that stuff to piss the enemy off. If he gets angry he will make mistakes I will capitalize on, Naruto replied. They waited for a few minutes until Anbu appeared in the room, followed by a pissed-off Sasuke, who, by the looks of it, just woke up from Niji's induced sleep. What do you want? Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto. We need you to sit in the middle of the scroll to seal your curse mark, Naruto answered. Why would I want to do that? I need this power, Sasuke said. Idiot. You would be willing to be used as a puppet so that you could kill your brother? Naruto asked. Shut up. You don't know anything, and I would gladly give my life if it meant to kill him, Sasuke said, and Naruto just shook his head. Fine. Sit in the scroll anyway. Since for now it's impossible to remove the curse seal safely without killing the host, I'm applying a suppression seal that allows for the host to have better control over the seal. Naruto explained and Sasuke smirked. You shouldn't use it. I can see that the host tends to develop an addiction to its power. Naruto explained and Sasuke simply shrugged it off. It was a gift and I intend to use it, Sasuke said, and Naruto shook his head. This might hurt a little, Naruto said, but didn't mind much. He did the same steps as for Anko and placed his hand on his curse seal. Ja-hmin evil sealing method, Naruto said. Sasuke screamed for a few minutes and when it was completed he fell to the floor unconscious. Or, take him to his room. He must be exhausted from the forest of death, he said and took off. See you guys in 4 days, Naruto said and left the room followed by a very happy Anko. You would be so proud of your son, Minato, Kushina thought as he also left the room. He had preparations to do for the finals. 4 days later. The next 4 days went by without any trouble and they were boring as hell. They weren't allowed to leave the tower until the end of the second phase of the exams. During these 4 days a few more teams arrived at the tower. As he expected, the team from Taki and Kumo also arrived. Every competitor was summoned to the arena and filled it facing the arena room was pretty much empty. The room had a giant statue with a shinobi doing the ram hand seal. There were 2 balconies, one on each side of the room for the spectators. Behind the statue was a big electric board. "First I must congratulate you all for passing the second round of the exams," they said, and a few smirked thinking they were the best. Now to the start but was interrupted by another shinobi. "Do you mind if I continue, Hikage-sama?" Shinobi asked and then shook his head. "My name is Gekko Hade and I'm the proctor of this part of the Chunin exams," Hade said. He had short brown hair and dark markings under his eyes. Even though he was a young man, he had pronounced lines under his eyes, as well as an unexplained chronic cough that plagued him. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with a forehead protector that he wore as a bandana, flak jacket and regular shinobi sandals. He also carried a katana with a rectangular handguard strapped over his back. "Before we can proceed we will need to have preliminary matches," Hade said, and the genins erupted in protest. "What do you mean by preliminary matches?" Kiba asked. "We didn't expect this many people to pass the exam, so we have to thin out the contestants. During the third phase of the exam, many nobles will assist the matches, and their time is precious to not be unnecessarily wasted," Hade explained and a few were against it. "Why should we risk our lives for this?" someone yelled. "I think you misunderstand the meaning of the exams," he said, and everyone turned to face him. "The exams are used to promote promising genin, however, there is somewhat of an underlying objective. The exams are a substitute for war and to prove that the country that is competing is strong. The strength of a village is the strength of their shinobi, and the strength of their shinobi only flourishes in life and death battles," they explained. "By having shinobi compete in the exams the country can prove their strength, which will award them a higher number of missions, bringing more wealth to the village," they concluded. "Before we begin, is there anyone who wishes to forfeit?" Hade asked and no one stepped forward. "Very well, we shall begin now. The match ends by either knockout, death or impairment. If I declare the winner, will the match end immediately?" Hade said, eyeing them seriously and everyone nodded. "The names will appear on that electric board randomly," Hade explained as the board started shuffling through names. "Since we have an odd number of contestants, one of you will advance immediately to the third round of the exams," Hade explained as the board went by random names. "Tsubaku no Kankuro will have a free pass," Hade said. "Lucky. I can go to the finals without showing my skills," Kankuro thought. The board started going through new names until it stopped. "Will Uchiha Sasuke and Ren Izumi step forward, the rest of you please go to the balconies," Hade explained, and everyone left the arena except Sasuke and Izumi who were staring at each other. In the balcony. "Go Sasuke," and Sakura yelled, cheering for her Uchiha. "Might as well see if I learn anything," Naruto said, activating his Sharingan and proceeded to analyze the matches. "Uchiha Sasuke vs Ren Izumi. Fighters ready?" Hade asked and both nodded. "Hajime," Hade said and jumped back. As soon Hade started the match, Sasuke rushed towards the enemy and went for a low kick. As Sasuke expected, Izumi jumped up and Sasuke took this opportunity to quickly continue his rotation and place a kick on Izumi's stomach, making him fly to the ground. "Give up, you are no match for the Uchiha," Sasuke smugly said. Izumi slowly got up and cleaned his lip that got busted when he crashed into the ground. Izumi, angered by being bested in that little skirmish, quickly made hand seals and said Doten. Earth Spike, slamming his hands on the ground. The ground in front of Izumi rose slightly and threw a few rock spikes at Sasuke with moderate speed. Sasuke quickly dodged all of them and yelled Kaiten. Hausenkan no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, and sent multiple small fireballs towards the enemy. Izumi didn't have the skill to dodge them all and took one to his left leg and another to his shoulder, leaving him in the ground slightly burned and in pain. "Winner. Uchiha Sasuke." Medics, Hade said, and Sasuke smugly smirked and made his way up to the balcony near his team while Medics went to heal Izumi. "Didn't even need Sharingan," Sasuke thought. "Congratulations, Sasuke," Sakura said with stars in her eyes as she watched her beloved Sasuke making his way up the stairs. "At least the only fangirls that are here are Ino and Sakura," Naruto said and got glares from both Ino and Sakura. "You know, Naruto-kun, I'm a fangirl," she said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You are?" Kurenai asked. "Of course. I'm Naruto's fangirl." Cough cough, Hinata started and cleared her voice. "Squealo, Naruto-kun is so cool. Would you go out with me?" she asked with stars in her eyes and her best puppy dog face. "I can't say no to you, Haim," Naruto said, laughing and kissed her. Kurenai just sweat dropped and Kakashi chuckled at their antics. "Oh. I seriously need a boyfriend," Ino said with stars in her eyes, watching both of them. "Congratulations, Sasuke," Kakashi said. HN Sasuke grunted, making Sakura squeal in delight. They watched the board go through another set of random names. "Aruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, please step into the arena to begin your match," Hade said. Like canon, not even going to bother with this. "Due to both contestants being unconscious, I declare this match a tie," Hade said. "Fangirls Yujito started the disgrace of the Kunoichi." If they spent more time training instead of drooling over the uchiha over there they wouldn't be slapping each other. It's just sad, Yujito said, and everyone nodded agreeing with her. At least you learned how to properly slap someone, Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped. Sabaku no Gaara and Miwafuji, please step into the arena to begin your match, Hate said, and Gaara used his traditional sand shunshin to the arena while his opponent jumped off. Sabaku no Gaara vs Miwafuji. Ready? Hate asked. Fuji nodded, and in Gaara's case sand left his gourd and started dancing around him. Hajime the proctor said and jumped away. He could sense the rise in Gaara's bloodlust. Sand shuriken. Gaara immediately set and sent 10 shurikens he made with his sand towards the enemy. Fuji didn't expect such a sudden attack and made a very risky evasion maneuver by ducking to the ground. Fuji was rising when he noticed his feet were caught in something. He looked down and saw sand wrapped around his feet and quickly rising. Fuji tried to struggle to get free, but it seemed the more he struggled the quicker it wrapped around him. Not even 5 seconds later Fuji was completely covered in sand. Sand coffin, Gaara said as he brought his open hand up. He suddenly closed his hand and said sand funeral. Gaara closed his hand into a fist and immediately the sand around Fuji compressed, completely crushing him. Fuji exploded in a shower of blood that covered almost all the arena. Winner. Sabaku no Gaara, Hate said, a little disgusted as someone could kill this easily, even more in a tournament. He killed him, Sakura said as she had awakened up just in time to see the bloody end. Fujifu murmured to herself. Even though, in her village, only Shibuki liked her, she still wouldn't want to kill anyone or wish for their death. That Tanuki always wanted destruction. He still is insane, Kurama said to Naruto. I guess I need to defeat him if we face off to prove my point, Naruto replied. Uzumaki, you will be mine, Gaara almost yelled, pointing to our favorite blonde standing in the balcony. I already told you I don't swing that way, Naruto said, and that phrase pissed Gaara off as she shot a wave of sand towards him. Naruto watched the sand come to him and before anyone could react, the sand wrapped around him and immediately crushed him. Naruto, Kakashi yelled and watched his little brother getting crushed to death. Gaara smiled as he finally got this precious blood offering to her mother. He quickly removed his sand to show an untouched Uzumaki. Naruto. Did you do something? Naruto asked. The reactions were very different. Kakashi sighed in relief. Temari and Kankuro had their jaws on the floor as they saw the blonde unhurt. Yujito stared at the blonde suspiciously, to her he was truly an enigma. Naruto made a quick sealess shunshin and landed right in front of Gaara. He proceeded to plant a very firm kick in his stomach and sent him flying to the wall. The sand wasn't quick enough to protect and everyone could see small cracks appearing in his skin. He hit Gaara, Kankuro said, flabbergasted. He never saw his brother get hit for that fact, and yet this blonde kid just appears in front of him and gives him a kick like it was nothing. So you do have another defensive sand layer, Naruto said as he watched Gaara get up and the cracks disappear. Enough, the voice roared through the room, instantly putting everyone in attention. Naruto, stand down, and you, he said, pointing to Baki, the sand team, control your students or we will discipline them for you. Apologies, Hikage-sama, Baki said, bowing to the. That Gaara almost ruined everything. An. Tenten vs Temari Cannon style. Hyuga, Neji and Akimichi, Choji, please step into the arena to begin your match, Hate said, and Choji got kinda scared, but nonetheless they both made their way down. Hajime, Hate said. As soon as the proctor started the match, Neji activated his and charged at Choji. Choji panicked and started a sloppy Nikkiden Sensha, human bullet tank. Choji started spinning and going with good speed against Neji. Neji watched him approach and quickly made a plan. Neji dodged to the side and placed his foot in front of Choji's path. This action made Choji bump into his foot and rise into the air, quickly losing his stance and ending the technique and allowing Neji to give him a few good strikes that left him unconscious on the ground. Winner. Hyuga, Neji, Hate said. It was his fate to lose to me, Neji smugly said. Neji walked up the stairs and was congratulated by Tenten. He didn't know it, but she had a crush on him, but even with his superior eyesight, he was too blind to see it. Hyuga, Hinata vs Carry of Kumo, please step into the arena to begin your match, Hate said. Hinata was leaving when Naruto pulled her back and gave her a small kiss on the cheek. For luck, he said, and she smiled. I know you don't like Kumo, but don't go overboard, Naruto whispered to her heart and she nodded. Hyuga, Hinata vs Carry of Kumo. Ready? Hate asked, and seeing both nods he said, Hajime. My lucky day, I get to face a Hyuga, Carry said and got a confused look from Hinata. What I mean is that the Hyugas specialize too much on Taijutsu, if I keep my distance you can't do anything. I wonder why our former Raikage wanted your bloodline so much, Carry said. Hinata frowned. You know, I was the one that was kidnapped that day, she said, and Carry raised an eyebrow. So that means that you are the heiress. My lucky day, I get to kick your ass and prove that they are worthless, Carry said, smirking. Hinata chuckled sadly. I'm no longer the heiress, or for that matter, Hinata replied. I don't understand, Carrie said. What I meant is that I no longer belong to the clan. My father deemed too weak to be the heiress of the clan, so he branded me with the cage bird seal and disavowed me from the clan, Hinata explained, and a few on the stands gasped. Balcony? That's cruel, to leave your daughter because she's weak, Ino said. She wondered what would happen if that happened to her. Kurenai seethed her teeth. When she found out, she wanted nothing more than to strangle Hiashi. To do that to his own family, no wonder he sent his own brother to his death. Hyuga Hinata versus Carrie of Kumo. Carrie didn't say anything. She never knew that the Hyugas would be so cold and uncaring. She heard that they were arrogant and stoic, but this was a new low. In the end, I should be grateful to you, Hinata started, and seeing Carrie's confused look she continued, if you didn't kidnap me, Naruto-kun wouldn't have saved me, and maybe my father would never have expelled me. The last few years I've spent with Naruto-kun were my happiest time. My father never showed love or compassion of any sort, so I guess in the end everything worked out for the best, Hinata concluded, showing a small yet true smile. Naruto-kun, you mean that blonde kid? Carrie asked, pointing to our favorite blonde watching on the balcony. Why are you calling me kid? We are the same age, Naruto started from the balcony. Yes, he was the one that found me when I was being kidnapped and managed to hold off and eventually defeat my kidnapper, Hinata said, and Carrie's eyes widened. But you were 6 years old. How can a 6-year-old child kill a? Carrie asked in shock. Everyone who heard took a while to assimilate and turned to face the blonde. Naruto sighed and answered, that is what happens when people underestimate me. Even though I was 6 years old, I was already genin level, and I am very sneaky. He underestimated me and paid the price. Naruto explained, and the audience slowly nodded. Hinata smiled, remembering all the fun they had since she started living with him. Teaching him proper manners at the table, smacking him with a pillow so he could wake up, hiding his ramen, helping him with his pranks, training with him, watching the night skies and sunsets with him, living with him, sleeping next to him and kissing him. You did mention that if you kept your distance from them it would be fine, but with me that doesn't apply. I can assure you that I am a master at this, but I didn't stick with only that, as I will show you now, Hinata said, and dropped to the basic stance. Ready? Hinata asked, and Carrie nodded and picked up her sword from her back. Hinata channeled chakra to her wrist seal, and in a poof of smoke, there was in her hand a 20 inches long single-edged straight sword. The blade's hilt was lavender with white lines around the edges. So you know Kenjutsu, Carrie said and dashed towards her. Carrie jumped and did a vertical slash only to Hinata block with her own sword. Hinata jumped back and did a few hand seals and shouted Suiton Tepidama, water bullet. Hinata sent a few compressed water bullets at high speed towards Carrie. Carrie skillfully evaded all of them and watched as they collided with the wall and removed a good chunk of it. Carrie gulped, if that had hit her it would have broken a few bones. Carrie once again rushed forward and said cloud style. Deception slice and made a slash motion with her sword. Hinata easily blocked, but Carrie turned to smoke, revealing a wooden log. Hinata activated her just in time to block a lateral swing from Carrie's sword and jumped back, gaining a bit of distance from Carrie. Hinata knew that she didn't stand a chance with Kenjutsu. She preferred daggers to swords. Daggers were easier to integrate with her Taijutsu style and allowed for more swift actions without leaving so many openings. Hinata channeled wind chakra to her sword and quickly closed the distance. Carrie brought her sword to block. Wrong move, as Hinata made a few quick slashes and destroyed Carrie's sword, leaving it in pieces on the ground and Carrie holding the hilt. What did you do? Carrie asked, getting pissed off. That was her favorite sword. After a few skirmishes I can tell that you are better at Kenjutsu than me, so I had to take care of that. I channeled wind chakra to my sword and destroyed yours, Hinata explained, and once again ran through hand seals and said Suiton Sashauha, exploding water wave. Hinata expelled great amounts of water to the arena, completely flooding the grounds. Balcony? Not possible. That's an rank water jutsu. How can she have enough chakra for that? Kakashi asked out loud and turned to Kurenai. What have you been teaching them? He asked. Kurenai simply smirked. I didn't teach them anything, all credits go to Naruto, Kurenai said, and Kakashi turned to Naruto. I told you I've been training since I was 5 years old. Hinata joined me when she was 7. The dead last and the shy girl was all a cover. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool, Naruto said, and everyone turned their attention to the arena. Hyuga Hinata versus Carrie of Kumo. Raiden Kanjikiha, lightning style. Emotion wave, Carrie said and channeled chakra through her hands and released it through the water to shock Hinata. Hinata saw this and jumped up to break her connection with the water. She went through hand seals and said Futon Tatapa, great breakthrough, and sent a gust of wave that disrupted the lightning attack and made Carrie lose her balance. Hinata took this opportunity and quickly went through new hand seals and shouted her favorite water technique Suiton. Suiton no Jutsu, water dragon. A water dragon rose from the water in the ground and quickly crashed into Carrie, who didn't have time to dodge. Carrie was sent crashing into the wall and hit with the pressure of the water dragon. Carrie was a little dazed from the impact and slowly got up, but Hinata quickly appeared next to her and said Suiten Suru no Jutsu, water prison. A chunk of water rose and quickly formed a sphere that trapped Carrie inside and rendered her unable to move. Hayate was shocked. The amount of skill the girl displayed with water jutsu was level. He managed to break free from his stutter and said winner. Hyuga Hinata. Balcony. She won, Naruto chanted as he watched everyone on the balcony except his team stare in shock as Hinata made her way up the stairs. Even she was shocked at the skill she showed. Kakashi broke free from his own shock. He blinked. And blinked again. Kakashi approached Neji. Can you check her chakra levels? He asked, stuttering. Neji activated his and froze to what he saw. That's impossible. She has elite Jounin chakra levels. How is that even possible? She is a genius and nothing but a failure, Neji said. If she is a failure, I wonder what a genius could do, Kakashi mused. Naruto quickly hugged Hinata and spinned her around. Congratulations, Haim, Naruto said, making her giggle. You're nothing but a failure. To rely on ninjutsu only proves you weren't meant for the, Neji coldly stated. And if we face each other in the finals, I'll show you my, Hinata said. Amoy from Kumo vs Fu from Taki, please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate called out. From Kumo vs Fu from Taki. Ready? Hayate asked and both nodded. Hajime, Hayate called out and immediately jumped back. Fu quickly went through a few hand seals and said Mizu no Muchi, water whip. Fu took advantage of the existing water and quickly made 4 water whips that grabbed Mom's arms and legs and pinned him in the spot. Fu approached him from behind and placed a kunai at his neck. Yield, Fu said. Amoy tried to struggle to find a way to free himself from this bind, but they wouldn't budge. I surrender, Amoy said. Winner. Fu of Taki, Hayate said. Balcony. That was. Anticlimactic, Asuma said as he watched Amoy return to the balcony with his head low. To be caught off guard and defeated with a single jutsu, it was a shame. Man, those things are really tight, they wouldn't budge, Amoy said while sucking on his lollipop and shaking his head in disappointment. What affinity do you have? Naruto asked. Like most people in Kumo, I have lightning. Why? Amoy asked. You could have channeled lightning chakra through the whips, and since they are water they would most likely have weakened enough for you to perform a substitution, Naruto explained, and Amoy face palmed. How come I didn't think of that, Amoy asked and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Naruto vs Abiram Shino, please come to the arena to begin the match, Hayate called out. Good luck, Shino, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. Thank you, but it is unlikely I will win, Shino stokely said, heading down to the arena. Well, he's excited, Asuma said. Abiram Shino vs Naruto. Ready? Hayate asked and both nodded. Hajime, Hayate said and jumped back. Immediately as Hayate said, Yujito jumped into action and quickly closed the distance between her and Shino. Yujito jumped in the air and performed a drop kick. Shino brought both his arms up in X formation and blocked the kick. Shino quickly grabbed her leg and spun her against the wall. Yujito twisted mid-air and landed gracefully in the wall like a cat would. Balcony. Looks like Shino's Taijutsu skill has increased, Kakashi said, surprised. Since Naruto and Hinata were more advanced, it gave me more time to focus on Shino. Also, his main weakness, as most long-range users, is Taijutsu, so we tried to get him a defensive type Taijutsu style, Kurenai explained, and Kakashi nodded. Oh, Shino, kick her ass, Naruto yelled. Kurenai just shook her head. Naruto could defeat her in a spar, and yet he still had a childish behavior. Abiram Shino vs Naruto. Yujito dropped from the wall and into the ground and crouched in all four like a cat getting ready to pounce on the victim. Shino eyed her very carefully and started releasing his bugs. Yujito saw the bugs heading towards her and shouted Kaiten. Hausenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique. Multiple fireballs crashed into Shino's bugs and engulfed them in flames. Yujito smirked but quickly dropped her smile when she noticed that the bugs were still coming as if nothing happened to them. How did you do that? Yujito asked. My main weakness is fire, since it can easily destroy my bugs, so I coated them with water chakra to protect them, Shino stoically explained. I guess I have to turn up the heat, Yujito said smirking. Let's go, Nibi, Yujito said to her partner. Right, kid, Nibi replied. Kaiten. Aogakakyu no Jutsu, blue fireball technique, Yujito yelled and unleashed a big blue fireball towards Shino. This fireball engulfed the bugs and immediately turned them to dust. The fireball continued its path towards Shino. Otendoryu Heki, earth wall, Shino said, and a small earth wall rose in front of him to protect him. The fireball collided with the earth wall and slowly but surely began to apply pressure. The wall didn't stand a chance with a Biju-powered fireball and began to crack until he collapsed. Shino saw the wall starting to crack and immediately jumped away. Yujito expected such, so she was there to greet with a fierce punch to his face. Yujito punched him, but he transformed into Bug's bug clone. Yujito thought as the clone she punched began to surround her. Yujito channeled Nibi's chakra, and one by one each of the bugs began to fall on the ground, killed by the Bijuu's extremely poisonous chakra. I surrender, she destroyed one of my hives, and I'm low on chakra. It would be illogical to proceed. Shino breathing heavily. Winner by forfeit, Nai Yujito Hate said. Balcony. You did good, Shino Kurenai said, and he nodded. Yeah, it would be very hard to win against someone like her, Naruto said. What's so special about her? Sasuke asked, but it felt more like a demand. Let's just say she's the number 2, Naruto said, smirking, and Sasuke was about to jump him when Kakashi caught his shoulder. They heard that and already suspected as much. That means that with her there are 5 here, the thought. Nara Shikamaru vs Inuzuka Kiba, please come to the arena, Hate called. Yeah, the lazy ass. We have this one on the bag, Kiba cheered, and he picked up Akamaru and ran to the arena. Nara Shikamaru vs Inuzuka Kiba. Ready? Hate asked. That's right, we are, Kiba yelled. Troublesome, I guess I am, Shikamaru replied. Hajime, Hate said and jumped back. This is so troublesome. I'm no match for Kiba's speed or strength. Shikamaru thought as he analyzed Kiba and came up with a plan to defeat him. Kiba immediately said Ninpu Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique. We could see Kiba crouch to the ground on all 4s. His nails became more elongated as his fangs, and his eyes took a more feral grin with vertical slits. Kiba ran forward with impressive speed, and Shikamaru, the lazy ass he is, decided to run and avoid every single strike Kiba tried. This continued for a few minutes until Kiba got tired and jumped back, gaining some distance. Fight back, lazy ass, Kiba yelled and got pissed off that he didn't hit him one single time. I'm fighting back, troublesome, Shikamaru said and sighed. Shikamaru went through his pockets and took a smoke bomb. He threw it at Kiba, and the entire arena where Kiba was became covered in smoke. Inside the smoke cloud, Kiba was quickly turning and checking every position to find out what exactly Shikamaru was trying to do. He checks left, right, up and his left. Kiba was getting tired of this and was about to jump away when he froze, unable to move. As the smoke cleared, Kiba could see Shikamaru crouching with his hands in the rat seal. What did you do? Kiba asked as he struggled to move. Kiba could see from the corner of his eye that Akamaru was also frozen in the same place. Hajime no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, success, Shikamaru said. In the beginning of the match, when you engaged me into jutsu, I placed a few small bells in you. When I threw the smoke bomb, I blocked your vision of me so you couldn't see what I was doing. Since you had the bells, I could easily find you in the middle of the smoke and connect my shadow to yours, preventing you from moving, Shikamaru explained. Forfeit, Shikamaru said. Fine, I surrender, Kiba said angrily. How it turned out. Winner by forfeit. Nara Shikamaru Hate said. Balcony. Who thought the lazy ass could come up with that, Sakura smugly said. Asuma laughed. You know, I gave him an IQ test and he scored 220. The kid's genius and never got good scores in the academy because he was always too bored to do more, Asuma said, chuckling to the shock of many. Just slightly above you, Hinata whispered to Naruto. Asuma overheard what Hinata said. What do you mean slightly above him? Asuma asked. Exactly that. Naruto did an IQ test like everyone, however in the academy he scored less than 50, which would mean severe lack of cognitive functions. However, we tested each other at home and he scored 210, Hinata explained, and everyone jaw hit the floor. How can the dead last have such a high IQ? Asuma asked. The same way Shikamaru, who was almost dead last, has as well, Naruto said, chuckling. But I'm not the only one. My Haim here also scored 200 points, Naruto said, and laughed at their faces. The dead last and the shy girl were geniuses. This never gets old, Naruto thought. How many more did you hide? Asuma asked him and he shrugged his shoulders. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee, please step into the arena for the match, Hate called out. Looks like we are up, Lee. I want to test my dragon fist against your Goken, strong fist, so how about I only use Taijutsu, no bloodline even? Naruto asked. That's the most youthful thing someone has ever said to me. I agree. Let's show them the power of youth, Lee yelled, making everyone wince at the tone. Such a youthful opponent, you should make him your eternal rival, Guy yelled. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee said. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Both master and student were hugging each other on the beach as the water came rushing between them and crashing into the rocks. Tears could be seen shining as the sun was going down. Hi. Kai. Naruto yelled. Kurama, help, he pleaded to his partner. It doesn't work, what sort of genjutsu is this, Kurama said as he ran to the back of his seal and closed his eyes with his tails. Wait. Sakura yelled, making Naruto turn back as he was already going down to the arena. You have a bloodline? Sakura asked. Yes, I do, Naruto said and discarded any more questions as he turned to leave again. How can a clanless and orphan loser like you have a bloodline? Sasuke smugly asked. Naruto clenched his fist shaking in anger. He almost channeled the Kyuubi's chakra, but Kurama managed to hold it. Naruto managed to calm down. You know Sasuke. One day you will eat all those words, you are not as special as you think. Besides, people say that my bloodline is the strongest in the world, Naruto said. Please dope. The Sharingan is the most powerful bloodline in the world, Sasuke said smirking. If you say so, Naruto said laughing as he made his way down the stairs. People who knew he had the Sharingan chuckled at his wordplay. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. Ready? Hayate asked and both nodded. Final match of the preliminaries, Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. Hajime Hayate said and jumped back. We are both geniuses of hard word, Lee. Let's show them the power of Taijutsu, Naruto said and got into his stance. Left leg in front of the right with both knees bent, left arm stretched with the hand palm facing the enemy, while the right arm was coiled near the waist with a fist. Lee had a more simple stance. He was standing straight with his left arm behind his back and his right arm pointing to the enemy with a straight palm. Balcony. Strange, Guy mused, never seen that particular stance before. Guy thought out loud, nursing his chin while he thought. That stance belongs to the Taijutsu style of his father with a few modifications that Naruto integrated in there. Hinata said. I thought Naruto was an orphan, Sakura asked. He is, but his father left him scrolls with his, Hinata explained. Who was his father? Sakura asked. It isn't my place to tell, Hinata replied, and Sakura frowned. Must be some unknown who got drunk and died on some mission, Sasuke said, and Kakashi was about to snap his neck for disrespecting his sensei. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. As Hayate said start, Rock Lee immediately started running to Naruto. He closes the distance in no time. Lee jumped and said Konoha Senpyu, Leaf Whirlwind, and tried to kick him. Naruto brought his right arm and blocked the kick. Lee jumped back and Naruto immediately regretted blocking that as his arm felt a little numb. As Lee touched the ground, he went again at high speeds towards Naruto and both engaged in a fierce display of taijutsu. Due to the fact that Naruto could use chakra to empower his muscles, he had a slight advantage in speed in short bursts that were perfect for his quick counters. The battle went on until Lee quickly got past his defenses. Lee crouched beneath Naruto and said Konoha Shufu, Leaf Rising Wind. Lee tried an uppercut with his feet at Naruto, but he managed to roll and dodge it. As Naruto was rolling, he tried to sweep Lee's legs, only to make him jump back and evade it as well. As soon as Lee touched the ground, he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto looked around until he felt Lee above. He looked up just in time to block a powerful drop kick with both arms. Naruto quickly grabbed his leg and threw Lee at the ground. Lee spinned and landed without trouble on the ground. Your taijutsu is very good, Naruto-kun, as expected from my eternal rival, Lee said with tears in his eyes. Naruto shuddered and replied, Surely, eternal rivals. Naruto knew he might have signed his death sentence right there, but this match was extremely good. Hinata was a very good sparring partner at taijutsu, but she always used her gentle fist style. Naruto never faced a user of Goken. Even though Naruto had the advantage in speed, he sometimes managed to get in a punch or kick, but Lee seemed to brush them off as nothing more than a little scratch. But this difference in speed was almost removed by Lee's experience in taijutsu, putting them equals in skill. This time Naruto took charge and ran towards Lee. Naruto threw a sloppy punch that Lee easily sidestepped, but that was what Naruto wanted. As soon as Lee sidestepped his punch, Naruto threw his hands to the ground to support himself and used his legs to snare Lee's head between his feet. Naruto, with a swift motion of his ankles, threw Lee at a wall who didn't see that coming and was unable to block. Balcony. Impressive. Guy was shocked with that particular movement that managed to firmly give Lee some damage. Naruto's taijutsu style incorporates a lot of acrobatic movements. He could have snapped Lee's neck with that one, Hinata explained, and Guy's eyes widened. Thank God his student was alive. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. I didn't expect such a technique from you, Naruto-kun, Lee said as he got up and brushed off the dust. Lee, take them off, Guy yelled from the balcony. Lee heard what his sensei said and was surprised. But I thought you could only remove them if it was to protect someone important to you, Lee said. It is, but this time I'm giving permission to remove them, Guy said. Lee heard this and smiled. He sat down in the ground and removed the weights he was wearing beneath his orange leg warmers. So he uses weights. I knew this wasn't his full power, Naruto thought, and considered removing his seals, but he would wait and see if it was necessary. Balcony. Just removing a bit of weight won't do anything, Sakura said. She watched Lee remove his weights and drop them in the ground and cause a crash that shook the entire arena. Sakura's eyes widened at the weight he had. Wasn't that a little bit too much, Guy? Kakashi asked and Guy scoffed. How can he even stand with so much weight? Yujito yelled. What was with these leaf ninjas, were they all crazy? Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. Gosh, now I can move freely. Lee said and Naruto lost track of Lee. Naruto didn't even manage to blink as Lee appeared right in front of him and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face that sent Naruto tumbling to the ground. Naruto slowly got up as Lee appeared next to him and kicked him in the stomach and sent him crashing to the wall. Naruto slowly got up as Lee appeared next to him. Lee crouched and kicked him into the air. Before Naruto could process the situation, he was already in the air. He blinked just in time to see Lee give a drop kick and send him to the ground, crashing into the cement floor hard. The floor cracked from the pressure and released a cloud of dust. "Balcony. That is some speed," Kakashi said. "Unbelievable, I didn't even see anything," Sakura said. "Why can't my Sharingan track that speed? He's nothing more than a blur," Sasuke thought as he seethed his teeth. "Looks like Naruto is done," Asuma said as he smoked his cigar. "I wouldn't be so sure," Kurenai replied with a knowing grin and got confused faces from Kakashi and Asuma. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. Naruto slowly got up and removed a few rocks that were nearby from the crater he caused. He dusted himself off and saw his ruined jacket. "You know I like this jacket," Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped as he remained so calm when he just plummeted to the earth. Naruto raised his right hand and made a half-tiger seal and said, "Gravity Seals Kai." His whole body slowly glowed and dimmed down. "You aren't the only one who trains with weights, Lee, although I prefer resistant seals," Naruto said as he flexed his muscles to get used to his new speed. Naruto ran with blinding speeds towards Lee. Lee didn't have time to do anything as Naruto took a page from Lee's book and punched him straight in the face and sent him to the ground. "Balcony?" asked Kakashi said. "Looks like you are right, Kurenai. He also had weights on," Kakashi said, and Kurenai nodded. "But I didn't see him removing Kakashi-sensei?" Ino asked. Naruto wasn't a physical weight. He was using what it's called gravity seals. These seals were invented by the Yondaime and basically they restrain the body's movement, making you put more strength to move, Kakashi explained, and Ino nodded. "I want those seals," Sasuke demanded. "Sorry, but I can't give you. They can only be applied by someone very well versed in seals and they are very dangerous to anyone who doesn't know seals. If you don't know how to properly use them, you may not be able to deactivate them during a battle, giving the opponent a big advantage," Kakashi explained with a serious tone. "Then how can that dope use them?" Sasuke asked as he saw Naruto get leaps ahead of him. "That power should be his. Apparently he's very good with seals and a seal master," Kakashi said, much to the surprise of everyone. "But I thought you needed to be very smart to learn that," Sakura asked. "Then I guess that Hinata was telling the truth about his IQ," Kakashi said, chuckling. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. They both engaged in a vicious taijutsu battle. To anyone below, they were nothing but blurs at such speeds. The power and speed that was behind those attacks was enough to completely shatter anyone bone it hit the opponent. Every single punch or kick they gave, the opponent blocked it and sent a shock wave towards the whole arena. Lee disappeared in a burst of speed and quickly appeared behind Naruto and threw a punch. Naruto caught the punch with both hands and brought Lee in front of him and placed a kick in his stomach. Lee simply shrugged it off. "As I expected. I'm faster but you have more strength," Naruto said. "So it is," Lee said as he regained his balance and untangled his ligatures in both arms. Lee disappeared and quickly appeared next to Naruto and kneed him in the stomach. Naruto doubled over and Lee kicked him into the air. Naruto was in mid-air when Lee appeared next to him and tapped his back. Lee's ligatures quickly left his arms and wrapped around Naruto. Lee picked Naruto and both started spinning very fast and going in fast to the ground. Omit-range, front lotus. "This is going to hurt," Naruto thought as he was spinning and heading head first to the ground at high speeds. Boom. A massive shock wave was heard through the whole room as Lee sent Naruto to the ground, making a big crater. Much bigger than the one that was previously there. Lee was on the side as he watched the dust cloud settle and saw Naruto lying on the ground. "Oh," Naruto barely said as he got up from the crater and got shocked faces from everyone. "That hurt like hell. I'm already regretting not using my bloodline," he said as he got up and flexed his neck and dusted off his clothes. "How can you stand up after that?" Lee asked as he was starting to get tired. That move was forbidden by his sensei due to the toll it takes on his muscles. "I channeled chakra to my body to strengthen him and lessen the impact, but even so it hurt like hell," Naruto said as he got ready to continue the onslaught. "It's about time to show you the true power of my taijutsu style," Naruto said. Lee didn't want to give him time to recover and quickly ran towards him and said, "Konoha Senpyu, Leaf Whirlwind." Naruto already knew this move and took the opportunity. He saw the kick approaching and elbowed Lee's leg. Lee toppled over in pain and nursed his leg. "I'm sorry, Lee, but my true taijutsu style is meant to target weak and pressure points along the human body. I didn't put enough pressure to break the bones. Please surrender, I do not want to hurt you," Naruto said. "I cannot give up. Gai-sensei, forgive me, but I must do this," Lee said and rose up. He brought his arms in front of his chest in an X form. Naruto watched as his veins started to show beneath his skins and his skin started to become redder. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what Lee was about to do. "Lee, you can't open them, this is getting out of hand," Naruto said. "I cannot give up, for this is my way," Lee said. "Payman, gate of opening," Kai Lee said as his veins started getting more defined under his skin. "Ayuman, gate of healing," Kai Lee said, and he started turning red. "Seiman, gate of life," Kai Lee said, and a green aura could be seen forming around his body. "Shuman, gate of pain," Kai Lee said. "Toman, gate of closing," Kai Lee said, and the air around him began to swirl around him due to massive amounts of chakra he was realizing. "Alchemy. You taught him how to open the gates," Kakashi said. "Are you insane?" he asked. "I don't want to hear this from you. He can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Taijutsu is the only thing he has," Guy replied. "I can see the chakra around his body. This is amazing," Sakura said as she watched in wonder the power that was radiating from Lee. "I want you to teach me this, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke said. "Never. The gates are extremely dangerous. There are 8 gates in the human body. If you open them all you temporarily gain a boost of strength that can surpass a cage, but then you die," Kakashi explained. "Lee is using them. Then that means is going to die?" Sasuke asked. "You die if you open the 8th and last gate. However, if your body isn't strong enough to handle the strain of lower gates you can easily die as well. This is why it is a very dangerous technique," Kakashi explained, and Sasuke huffed. "Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. You truly are amazing, Lee. But I can't lose here as well, and I promised only Taijutsu, which only leaves me this as my last trump card." "Payman, Kaiuman, Seiman, Shoman, Toman Kai," Naruto said and exploded with chakra. "Alchemy. What?" Kakashi yelled as he watched Naruto so easily open 5 gates. "How can he open the gates as well? He is crazy," Kakashi said. "Kurenai," Kakashi started. "Did you teach him this?" Kakashi asked in a dangerous voice. "No, I didn't even know he could do this," Kurenai said just as surprised. "Relax," Hinata started and got the attention of everyone. "He knows what he's doing. Anyone can open the gates as long they know where they are situated in the human body. I can open them as well. I can go up to 4. Hinata said, and everyone stared at her in shock. Kakashi gulped and revealed his Sharingan to see the battle that was about to be unsure. "How many gates can he open?" Kakashi asked. Hinata smirked and shouted, "Naruto, go full power. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee." Naruto laughed at the enthusiasm Hinata was showing and decided to show them. "Kurama, get ready. I'm going full strength," Naruto said, smirking. "Honestly, you have no restraint," Kurama replied. "Payman, Joy of Gate, Kaiman, Gate of Shock," Kai, Naruto said, and he was surrounded by a blue aura. "Alchemy. 7 gates," Kakashi said, barely standing. Sakura, Ino and most of the weaker genes were on the ground. The amount of power Naruto was unleashing was pushing the air from everyone. "Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee." "Shimon, Gate of Death," Kai, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. Naruto's muscles bulged out completely, ripping off his mesh armor and shirt, he had leaving his torso naked. Naruto started walking towards Lee, every step he took the ground beneath him cracked. His eyes were completely blue and his skin was red. He was sweating heavily and that gave him a blue aura around. His hair was flowing in the air and lightly glowing. "Alchemy." "He opened the last gate," Kakashi said as he fell to his knees. "Don't worry," Hinata said calmly, and everyone stared at her. "There are 5 people in the whole world who can open all gates and live, and Naruto is one of them," Hinata concluded. I mean he can open the last gate and live?" Guy asked and she nodded. I gulped and turned his attention to the arena. This was a moment of a lifetime. To be able to witness all 8 gates opened. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. "Ready, Lee?" Naruto asked. His voice took a deeper tone due to all the open gates. Lee gulped and slowly nodded, not really wanting to see just what was going to happen to him. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed that not even the could follow. Not even Kakashi's Sharingan managed to follow him. Lee looked around when suddenly felt crippling pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw Naruto with his fist embedded in his chest. Lee was sent flying. Before he could hit anything, Naruto appeared beneath him and kneed him in the back and sent him into the air. Naruto disappeared once again and appeared above Lee in the air. Naruto punched Lee with such strength that sent a shockwave through the whole arena. Anyone watching had to secure themselves with chakra to stand. Lee was about to go crashing into the ground when Naruto pulled him back by his arm's ligatures and gave him a drop kick to the chest and sent crashing into the ground. When Lee smashed, the whole building shattered and the arena was blown to bits. Lee and those who were watching had to leave, otherwise they would receive the full power of the blast wave. Naruto dropped to the ground and kneeled. Even though he could survive opening all the gates, it took a very large toll on his body. Hayate approached Lee to see if he was even in one piece. He approached him and touched his neck and felt a weak pulse from him. "Aha! Winner by knockout. Uzumaki Naruto hate said, stuttering. He snapped from his shock and yelled medics. Balcony. No one said anything to the amount of power they just displayed. They wondered how even Lee managed to survive such brutal strikes. They saw Naruto slowly walking up to them. They noticed he was breathing heavily. So that's the power of the 8-gate guy said as he ran towards his fallen student. Are you okay Naruto? Kakashi asked. Naruto sunk to the ground and leaned against the wall. Yeah, I just need a little bit of sleep and I'll be back up in no time he replied. You aren't human, Yujito said as she approached Naruto. Funny because if it weren't for the furball I would have died Naruto said, chuckling to the shock of many and confusion of the others. You probably wouldn't survive. Anyone below the 5th wouldn't survive opening the last gate. I don't like opening gates because I have better options, but I promise Lee a Taijutsu only battle. I won't be able to move properly today Naruto said. Do you know any of them? Sasuke smugly asked, trying to get as much information as he could. Well of the 5 people that can survive there are 3 in here. There's me, Killer Bee Naruto said pointing towards the Kumo's team, and there is Fu Naruto concluded, pointing to Fu the member of the Taki team. Why are they so special? Sasuke asked and everyone was tense. Not my place to tell Sasuke Naruto replied and got to his feet. Sasuke scowled the blonde. Intestines gather up Hate said, and everyone who passed was now standing in front of Hate. Is Lee alright? Naruto asked. Well. According to the medics, his muscles are shredded, he has a few broken bones, a dislocated shoulder and a concussion. Hate replied, and everyone stared at Naruto who was starting to feel bad for what he did. Don't worry. He will need to be in bed for 3 weeks before he can walk again, but he will be just fine, Hate said, and Naruto sighed in relief. The finals for this year's Chunin's exam will be held in the main arena in 1 month's time. Here it is the tournament grid. Take a good look Hate said, and showed them the paper. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Yu vs Nai Yujito. Tsubaku no Tamari vs Nara Shikamaru. Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. Tsubaku no Gaara vs Ibaku no Kankuro. Looks like I will be able to show you the true power of the Sharingan Sasuke smirked towards Naruto. Naruto laughed and Sasuke got pissed. What's so funny? Sasuke asked. I'll give it to you. The Sharingan is an amazing tool, but that alone isn't enough Naruto explained. You will never know the true power of the Sharingan, and I will show it to you in the finals, Sasuke said smirking. I guess we will test whose bloodline is more developed, Naruto said smirking. Everyone who was in the room just watched and began considering that Sasuke had a death wish. Bloodline or not, the amount of power Naruto unleashed here was enough to even give Kakashi or Guy a run for their money. I guess we also face each other's cousin. I will show you what a failure you are Neji said to Hinata with his traditional arrogant grin. Maybe, but I will not give up, Hinata said smiling. Okay contestants, you may leave the room. See you all in 1 month. Naruto stayed behind. I want to talk to you he said and he nodded. But the Hokage. Congratulations Naruto-kun although you pulled a dangerous move they said in a serious tone. I know. I would never use the gate since I have better options, but I wanted to give Lee a Taijutsu battle Naruto explained and nodded. What do you plan to do during this free month? They asked. Train of course. Why do you ask? Naruto asked. Well since both you and Hinata passed and Kurenai can only train one person effectively I thought I would mention that your godfather arrived yesterday to the village they said and watched Naruto's reaction. My godfather? Who is he? Naruto asked, wondering who his father had chosen. My student Jiraiya and one of your grandmother's teammates they replied and watched Naruto's jaw hit the floor. You mean the Jiraiya of the Naruto asked to get ready to chase the man for training. The one and only the replied laughing. He should be in the hot springs. Naruto didn't think much of it and quickly left for the hot springs to meet his godfather. His godfather was the Jiraiya of the legendary 3. He should really be able to teach him all sorts of powerful techniques and be a very strong and serious person. Right. Chapter 17 Enter the pervert. Naruto left the main arena and found his team waiting for him. Everything alright? Hinata asked. Yeah the old man just told me my godfather was in town. I didn't even know I had one Naruto replied chuckling. Godfather? Who is he? Kurenai asked. Jiraiya of the Naruto said and laughed at their faces. I know, I had the same reaction when Jiji told me. How are we doing this sensei? Naruto asked. Well I can't train you at the same time, otherwise it would be unfair as you will probably face each other in the finals Kurenai said. You can give your full time to Hinata-chan. I'll pester my godfather for some training. Naruto said. Okay, Kurenai replied. See you later at home Naruto said. He kissed her cheek and left. Konoha's hot springs. Naruto walked through Konoha heading towards an objective. Meet his godfather at the hot springs. Konoha's hot springs were relatively small when compared to other exotic destinations, but it was enough for a village like Konoha. Naruto calmly walked through the village, he was still tired from opening all the gates and got berated by Kurama, who had to heal him. No pain, no gain, right? Naruto quickly arrived at his destination and found it surprisingly calm on the outside. Normally on a warm day like this one should find the hot springs with more guests. In the end it was better this way. Naruto entered the hot springs and made his way towards the reception desk. Sitting in the chair behind the desk was a woman around 40 years old. She had neck-length black hair and brown eyes. "Good afternoon, I would like to know if there's someone called Jiraiya using the hot springs," Naruto asked. "Not that I'm aware of, dear," she replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her kind tone. "There is a couple of kunoichis, but the male section is completely empty," she explained. Naruto sighed and walked out. When he came outside he noticed that Ebisu was there. "Peeping on women again, closet pervert?" Naruto asked Ebisu to jump. "Such a rude comment. I'm a gentleman," Ebisu explained. Sure. That's why you are blushing and have a small trickle of blood on your nose," Naruto said, pointing at him. "Nonsense," Ebisu said, waving him off. "Shouldn't you be training? I heard you will be facing Uchiha Sasuke. He's a prodigy, you know," Ebisu said. Yeah, Sasuke is great, I know. Once I drive his ass to the ground in front of everyone, no one will say that again," Naruto smirking. "You really think you can defeat an Uchiha? Nonetheless, the rookie of the year?" Ebisu asked. "Even a genin can kill a Kage," Naruto replied, much to the surprise of Ebisu. "Besides, instead of peeking, shouldn't you be training Konohamaru?" Naruto asked. Ebisu thought for a moment and came with the perfect excuse for being there. "I was testing the hot water to see if it was good so that Konohamaru could train chakra control," Ebisu stated, smugly rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Does he think he fools anyone?" Naruto thought. Naruto was about to reply when they heard giggling coming from the hot springs roof. Both scanned the area and found a man with a small telescope peeping on the women that were taking a bath. "I will not tolerate such behavior in my presence," Ebisu yelled and dashed to the man. "DSK. Ruining my research," the man thought as he erupted in a puff of smoke and revealed a toad. The toad quickly sent his tongue and wrapped it around Ebisu, slamming him in the ground and knowing him out cold. Toads," Naruto thought as he watched the man. He was a tall man with waist-length spiky white hair tied back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. He wore a green short shirt, kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with hand guards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red haori with two simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. He also had a tattoo in his left palm which resembles one that Gama has in his as well. "Are you Jiraiya?" Naruto asked as he faced the man. Jiraiya looked at the young blonde, asking who he was. He suddenly started dancing and saying, "I may look like another, but there is no place you can hide from me. From the north, east, west and south. The women kneel before me. I'm the gallant Jiraiya," Jiraiya said as he stopped dancing to see Naruto staring at him. "Why is everyone in the village an idiot? The old man is a pervert, Kakashi is always late, my grandmother is a gambler, and now my godfather is an idiot and a pervert," Naruto thought and sighed and wondered why his father picked him of all people. "Now that I think about it, I wonder who my godmother is," Naruto mused and thought. "Are you really my godfather?" Naruto asked, not really wanting to know the truth. "Godfather? Nah, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked the blonde kid. Now that he looked at him, he really looked like Minato. He had grown well since the last time he saw him, which was around 4 years old. "Hi," Naruto replied. "You've grown," Jiraiya said as he approached him and kneeled to his level. "Man, you must be a lady killer. I think I just found my next source of inspiration." Jiraiya started laughing and patting his back. "I wonder why my father chose you," Naruto replied as his eyes twitched. "Yeah, I know who your father is?" Jiraiya asked with his eyes widened. "Yeah, I've known since I was 5. "Since you don't know, I guess you haven't been in the village since then," Naruto said, and the toad sage nodded. "If you are here now, how about you help me train for the exams?" Naruto asked, and Jiraiya thought for a moment before he started to giggle. "I will train you under one condition," Jiraiya said. Naruto knew he would most likely regret this, but asked what condition. "I want you to get me some mature fruit," Jiraiya said, giggling perversely while making gestures with his arms to form the figure of an elegant woman. Naruto's face palmed before a grin came to his lips. "I have something better for you," Naruto said, smirking, to which Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He activates his Sharingan and displays his full power to Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could even say anything, Naruto locked eyes with him and said Majin. Harem viewing technique, and Jiraiya was dragged into some hot springs that kinda looked like Konoha's, but they weren't. Urayakin, a blonde girl, said as she was approaching Jiraiya, who was already submerged in the water. The girl had light blonde hair and brown eyes with a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She has a slender frame, but what really stood out were her DD cup breasts. "Tsunade, I knew you loved me. Come here," Jiraiya said as he nearly passed out from blood loss. Did he say Tsunade? Oh hell no, Naruto thought before he abruptly ended the technique. Jiraiya pouted. "You stay away from Bachan, you pervert," Naruto yelled, pointing at him. "Bachan? And Sharingan? You have a lot to explain," Jiraiya said in a serious tone. "Fine, but you can't tell anyone yet. What do you want to know first?" Naruto asked. "How do you have the Sharingan?" Jiraiya asked. "My father never told you, but my grandfather was uchiha." Madara, Naruto said and smirked at his face. Jiraiya was mopping with floor with his jaw. "Madara? It can't be," Jiraiya said, stuttering and allowing his brain to process the information. "From what my father told me, Madara Jiji didn't die in his fight with Hashirama Jiji. Years later my father was born, and when my Madara Jiji's wife died he left my father in the village," Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded dumbly. "What do you mean from what your father told you?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "I don't really know how he did it, but when I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, he appeared in my mindscape and explained everything." Naruto explained. "It certainly is possible that brat was always a genius," Jiraiya thought as he processed the information. "I wonder how you never found out," Naruto said and snapped Jiraiya from his thoughts, getting a confused face from him. "What I mean is that, for example, the Rasengan he created was derived from the tailed beast ball. He saw it with his Sharingan. He couldn't copy it, but he could see how it worked, and after a bit of effort he created this," Naruto said and extended his hand showing his perfect Rasengan. "You can do the Rasengan. Who taught it to you?" Jiraiya asked. "It wasn't every day you saw a 14-year-old pull in a rank jutsu. No one. I read my father's scroll and trained. But I prefer the Rikiri or the Chidori for battles. I only use the Rasengan when I need to destroy something," Naruto said, grinning. "Rikiri?" Jiraiya asked, and his face paled when he saw Naruto's hand sparkle in electricity. "What kind of monster are you?" Jiraiya asked. "The fox," Naruto replied, laughing his ass off when Jiraiya's jaw dropped. "I think you can't be surprised anymore. Now tell me what that was about." "Tsunade being your grandmother," Jiraiya said. "Exactly that, she was my mother's mother." "My mother was Uzumaki Kushina, right?" Naruto asked and Jiraiya nodded. "My mother's real name was Senju Kushina and she was the daughter of Senju Tsunade," Naruto explained. "I knew Tsunade had a daughter, but I heard she died. I never realized she was Kushina." Jiraiya thought out loud. "That makes you a member of the Senju clan and also the Uchiha clan," Jiraiya said. "Pretty much," Naruto said. "Do you know where Tsunade is?" "I promised the old man that I would bring her back. After all, she still has me for the family," Naruto concluded. "Good luck with that, she lost everything and left the village for good. I've tried to talk to her, but it's no good. I guess maybe you can, after the Chunin exams we'll go look for her," Jiraiya said. "Any more surprises you have?" he asked. "Nope, I don't think I have anything more," Naruto replied. "So will you train me Baka Arasenin?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya twitched at his nickname. "Don't call me that, Baka." "Fine, I'll teach you a couple of things. Let's go to another spot," he replied. "With Naruto and Jiraiya." "Okay, I'll teach this killer technique," Jiraiya said and slammed his palm on the ground and erupted in smoke, revealing a toad with a large scroll in his tongue. "Summoning contract. I already have one," Naruto said and Jiraiya's eyes twitched. "Which one do you have?" Jiraiya asked. "Fox's," Naruto replied and got a confused face from Jiraiya. "There is no fox contract," Jiraiya stated with his arms crossed. Naruto bit his thumb and flashed through hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. When the smoke cleared, Kinto appeared. "This is Kinto, a tracking fox." Naruto fox, and Kinto gave Jiraiya his fox grin. "Where did you get it?" Jiraiya asked. "Kyuubi gave it to me," Naruto said, and Jiraiya was gobsmacked. "You already talked to him?" Jiraiya asked and Naruto nodded. "Just be careful. Foxes are known to be cunning," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. If he knew Kurama's cage was open he would freak, Naruto thought, chuckling. "So anything else you can teach me?" Naruto asked. "Fine, let's start with this," Jiraiya said. "The next couple of jutsus are of my own creation. Use your Sharingan, it's easier to memorize the seals," Jiraiya said, and Naruto activated his eyes. "Ninpuhari Jizu, Needle Guardian," Jiraiya said, and immediately his hair grew out and formed a shell around his body protecting him. "Your turn," he said. "That's cool. I wonder what mine will look like since I'm blonde," Naruto said and performed the same as Jiraiya. After the third try, Naruto could perform this jutsu effortlessly and could rely on it for combat. "Good. Remember, this jutsu only protects from ranks and below," Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. "Also, if you intend to rely on this jutsu for defense, you should let your hair grow a bit like mine, so it would be quicker to use," Jiraiya explained. "Now, I want to check if your Rasengan is up to the standards." Clash it with mine, Jiraiya said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I want to see if the compression, rotation and general power is good enough, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded, and both jumped back a few meters facing each other. Both dashed forward with their palms facing one another and yelled Rasengan at the same time. Both spheres clashed against one another, both fighting for supremacy. The confrontation continued for a few seconds until both spheres exploded and sent both Jiraiya and Naruto flying in opposite directions. They quickly regained their senses and landed on the ground without much trouble. "Your Rasengan is good," Jiraiya said. "Oh, by the way, who are you facing in the finals?" he asked. "I'm facing the last Uchiha," Naruto said, chuckling. "He'll be in one hell of a ride when he finds out he isn't the last Uchiha," Jiraiya said, laughing. Arasen and Naruto called out and his sensei's eye twitched. "You trained my father, right?" he asked, and Jiraiya nodded before he continued. "Oh, you know how he trained the Hiraishin?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Jiraiya asked until a realization hit him. "Don't tell me you can use it as well?" he asked. "Yes, I finished my version of the formula a couple months ago, but it's hard for me to do multiple jumps in quick succession. I tend to crash into something," Naruto explained. "You said you finished your version of the formula?" Jiraiya stated with his hand on his chin. "How good are you with seals?" he asked. "Seal Master level 10," Naruto stated, and Jiraiya crossed his arms and pouted, muttering something ingenious blondes. "I know your father used to train by placing Hiraishin seals on multiple places, making it kindle like a circuit. I believe he also trained his own agility and flexibility as well. He had the same problem as you when he first began," Jiraiya explained. "Thanks, I'll do that," Naruto said. "Arasen and I've been wondering, do you know who my godmother is?" he asked, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Godmother? I believe your mother chose Hyuga Hana. After all, Hana and Hiashi were your parents' best friends," Jiraiya explained while reminiscing about a few fun memories. "Hinata-chan's mother? Who would have known?" Naruto said. "What makes it so surprising?" Jiraiya asked. "Hinata is my girlfriend," Naruto stated, and that sent Jiraiya into a fit of perverted giggles, making Naruto's eye twitch and wonder if it was wise to tell him that. "God, I knew you were a heartthrob, you are going to make me richer. Just like your parents," Jiraiya said. "What do you mean?" Naruto was confused, but when it came to his godfather he already expected anything. "I'm the author of these amazing books," Jiraiya said, and took an already too familiar orange book from his clothes. "One of these books is based on your parents," Jiraiya said, giggling like a fangirl with a trickle of blood on his nose. "You spied on my parents?" Naruto asked, but it was more of a statement. Jiraiya nodded, quite proud of his accomplishments. "If you do that to me and Hinata, I'll shove it up your ass," Naruto said, and Jiraiya shivered at the thought. "Calm down, it was only a joke." "Or not," Jiraiya said, laughing his ass off at his expression. "Are you really a Sannin?" Naruto asked, getting more and more dubious of his supposed toad sage of a godfather. "Just forget it. Let's continue the training," Jiraiya said and thought for a moment. "Have you tried to use the Kyuubi's power?" he asked. "I already can the Kyuubi's full power," Naruto said, much to the shock of Jiraiya. "What do you mean full power?" Jiraiya asked. "When I met my father at 5 years old, he opened the Kyuubi's cage so I could access all of his chakra," Naruto explained. "You can control him?" Jiraiya said, astonished. There were only a few people in history that could control the power of a Biju. They were Yugura the Sanbi Jinchuriki and Killer Bee the Hachibi Jinchuriki. "That's the point. You don't control them, you work with them," Naruto explained. "Are you telling me that you are friends?" he asked. "Pretty much, and I'm looking for a way to set him free. He doesn't deserve to be locked up and used as a weapon," Naruto said. "You don't seem crazy, so if you are trying to set him free and Minato opens the cage, I assume it wasn't his fault that Kyuubi attacked 14 years ago," Jiraiya said. "Exactly, when I was being born someone attacked my mother and removed the from her. Then he used the Sharingan to control him and attack the village," Naruto explained. "But only Madara managed to control him," Jiraiya said. "I know that from the history books, however my father knew it wasn't Madara. After all, my father would recognize his father's chakra signature," Naruto said. "That makes more sense. Your father was a seal master, there was no way the seal would break with him present," Jiraiya stated. "Should I tell him about the Akatsuki? He seems much more mature than children of his age, and he already is strong," Jiraiya thought. "I wasn't planning on telling you this, but I see that you are mature enough to understand," Jiraiya said in a very serious tone. "What is it now?" Naruto asked. "There is a group of ranked criminals called Akatsuki and they are after the Biju," Jiraiya said. "Why can't my life be simple?" Naruto said as he sat on the ground. "My life since birth has been in rank mission. I'm hated by almost everyone and now I'll be chased by cage level ninjas," he said, sighing. "You will have it rough, but you have people that care about you. You have me, the Hokage, your girlfriend, and I bet you have more friends," Jiraiya said, and Naruto slowly nodded. "Cling to those that care about you and ignore the rest," he concluded. I guess, Naruto said. What's your dream? Jiraiya asked. To become Hokage, Naruto said with a small smile. The same dream as both his parents. I'll do my best to guide you there, Jiraiya thought. Then don't give up. Fight for what you want, Jiraiya said. I never give up and I never surrender, for that's my ninja way, Naruto said with renewed vigor as he jumped to his feet. Jiraiya smiled. Naruto remembered Minato and Kushina so much it was scary. He had Minato's intellect and Kushina's personality. Let's go, I'll treat you to some dinner, Jiraiya said. Yes, Ramen, here we go, Naruto said, and Jiraiya froze. No, not Ramen, Jiraiya thought while he cried in tears in his mind. Chapter 18, Calm Before the Storm. 1 week had passed since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams, and everyone was busy training or gathering information on the adversaries. Naruto was training with his godfather Jiraiya. The man was a pervert, but Naruto had to admit the man was strong and keen. Naruto didn't have much to prepare against his opponent Sasuke. He went to the academy with him and like most Uchihas, Sasuke favored fire jutsus and relied on his Sharingan. Hinata was training with Kurenai. Naruto didn't know much of what she was doing, and for good reason. After all, she will most likely end up facing him in the finals, so she should have a few surprises in store for her blonde. If you looked carefully, you would notice that both Naruto and Hinata were facing clan members, so to speak. Naruto was facing Sasuke, and both were Sharingan wielders, and Hinata was facing her cousin Neji, and both were users. Naruto remembered from the preliminaries all the details of the fights. A perk of the Sharingan is that it grants the user photographic memory, that's the reason why the Sharingan is able to copy. Neji and Hinata were mainly Taijutsu users, with Hinata being a very good Suiton user. Fu was a bug and Suiton user, but also the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Vegito was a fire user and very flexible at Taijutsu, and also the Nibi. Temari was a long-range wind user, so her Taijutsu should be low. Shikamaru was the shadow user and, like Temari, was a long-range type, so his Taijutsu should be his weak point. Kankuro was unknown since he didn't fight. And finally there is Gaara, the sand user, and the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata. Naruto and Hinata were lying on the couch with Hinata wrapped in Naruto's arms with her back to his chest. They were relaxing after a long day of training. How did training go? Naruto asked as he caressed her hair gently. Good, I asked Asuma-sensei for some training on daggers and trench knives, Taijutsu, Hinata replied. Daggers, they suit you, beautiful and deadly, Naruto said. She turned around to face him and lightly kissed him and placed her head on his chest. Flattery will get you nowhere, she said, and he chuckled. Oh, come you now, it's true, you are beautiful, he said, and she lightly blushed. By the way, I need some pointers on lightning manipulation, she said. Did you do the leaf exercise by making it crumble? Naruto asked and she nodded. Now you need to be able to channel big amounts of chakra. You can do the same with a couple of rocks. Since it's harder to channel chakra through them, you need to increase the output amount until the rocks breaks, he explained, and she nodded. And how did your training with the pervert go? Hinata asked and he laughed. Naruto told her about his godfather and how he was the rider of the uchiha that Kakashi liked so much. As well as it can when you have an idiot godfather who is constantly distracted with his research, Naruto said, sighing. He taught me a few Kaiten jutsus. It's the only nature we share. Naruto explained. Hinata snuggled deeper into Naruto's chest. She was always amazed at the warmth he provided and she always felt safe in his presence. They rested for a few minutes until Naruto remembered something he talked about with Jiraiya. Hey Haim? Naruto asked and she hummed in response. Did you know that your mother was my godmother? He asked. Really? Hinata asked as she raised her head and locked eyes with him. According to Urasenin, your parents were my parents' best friends. Go figure, he said, chuckling. I wonder what my father ever saw in Hiashi, Naruto mused. You know, I think my father was never that bad. Hinata said softly, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. I was 3 years old, but I seem to remember him being kind to me. After my mother died he turned cold and the elders didn't help. Then I was kidnapped and the result of my abduction forced Niji's father to be killed and delivered to Kumo as payment. I think he blames me for that. If I had been stronger I wouldn't have been kidnapped. She explained. It was my fault. If I had been stronger, Hinata said, tearing up. Naruto lifted her up and cleaned her tears with his hands. He hugged her and she snuggled into his chest. It wasn't your fault. You were 6 years old. No one could have expected you to defend yourself against a Naruto explained, easing her worries. But you managed to kill him, she replied in a weak voice threatening to break. That was luck, pure and simple. I had my Sharingan and Kurama. Without both of those I would have been killed instantly. I think he didn't kill me because he wanted my bloodline too, Naruto whispered to her and she slowly nodded. He continued hugging her for a few minutes and he felt her tension slowly ease up. Hinata meant the world to him. People like Naruto, no matter where they live, they grow in a world of pain, of suffering and hate. Living in an environment like this is never good, much less when you are a child growing up. To people like Naruto that are rarely shown any kindness or love, it makes them very protective of that person, since they gave them something they never had. This is the case of Naruto. Hinata was the first person to truly love him deeply and unconditionally, so he is very protective of her and would do anything to keep her happy and safe. Feeling better? Naruto asked while he cleaned her dried tears. She nodded and snuggled closer to him. She always found comfort and safety in him. Suddenly there was a puff of smoke in the middle of the room where they were. After the smoke cleared, it was revealed to be a fox. "Hey there, Kyofu," Naruto said. Flashback. Forest of Death. Teammate just entered the gates of the Forest of Death getting ready to ace the exam. "Guys, wait up, I want to do something," Naruto said and flashed through hand seals. "Summoning jutsu," Naruto said, and Kyofu appeared. "What do you need?" Kyofu asked. "I need you to spy on Kabuto, something about him isn't right. His chakra levels are close to, and yet he flunked 6 times. Here." Naruto said and showed him a chakra card he secretly stole from Kabuto's deck. "Smell it and you will be able to find him," Naruto said. "I have it. I'll be going," Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. Then flashback. "So what did you find out?" Naruto asked. "That Kabuto guy is working with Orochimaru. I found them talking in the Forest of Death," Kyofu said. "I told you he smelled of snakes," Kurama yelled, and Naruto mentally yelled. "Figures, Kurama said he smelled like snakes," Naruto said, sighing. He would inform the later. "Anything else?" he asked. "Yes, I also heard Kabuto talking to the Sand Jounin about some invasion during the finals," Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. A few seconds later Naruto shot out of the couch and yelled, "What?" "Keep it down," Kyofu said while nursing his sensitive hearts. "Are you sure you heard right?" Naruto asked very seriously. "Yeah, I'm sure," Kyofu said. "What time is it?" Naruto asked in a worry. "It's 7 p.m. Why?" Hinata asked, confused. "The old man should still be in his office. We have to warn him," Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. They both picked up their jackets, and Kyofu jumped on Naruto's shoulder as they left the apartment and headed towards the Hokage's tower. Hokage's tower. He was in his office doing what he does best, paperwork. After Naruto told him the Kage Bunshin trick, the old man's life improved very much. Now he could take pleasure in what he liked to do, which was drinking tea, smoking his pipe, reading his uchiha, and walking through the village. Suddenly the door busted open so fast that even the hidden Anbu jumped in front of it to protect him from the threat. "For Kami's sake, stand down, it's only Naruto-kun." The said and the Anbu retreated with shame. They jumped into action without accessing the threat. "Naruto, is there a reason why you entered my office like that?" they asked. "Actually there is. The Sand is going to invade during the finals," Naruto quickly said. "What?" they asked, thinking he misheard Naruto. "I said that the Sand Village will invade ours during the Chunin exams finals," Naruto said in a calmer tone. "What makes you think that?" they asked with his full attention towards Naruto. "This is Kyofu," Naruto said, pointing towards the fox on his shoulders. "He's a spy fox. During the second round I summoned him to spy on Yakushi Kabuto because he had level chakra reserves and yet claimed to have failed the exam 6 times. Kyofu found him talking to Orochimaru and yesterday found him talking to the Sand Jounin regarding the invasion that they are planning," Naruto explained, and Kyofu nodded. "Are you sure, Kyofu?" they asked in a serious tone. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the fox replied. They knew the said and in front of him appeared an Anbu with a dog mask. "Summon Shukaku and Jiraiya," the said. "Hi," the Anbu said and vanished. "Now that you know, I'll be going, old man," Naruto said and waved him off. "No. Naruto, you and Hinata stay, we may need to know anything else that Kyofu knows and you deserve to hear this since you discovered it," the said, and they both nodded. Not even 15 minutes later everyone was assembled in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, Shukaku, Naruto and also Hinata. "Welcome and sorry for calling you this quickly, but the situation may be dire." The started Naruto claims that the Sand Village will be invading during the exams finals, the set and everyone stared eyed open at Naruto who was feeling a bit insecure. "That's a bold claim, Naruto-san, even more since the Sand Village is our ally. What is your proof?" Shukaku asked and Naruto explained his doubt of Kabuto and his talk with Orochimaru and Baki the Sand Jounin. "Actually is plausible. Jiraiya started according to my spy network. The Wind Daimyo has been giving more missions to our country which will without doubt cripple the Sand Village. And if they are desperate enough they might try an invasion," Jiraiya concluded. "What's the background on Kabuto?" Jiraiya asked. "He's the adopted son of our chief medic. He was found in an empty battleground a few years ago and the chief medic adopted him," the said. "Should I capture him for interrogation?" Jiraiya asked. "No, if he's found missing they might invade straight away without giving us time to prepare," they explained and noticed that Naruto wanted to say something, but he found himself a little insecure. After all, this was almost a war meeting. Anything you want to say about Naruto-kun? They asked and he nodded before beginning. Remember when I brought Rakusho Aoi? Naruto asked and they nodded. Well, before I trapped him in the scroll I interrogated him and he said he belonged to the Sound Village and his cage was Orochimaru. So isn't it possible that the Sound and Sand Village formed an alliance to attack us? Naruto asked, dropping the idea out loud. It's true. I've heard of a new village formed a few months ago and besides you had Sound Genin competing, Jiraiya explained. Also, it's very strange to bring the Ichibi Jinchuriki to participate in a Chunin exams when he's clearly mentally unstable unless you were intending to release Shukaku in the middle of the village, Naruto said. Naruto is right. I've heard rumors of the sand brat. He's as unstable as it gets. It wouldn't need much for him to crack, Jiraiya said. So everyone agrees they will most likely invade? They asked and everyone nodded. Well then let's plan for it. I'll immediately recall most of our shinobi that are on missions. They said. What about our evacuation routes and shelters? They asked. They are always prepared, but we will stock some supplies just to make sure. Also we can't evacuate earlier otherwise they might suspect. Our best choice is a surprise counterattack once they start the invasion, Shukaku explained. They will focus on the most important objectives like the academy, hospital, department and the Anbu station. Shukaku continued but was interrupted by Naruto. I have a suggestion, Naruto started. I found a couple of barrier seals in my house that might serve our purpose. They can create a barrier dome around a building protecting it from damage. Also people inside can leave freely, however for someone to enter, someone inside must open the barrier, Naruto explained. Barrier seals? Jiraiya asked. Yes, they belong to the Uzumaki clan. I've studied them and a Chunin can power the shield for a day. Their strength is directly related to the chakra that is powering them, so a Chunin can create a barrier that will hold anything below rank techniques, Naruto explained, and everyone had their jaw on the ground. The Whirlpool village was the home of the Uzumaki clan, the most renowned user in the world. It took the combined effort of 3 villages to bring a single clan. Looks like there is more than meets the eye with Naruto here. Troublesome blonde, Shukaku said. Very well. Jiraiya, I want you and Naruto to prepare the seals around our major buildings during these weeks. Be discreet, they explained, and both nodded. Now that the evacuation plans are set, what about the Shukaku? They explained. I can take care of him, Naruto said, and everyone turned to stare at him. Come again? They asked. During the finals we will face each other in combat. I'll defeat Sasuke, no doubt about it. Gaara will definitely win against his brother. During the second round we will face each other and I can seal Shukaku tight enough so he won't be a problem, Naruto explained. That is a very serious claim you are making about Naruto. Are you sure you can do it? They asked. He had no doubt that Naruto was strong and skilled, but to take on a Biju is a different matter. Absolutely, Naruto said and stared at everyone in the room with his EMS glowing in its full power and gave shivers to everyone in the room. They could feel the power behind those eyes, the true power of the Sharingan, the power of Uchiha Madara. Troublesome blonde, Shukaku muttered. He would have asked, but it would be too troublesome to know. Since when do you have a Mangekyo? Jiraiya asked, completely shocked with his godchild. He knew very well the powers behind eyes like those. I have it since I became Genin, but I'll tell you later, Naruto said. That is a very high risk you are taking, they said and thought for a moment. I'll trust you, but I will have Jiraiya on standby if necessary, they explained and Naruto nodded. Don't worry, old man. Have I ever let you down? Naruto asked. No, but don't forget this is a Biju, they said. So? Mine has 8 more tails, Naruto said smirking. Very well, the early arrangements are prepared. Summon the rest of the clan heads to inform them and be discreet always. The said and Naruto and Hinata left the room. It was an interesting night. Fumagaka Raikage's office. Raikage was in his office trying his best against the number 1 cage enemy, paperwork. He is a tall dark-skinned man with a large muscular build, with his white hair combed back, a small mustache and beard. His face is very distinguished with pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes and a prominent crease across his forehead. He has pointed canines and his top lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one. The Raikage was called A and he was the son of the 3rd Raikage who was demoted after the Hyuga affair. Curse you, father, for leaving this paperwork nightmare for me, a curse thought as he signed another mission report when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Enter, the Raikage said. The door opened and a woman entered his office. Mabui was a dark-skinned young woman with green eyes. She wore very formal attire consisting of a long-sleeved, high-collared dress shirt and skirt, along with a pair of long earrings and sandals. She wore her light gray hair pulled back into a bun with 2 bangs that fell on either side of her face. Mabui was the Raikage's assistant in dealing with paperwork. Bakaja-sama, it appears that Ujita-san has made the finals during Konoha's Chunin exams, Mabui explained. Excellent. Please send a letter informing the Hokage that I will attend the finals, the Raikage said. Yes, Rikaju-sama, Mabui replied. Eri, see, the Reikage called out, and in front of him dropped two shinobis. See is a young man with short blonde hair and dark eyes. He wears a sleeveless black shirt with an Estropaveronschilder white flak jacket, forehead protector, characteristic black, elbow-length arm guards, and the red and white Kumagakure shin guards, along with a pair of sandal. Eri is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose, a lazy look in his eyes and shaggy white hair which covers his left eye. He wears a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists, and the Estropaveronschilder flak jacket of a Kumagakure shinobi. Eri also has stylized characters for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively, denoting his chakra's nature affinities, water release and lightning release, as well as the fact that he has a Genkai, the storm release. The tattoo on his left arm also signifies that he has inherited the third Reikage's black lightning. These two shinobis were the Reikage's main bodyguards. We leave for the Leaf Village at once, the Reikage said, and jumped through the window, breaking the glass during the process. Another window, Mabui sighed and walked out. Let's go, Derry said C as he prepared to jump through the broken window. This is so dull. I'll take the door and catch up to you, Derry said and walked out. Hanoha next day. Jiraiya was walking through the village heading towards his intended destination. If someone watched him they would see Jiraiya walking calmly, however inside his head, Jiraiya was taking every precaution to make sure he wasn't followed. Why was he taking precaution, you might ask? The answer is rather simple, the destination was none other than the Namikaze compound. He agreed to meet Naruto there and prepare the barrier seal to place around some buildings. After all, no one has used the Namikaze compound since the Yondaime had died 14 years ago. Defeating the Kyuubi and seeing even Jiraiya at the entrance of the compound would raise far too many questions. Jiraiya arrived at the gates at the compound and rang the bell. Naruto showed up a few minutes later and unlocked the gate and added his chakra signature to the seals protecting the compound. Jiraiya entered, and when he spotted Naruto he looked at him and shivered. What's wrong? Naruto was clearly confused as to why would Jiraiya shiver like that when he saw him. Nothing really. Can you do me a favor and activate your Sharingan? Jiraiya said as he stared intently at Naruto. Naruto was confused by his statement but shrugged it off. He activated his Sharingan and noticed as Jiraiya shivered once more. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked. You remind me too much of Madara with your hair like that, and when you activate your Sharingan it becomes even worse. I remembered when I saw him for the first time. I was only 5 years old. Jiraiya explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Naruto's hair had drastically changed. His hair was still spiky, but now was to waist length with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. Basically his hair was like Madara's. He only needed hair black and wearing armor, and he would like Madara himself minus the whiskers. I found a jutsu that lengthened my hair. You said I should grow it out to use those you taught me. Besides, Hinata-chan likes it better this way, and I kinda like it also, Naruto said, grinning, and activated his M's, making poor Jiraiya feel a shiver running through his spine once again. Come inside and let's get the seals ready. Naruto said, and both walked inside. Jiraiya felt nostalgic as he remembered being inside with Minato. He was walking with Naruto when he suddenly remembered one particular scene in his living room. Flashback. It's an amazing book, Minato said as he finished reading the first book his sensei Jiraiya released. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. That's why I want to name our son Naruto. I want him to become a great and brave shinobi like your main character, Minato said. Are you serious? That name came to me while I was eating ramen, Jiraiya replied. Naruto. It's a beautiful name, Kushina said as she came from the kitchen to join them in the living room. And flashback. What are you thinking about? Naruto asked as he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Nothing, just remembering a few memories from this place, Jiraiya said as he sighed. Naruto nodded and proceeded to guide Jiraiya towards his library. The library at the Namikaze house was located in the basement and was protected by multi-layered seals to prevent any unauthorized person access. Naruto placed his hand in the seal. The seal seemed to recognize his chakra signature and blood and automatically slightly glowed before the door opened. These are the seals. Naruto picked them up and showed them to Jiraiya. He placed them on the table and started analyzing them. These are some high-quality seals. As expected from the Uzumaki clan, Jiraiya said after a few minutes. Page Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto said, and 100 clones appeared. I want each one of you to replicate that barrier seal, Naruto ordered, and every single clone picked a small piece of paper and started writing the seal. Not even 5 minutes have passed, and Naruto already possesses 100 copies of the barrier seal. That's a manufacturing speed, Jiraiya said, and Naruto chuckled. After all, once Naruto learned sealing he never once again needed to buy explosive tags or sealing scrolls, since he could easily do them. Let's go, Arasen, Naruto said. Jiraiya's eyes twitched. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya yelled. Naruto and Jiraiya sunshine towards the academy and arrive at their front gates. Naruto immediately picked 4 seals and placed one in each wall. They remained until Naruto channeled a bit of chakra and they disappeared into the wall. They proceeded to apply these seals in all major locations around Konoha. The academy, hospital, IT department, prison, and Anbu department decided to place them around the shelters as well. "It's done," Naruto said after placing the last of the seals around the shelters which the civilians will be led to once the invasion begins. "I'll talk to the sensei about the arrangements to activate the barriers," Jiraiya said and left for the Hokage's office. Naruto looked at the sky and saw the sun to check the time. It was around 3 p.m. so it was still early. "I might as well go visit him," Naruto thought as he activated the Shunshin. Konoha's hospital. Naruto arrived at the hospital entrance. He never really liked hospitals, the feeling of death he got from it made him shiver. He entered through the main doors and calmly made his way towards the woman that was standing behind the desk. "Good afternoon. Which room is Rock Lee in?" Naruto politely asked. The woman raised her head to look at the person that was standing in front of her. The moment her eyes locked with him, Naruto could see the disgusted look on her face. "You aren't allowed to visit him. Now leave," the woman sneered at Naruto. Naruto was getting tired of this. The treatment he received. The glares and names, he simply discarded them, but not allowing to do something that he had every right to do wasn't going to roll with him anymore. Naruto flared a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra, enough to change his eyes and affect his voice. "Care to say that again?" Naruto asked as his voice took a deeper tone. He watched the woman wince at the tone and watched her look at him and quickly shift her eyes away. "Sorry about that, sir. Rock Lee is in room 201," she quickly said, trying to get him to leave as it was getting hard to breathe and stand for that fact. Room 201. Naruto quickly made his way towards room 201 to visit Lee. Even though it was a fight during a tournament, he still felt a little upset for causing him that much damage and pain. He walked to the room and saw the bed. Sitting in a chair beside him was Tenten. "Hey Lee," Naruto said as he walked through the door. Both Tenten and Lee turned to face him and smiled. "Yosh, my eternal rival came to pay me a visit. I promise next time I won't lose," Lee yelled, making Tenten bonk in the head at all this yelling. "I see you are feeling better, that's good," Naruto replied. "He's feeling better, alright. Before I came here I found him on the ground doing push-ups with his working arm," Tenten said, sighing, and Naruto laughed at his enthusiasm. "You need to rest, Lee, otherwise you are going to miss me kicking butt at the finals," Naruto said, grinning, and Tenten simply face-palmed. To someone so strong he could still act like a kid. "I will do my best to recover in time. If I can't, I shall do 1,000 laps around Konoha," Lee yelled yet again, and Tenten just decided to shrug it off. "Why can't I have a normal person on my team?" she said, sighing. "By the way, I like your new hairstyle, it suits you," Tenten said. "Thanks, I like it too," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. "It's good you are recovering, Lee. I will see you in the finals," Naruto said and left the room and went to train. He still had about 3 weeks before the finals started. Chapter 19. Let the games begin. Onahagakure, also known as the Hidden Village among the Leaves, was a shinobi village among many others, spread through the elemental nations. Normally one wouldn't find enemy shinobi walking around the village without a care in the world, but today was a very special day. Today was the Chunin exams finals. The day the competitors from various countries would face each other in mortal combat to prove their worth and try to gain a promotion to Chunin. The sun was slowly rising on the horizon and a warm breeze was felt flowing through the village. It was still early, but the village was already booming with movement, stores were already open, and many were seen walking through the streets. After all, the Chunin exams were a very important event anywhere. The early stages weren't anything special, but the finals is another matter completely different. During the finals, many nobles and the daimyo himself would watch the games. They served as an alternative to war and to prove the worth of the shinobi belonging to certain villages. What no one expected, at least from the civilian side, was that war was much closer than they thought. The sun was coming up, slowly making his way up to the sky. A beam of light managed to get through the window and wake up our favorite blonde by hitting straight in the eyes. The sun, millions of kilometers away and yet deadly accurate enough to blind Naruto. Naruto grunted as he tried to shift his eyes away from the sun. He looked down and saw that his angel was still deep asleep. "Wake up, Hinata-chan," Naruto said in his sleepy voice, slowly shaking her awake. "Morning," she said and gave him a quick kiss. Naruto made a cage bunshin to prepare breakfast. "Come on, we have to get up," Naruto said, and she pouted, mumbling for 5 more minutes. What to do?" Naruto thought, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in his head, nearly blinding Kurama. "Get up, Hinata-chan, you have your cousin's ass to kick," he tried to say with a straight face. Hearing that, Hinata perked up and immediately got up. "Let's go then," she replied, and he chuckled. Then went to take a quick bath separately to freshen up and too truly awake since Naruto tumbled his way towards the bathroom, bumping into a few things. They had a heavily caloric breakfast since they knew that there would be plenty of action today. After all, shinobi can eat pretty much what they want and still look good due to all the training and work they do. After breakfast they began preparing their weapons since they both knew that there was going to be an invasion sometime during the finals. They walked to the middle of the room until Naruto bit his thumb and sprayed blood across the wall. The reaction was instantaneous as the wall glowed for a moment until it seemed to disappear and show another room. In fact, Naruto drew a blood seal on the wall that created a space rift between his normal house and the Namikaze compound since he couldn't live there full time for now. The seal was based on the Hiraishin and opened a portal, so to speak, that allowed anyone to cross and literally walk up to the compound. Of course the wall was protected by the blood seal and only Naruto and Hinata could activate it since Naruto added her chakra signature to the seal. Naruto changed his outfit slightly. Since he knew that the sand was going to invade, he decided to use proper clothes. He kept his traditional orange pants, but he was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with mesh armor under it. He also had a grey chest-plated armor similar to those worn by the Anbu and arms guards with storage seals along the wrists. In his wristband there were his special Hiraishin, standard shuriken, Fuma shurikens and his personal favorites for crippling strikes, senbon. What many people don't realize is that senbon are deadlier than shuriken. It's extremely difficult to kill someone with shuriken unless it hits a critical area like the neck or the head, otherwise it won't pierce enough to kill the target. However, with senbon one can hit one of many pressure points with them that can stun the enemy, put him to sleep, and even kill them. Of course every weapon has its disadvantages and senbon are extremely difficult to learn how to use and even more to actually hit the enemy where it was intended. Hinata-chan, where are the poisons? Naruto asked and Hinata replied saying that they were on the bottom cabinet in the second scroll. Hinata was very proficient in making poisons. She wasn't a very good medical shinobi and let's be honest, she sucked at antidotes because she never had any training outside of reading, but for poisons, let's just say she was a natural. And poor Naruto was her guinea pig. Since he couldn't die due to any poison that he might get injected because of Kurama, Hinata usually tested them on him. She would occasionally throw a senbon towards an unsuspecting Naruto and watch the results. Naruto knew that his shy Hinata must have a sadistic side to her. Naruto opened the cabinet and unsealed the contents of the scroll to show 3 small vials with different colors and labels. The first vial was white and was paralyzing poison. This particular poison will shut down the user's nervous system from the neck down, effectively paralyzing him. The second vial was yellow and was sleeping poison, and like the name says it renders the user unconscious. The last and final vial was black and was killing poison. Once infected it would spread extremely quickly and kill the user in a matter of seconds or minutes depending where the senbon hit the target. Naruto dipped his senbon in these multiple poisons and sealed them in different seals so he could separate them. It wouldn't be much good if Naruto killed the person he was trying to capture. Speaking of weapons, Naruto offered his sword, the no-ken, to Hinata so she could use it in conjunction with her water attacks, similar to how the Nidaime did, but she refused. Hinata preferred using her daggers she learned how to use during this month. Her daggers offered more fluidity in her taijutsu style and she could channel wind or lightning chakra through them. In the end it looked like the no-ken was going to become what it was before it was stolen, a family heirloom until anyone decided to pick up the sword. Concerning Hinata's daggers, they were somewhat special. Even though they had a few missions, both of them didn't have that much money to buy worthy daggers, so Naruto took upon himself and forged them for her. He bought chakra metal, which is cheaper than buying already made weapons. Check profile for picture of daggers. He really outdid himself with them. The daggers were made of the best chakra metal and allowed Hinata to channel her elemental chakra through them to increase the piercing power. Their design was amazing, they truly were beautiful and deadly, just like Naruto described Hinata. Naruto also printed a couple of seals on them to increase their resistance and durability. He also included a summoning seal that allowed Hinata to summon her daggers if she ever lost or threw them back to her hands. Hinata was preparing her weapons and seals when she heard clang. She rushed to Naruto to see what happened and saw him picking up a weapon he apparently dropped on the floor. She looked at the weapon and her eyes widened. "You're taking that?" She asked, not to believe her eyes as she looked at the weapon Naruto was picking up and preparing to seal in his storage seal in his body. Kurama had told them the story of that weapon and a few like those. Apparently they were created by the Rikido Sennin himself and were many times more powerful than any other weapon. To anyone not related to the sage himself, these weapons had massive chakra usage and so, only a pure uchiha or a senju would be able to use those weapons properly. "I'm up against a Biju, give me a break, I'm pulling all the stops against him," Naruto pointed out. "So am I." Hinata folded her arms and replied. Naruto asked, not understanding what she meant. "You don't expect me to lose against Neji, right?" she asked. "Of course not," Naruto replied. During the second round I'll be facing either full or Uchiha, she stated. Yes, but they aren't crazy, Naruto said, waving his hand trying to prove his point. Let's hurry this up or we might be late, Naruto concluded and sealed his favorite weapon inside his seal. He wondered why his father never used it, maybe it wasn't his style. They quickly finished packing everything they needed. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder and both of them flashed to the Chunin exams. This month after Naruto had uncovered the invasion, he tried his best to spread his Hirishin seals through the whole village. Now he could be virtually everywhere in the village. Konoha Stadium. They arrived just outside of the Konoha Stadium and quickly made their way inside. The stadium was packed full. Among all of the audience there were daimyos, important businessmen and shinobi from other villages who just came to watch. After all, the Chunin exams is where the best genins are. The cage box was located above the audience and they had a particular vantage point to watch the matches. They were the judges and so they needed to evaluate the contestants properly. There were 2 cages currently sitting in the cage box. There was the first and had 2 bodyguards. The first was Namiashi Raido. His most distinct feature is probably the wheel-like scar on his face, running across the bridge of his nose and down across the left side of his face. He has brown spiky hair, dark eyes, and wears the standard attire of the Konoha shinobi, complete with a forehead protector and the standard flak jacket. The other bodyguard was the self-inducted super pervert, the gallant Jiraiya. In the third chair was the Yondaime Reikage and his bodyguards, Dari and C. Seems like Uchiha Sasuke is missing, commented. Uchiha was the strongest genin they had in Kumo, and he was expecting she could put all of these to shame, primarily the Uchiha. I heard he was training with his sensei Hada Kakashi, so maybe he picked up his bad habit, the Sandaime said, chuckling, and snorted. The Hokage and Reikage were talking when they noticed the Kazekage arriving. The Kazekage was known for using his gold dust similar to how Gaara manages to use his sand. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. I'm glad you made it, I hope you aren't tired, the Sandaime said. Not at all, Hokage-sama. It was good they were in the leaf this year. You aren't the young man you once were for long travels, the Kazekage said. Don't treat me like an old man. I intend to remain for another 5 years, the said, making narrow his eyes. Seems like you are missing the last Uchiha, Kazekage said. Like I told Kazekage-sama. His sensei is Hada Kakashi and he's notorious for being late. The said, and the Kazekage nodded and took his seat. He sat in the second chair, in the middle of the Reikage. Now, shall we begin? They asked and they both nodded. They got up and went to the edge of the balcony. He used a voice amplification jutsu and said, welcome ladies and gentlemen to this year's Chunin exams finals. This year we have many talented genis from Konoha, Kumo, Suna and Taki. Now without further delays let's begin the matches, they concluded and the crowd cheered. With crowd. They can't start the matches without Sasuke, Sakura yelled. Chill out, Sakura. He still has time before his match begins, Kiba replied and she glared at him. Did Gaara kill the Uchiha? I told him to lay low, Baki thought, looking at Gaara who looked surprisingly calm. Quiet down, it's about to begin, Ino said, and they looked at the arena and noticed Hate was about to speak. He's alive. In the arena. Hate was explaining the rules to the participants and they were pretty much the same as during the preliminaries. Let's begin. Hate said but got interrupted by Hinata. Are we starting without Sasuke? She asked. He will have until his match to show up, otherwise he will be disqualified, Hate explained. Any more questions? Hate asked and nobody said anything. Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata stay, the rest of you go to the waiting area, Hate said, and everyone started to leave. They all left, but Naruto didn't leave without saying goodbye and kissing her cheek, much to her embarrassment. With crowd. The rest of the genins all made their way to the middle of the crowd and joined with their respective senseis and teammates. Hey Haku, Zabuza, Naruto said, waving at them. It's a shame you didn't enter the Chunin exams, Haku, Naruto said. Yes, my team wasn't ready yet. Maybe next time, Haku replied. She was about to say something else when Zabuza spoke before her. Hey brat, Zabuza started. You better win this, I've got money riding on you, he said. Are you serious? Naruto asked. Of course, after everything I saw you do, if you lose I'll have Haku freeze your balls, Zabuza said, and Naruto chuckled weakly while involuntarily bringing his hand to his manhood. I like the new hairstyle of Naruto, Haku said. She had to admit he looked good. He wasn't wearing any sleeves so she could see his muscles. They weren't large or bulky, but they were of someone who trained hard and his hairstyle was quite unique and looked good on him. Thanks, he replied and gave her a thumbs up. Look closely, Hanabi, there is no one who received the Hyuga blood like Niji, Hiashi said. Is he really that strong? Hanabi asked. She was the second daughter of Hiashi and the current heir to the Hyuga clan. He's very talented, nothing like your weakling sister, Hiashi said. You're in for a very rude wake-up call, Hiashi. You are about to see the real Hinata, Naruto thought as he overheard Hiashi speaking with Hanabi. Arena. You should give up, cousin, fate already declared me the winner, Niji stated in his smug smile. Hinata turned to Hayate and said, your name is Fate. I thought it was Hayate, she said, and everyone started laughing. 1. Niji even glared at Hayate. What? Hayate asked. It was funny, he said. You are a weakling, cousin, everyone knows that, Niji said, and Hinata just shook her head in disappointment. She figured since she got kicked out Niji would at least sympathize a little bit with her. Fighters ready? Hayate called out and they both nodded. Hajime, he said and jumped back. You can't evade fate, cousin. During the preliminaries you resorted to using ninjutsu. That only proves you aren't meant to be a Hyuga, he said. Then I shall defeat you using our taijutsu style, Hinata said as she took the standard stance, knees bent with left leg slightly forward. Her right arm extended with the palm facing Niji and her right arm coiled near her waist. Niji smirked and didn't even activate or take any stance. He simply ran forward and closed the distance in no time. He went for the traditional strike to the chest. Hinata waited for it to get close and faster than lightning, she deflected the strike. She crouched down and swept his legs. Flowing with the momentum she completed her twist and gave him a strike to his chest and sent him tumbling to the ground. You should take this seriously, Niji, Hinata said as she activated her without seals. Niji spat a bit of blood coming from his lips and removed the dirt and dust of his clothes as he got up. He decided to show her how it was done and activated his and got into his stance. With crowd. Looks like they are getting serious, Naruto said. Yes, that was nothing but a little skirmish, Asuma said. Asuma Kurenai said, getting his attention. You remember our bet, right? She asked. Yeah, I know, but I'm confident Shikamaru will be promoted, Asuma said, trying to convince himself. Arena. Niji quickly dashed towards Hinata and threw a few strikes. Hinata dodged them all as if she was dancing. She didn't even need to block his attacks, she simply shifted her weight and went with the flow. Damn it, why can't I hit her? Niji asked to himself, getting frustrated, and he was using his best moves and she dodged them all as if they were nothing. Now it was time for Hinata to make her move. She tried a quick strike to his shoulder, but Niji blocked it. Niji quickly found himself in the defensive as Hinata was pushing him back and back. Each strike he blocked was a close call, and if it hit him it was game over. She seemed to only be targeting his most important chakra points. Niji decided to gain some space and backflipped, but didn't expect Hinata to dash after him so fast. She went to strike to his left shoulder. I can't let her hit me or she will disable my left arm, Niji thought. Hinata watched him smirk and wondered what was so funny until she noticed he was starting to spin. She quickly realized what he was going to do and jumped back to avoid his attack. Hey, Niji yelled as he spinned in a blue dome of chakra. With crowd. That's. Hiashi stuttered as he watched the prodigy of the branch family pull the best defensive move of the main house. Kaiten was the Hyuga's pride and joy, it was their absolute defense, or so they thought. Unbelievable, the Hyuga elder thought as he watched Niji pull the Kaiten. Thousand, isn't that? Hanabi asked but never got to finish. Kaiten. The main house is absolute defense. To think he progressed so far without anyone to train him. He really is a prodigy, Hiashi stated. Arena. Niji finished his Kaiten and smirked at Hinata. Looks like it's you who is trying to avoid his fate. Kaiten is a main house technique, Hinata said. A failure like you would never understand, Niji said and dashed forward and quickly closed the distance between him and Hinata. You are in my field of divination, Niji said and got into his stance. Haki Rakujuai Onshu 64 palms of the hand, Niji called out and was about to start his best offensive attack when he saw Hinata start to spin. His eyes widened at what was about to happen, but it was too late. Kaiten, Hinata yelled and spun, creating her own blue dome of chakra, and Niji was thrown out very fast and impacted with the wall. With crowd. That's my girl, Naruto said as he cheered for Hinata. The rest of the genin and most of the were watching as the disavowed heiress kicked the Hyuga's prodigy ass. Hiashi seethed his teeth as he watched Hinata flawlessly perform the Kaiten. He already knew she could use it, but to that perfection he never figured. Thousand. Nisan just used the Kaiten too, Hanabi said as she watched the usually stoic Hiashi show his face of anger. Hiashi the elder said, care to explain how your daughter can use the Kaiten? He asked. How should I know? He asked and the elder went back to his brooding like a certain uchiha we know. Arena. Still believe I'm a failure? She asked, watching her cousin rise from the ground, removing a few pieces of rocks from him. She noticed that his breathing was starting to get labored. After all, the Kaiten did send him to the wall quite hard. I admit you're better than I expected. In the end it won't matter. I didn't think you could pull the Kaiten as well. Niji replied as he watched her. During this whole match he was yet to land a single strike to her and yet she already delivered 2 strong strikes to him. He needed to end this fast, otherwise he would lose and that he couldn't allow. Niji ran as fast as he could towards Hinata. Niji approached her and threw dust he had in his hand towards her eyes. Hinata didn't expect such a low trick and could only close her eyes. Niji smirked and took this chance to end it. Hakirakujuai Onshu, 64 palms of the hand, Niji said as he got into his stance. 2 palms Niji said and closed 2 chakra points in Hinata's network. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms Niji said, finishing his strikes as Hinata was pushed back but stood on her feet. In the stands Hiashi smirked in satisfaction as he watched her failure of a daughter put in her place. In the end you were nothing but a failure. Niji said, taking heavy breaths. He was about to talk to the proctor to give him the match when Hinata exploded in a puff of smoke. Niji's eyes widened when he saw Hinata disappearing in smoke. Kage Bushin? Niji asked in thought. He noticed Hinata quickly running behind him and turned just in time to receive her full attack. Aki Sandakurakuju Isiki, 8 trigrams 316 palms Hinata called out and began her onslaught. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms. 256 palms. 316 palms Hinata finished. In less than 5 seconds she closed all the 361 chakra points in Niji's body. Niji hit the ground with a thumb completely knocked out and he was going to stay like that for a few hours. Winner by knockout Hyuga Hinata Hate called out. With crowd. Naruto whistled as he watched Hinata perform a new attack. She looked like she was dancing. It was beautiful, in less than 5 seconds she completely shut down Niji's entire chakra network. The ashy eyes were bulging out of his sockets as he watched her daughter defeat their Hyuga prodigy. Niji was supposed to be one of the best users to ever grace the clan and Hinata defeated him without even breaking a sweat. The battle was completely one-sided. Niji didn't even hit her once. The Ashi was broken out of his thoughts when the elders spoke to him. Hiashi, we must have that technique. Many tried to close the whole chakra system but they couldn't do it in a viable way. It's instrumental we get that technique the elder spoke. And how do you expect me to give it to us? Hiashi asked the wise elders. We don't care. Offer her the chance to rejoin the clan, give her anything. She may look different, but she'll jump the first chance she gets of rejoining our clan the elder spoke smirking. Congratulations Hinata-chan Naruto said as he hugged her and spinned her around as she giggled. Thank you Whiskerskin she replied and laughed like crazy at his face. Here they come Naruto said and Hinata got a confused face. Your father and the elders he explained and she turned around to see them approaching her. Anything you need Father Hinata said in a very sweet voice that gave shivers to the poor man and made Naruto chuckle. Yes, Hinata. We would like to offer you a chance to rejoin the clan Hiashi spoke in his stoic voice. Why would I do that? She asked. I'm happy with Naruto and there is nothing you can offer me she replied. We can offer you a painless lifestyle befitting a Hyuga. Surely you can't like your life with that thing Hiashi said and Hinata narrowed her eyes in the painless part. Call him a think again and I'll kill you Hinata said and she activated her. Never mind. So do you accept it? Hiashi asked. How about? No she replied and laughed. Hiashi was starting to get pissed off and that is saying much to someone who most of the time is calm and emotionless. There is nothing you can offer me. I'm happy with the life I have, why would I join a clan of stuck-up pricks? She said and everyone laughed. Besides you just want me because I defeated your prodigy and most likely you want my new technique Hinata said. Enough of this an elder yelled and raised his fingers to form half of the tiger seal. Activate the elder said and smirked. A few seconds passed and Hiashi was looking at the elder and wondering if his old age was acting up. Something wrong? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice. She removed the lavender sash from her forehead and revealed it to be seal-less. The caged bird seal was nowhere to be found. I'm a free bird Tausen Hinata said. The elders, Hiashi and even the were shocked. They never knew that the caged bird seal was possible to be removed without killing the victim. How is that possible? Hiashi asked. Let's just say that Naruto has a way with seals Hinata said and once again laughed at their shocked faces. Not even Jiraiya who was a seal master himself knew how to remove the caged bird seal without at least permanently crippling the user. This is an outrage. We can't allow this Hiashi and elder yelled. Too bad you can't do anything. Naruto started and gathered their attention. The moment you disavowed Hinata she became an asset of the village. You no longer have any power over her. And since she is a shinobi and technically an adult you can't even claim her as your daughter now Naruto said, chuckling at the angry face of Hiashi and the elders who seemed to be about to kill them both. Hiashi took a step forward but immediately regretted it as he fell to the ground, barely managing to breathe with the heavy killer intent Naruto was releasing. Be careful Hiashi-sama. Attacking a leaf shinobi is a crime, primarily with so many witnesses, Naruto said in a deeper voice and pointed out to many people around him. Pretty much everyone was shocked that Naruto managed to remove the seal from Hinata. Demon Hiashi pointed out as he regained his breath and got up. Naruto was prepared to end his life as he broke the third law, but thankfully they arrived just in time to prevent anything from happening. Hiashi, are you mental? They asked. Naruto is right, the moment you rejected your daughter you lost any authority over her. She belongs to the village now and it will stay like that until she chooses otherwise, the said, and Hiashi scoffed. We shall have words later, Hiashi said in his regained stoic face as he turned around with the elders to their seats. That went well, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. The just sighed, saying that Naruto only gives him headaches. As if the civilian council wasn't enough, now he had the Hyugas on his ass too. I'm getting too old for this shit, the thought as he made his way back to the cage box. Chapter 20 In Between Tales. The old made his way towards the cage box and thought that Naruto, to think he was able to remove the cage bird's seal by killing the host. You would be so proud, Minato, he has already surpassed you in seals. Everything alright, Hokage Dono? The Raikage asked. Yes, that Naruto always gives me headaches, the said, sighing. Now that Hinata revealed that Naruto is able to remove the cage bird's seal, they will have a field day. Especially the main house since they treat the branch house like slaves. If the branch house managed to get rid of the seal they would surely rebel against the main house, and since they outnumber them almost 5-1, it wouldn't be pretty for the main house. In the end Hinata got off well and only got thrown out of the clan instead of being sent to the branch side of the family. Indeed. To be that skilled with seals at such a young age. He really honors the Uzumaki clan, the Raikage said. He will be a major threat in the future if he continues like this. What to do? The Raikage mused in thought. The Kazekage seethed his teeth and cursed the damn blonde in his thought. That brat is getting too dangerous. To think he managed to hold me long enough for the Anbu to arrive. Even more is his work with seals. He might be able to remove the curse seal, and I can't allow that. I'll make sure he dies today, Orochimaru thought. You didn't even see the tip of the iceberg, Raikage. The said, making the Raikage narrow his eyes. Yes, I know he's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the Raikage said, much to the shock of the old. How do you know? He asked, narrowing his eyes at the Raikage and studying him. You forget I have the Nibi Jinchuriki competing, and my brother, the Hachibi Jinchuriki, is their Jounin sensei. They all met before the beginning of the exams, the Raikage said, chuckling. But I wonder how much control he has over the beast, the Raikage said, eyeing the. Who knows? I never sensed him training with its chakra, so I wouldn't know. They replied. He's your and you don't know? The Raikage asked in disbelief. Like I told you, Naruto is very secretive and special. I know he's been training himself since he was 5 years old, the said, lightly chuckling. Did you know that when your father arranged a Hyuga kidnapping, Naruto was the one that killed the kidnapper and rescued the heiress, the said, and chuckled even more when everyone stared at the, thinking he was crazy. You surely must be joking. How can a 6-year-old kill it? True, he wasn't an elite, but still. A 6-year-old that didn't even enter the academy. The only thing I can think of was the Kyuubi helping, the Raikage said. I assure you I'm not joking about Hokage Dono. When I arrived at the scene Naruto was holding Hinata and the kidnapper had a kunai in his chest, he explained, and the Raikage seethed his teeth. Then the is the only explanation. The Raikage said, crossing his arms. I doubted, the said, and everyone focused on him. When I arrived at the scene there wasn't any trace of Kyuubi's chakra being used. I didn't see the battle, but from what he told me Naruto tricked him with a clone and finished him when he got the opportunity, he explained. Looks like you have been hiding a diamond. The Kazekage said, if he was that skilled at such young age, why is he still a genin? The Kazekage asked. You all know how Jinchurikis are treated, right? They asked and everyone nodded. Everyone seemed to be interested in the young blonde. He chose to hide his strength. He decided to take the full academy course so he could have time to train himself and be able to protect himself and anyone he cares about, the finished explaining. Deception. The true shinobi way, the Kazekage said. You know something about Raikage? They asked, chuckling. What? Raikage asked. Your village tends to create some of our best couples. You kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina and she was rescued by Namikaze Minato and they later became a couple. A few years ago you kidnapped Hinata and Naruto rescued her. Now they are boyfriend and girlfriend and are living together, the said, laughing. Are you saying you have another Yellow Flash and Red Death in the making? The Raikage asked. The Yondaime was something of a rival in terms of speed to the Raikage. The Yondaime was the only man to ever dodge a frontal attack from the Raikage while using his famous lightning armor. The Yondaime's wife and Naruto's mother was Uzumaki Kushina, in truth she was Senju Kushina, but no one knew, also known in the bingo book as Aka no Shai, Red Death, due her vibrant blood red hair. She was a very powerful kunoichi and extremely talented in Suiton ninjutsu and kinjutsu. I have faith in them. Every generation is supposed to surpass the previous, the wisely said. I've been wondering something. Hikage Dono wasn't Hyuga Hinata supposed to be the heiress? Why did she have the cage bird seal? And why is she living with a blonde brat if she is a Hyuga? The Raikage asked. Simple enough. Hinata's father thought she was weak and disavowed from the clan and placed the seal on her. Then she went to live with Naruto and things went on from there, they explained. Weak? She just defeated the so-called Hyuga prodigy, the Kazekage said. What can I say? Naruto has a way to encourage people and I bet he has been training with her since she was expelled, he explained. I look forward to seeing his match against the last Uchiha, the Raikage said. It will be an interesting match, the said. I wonder if he will reveal his Sharingan, the thought. Now let's continue watching the matches. It looks like the second match is about to start, the said, and everyone turned to the arena. With crowd. Fyu from Taki and Nai Yujito from Kumo, please come to the arena to begin your match, Hate called out from the arena. Good luck Fyu, Yujito Naruto said to both of them as they made their way towards the arena. Who do you think will win? Hinata asked. Naruto brought his right hand to his chin in a thinking pose. I don't really know what they can do, so it's hard for me to say, Naruto started. If they use their partners then Fyu would win if she has enough control. Otherwise I can't really say because I don't know their individual skills, Naruto explained. Hey Kurane-sensei, you fought with Fyu against those Odo Jonin when we went to Taki, right? Hinata asked. Yes, why do you ask? Kurenai asked. She wasn't paying particular attention to their conversation since she was watching both make their way towards the middle of the arena. We are trying to find out who will win since she will fight me next. What can you tell me about Fyu? Hinata asked. Kurenai thought before beginning. Well, for starters she didn't need to use her Bijuu's chakra. Her Taijutsu was nothing special, I'd put her around low Chunin level. However, her ninjutsu is far better, she was primarily a water user, but she had a few secret and bug techniques, Kurenai explained. Hey, Naruto said and got their attention. I remember what Kabuto said about Yujito during the first stage of the Chunin exams. He said she was good at both Taijutsu and ninjutsu, so I would assume around mid-Chunin level on both, Naruto said. Nothing you can't handle, Naruto said, and she nodded and looked to the arena. You sure have a lot of faith in her, Asuma said, and he joined the conversation since his curiosity peaked when they began to talk. Of course I have faith in my girlfriend, Naruto said, grinning, and Asuma mumbled something about lucky blonde brats. Did you see what she did to Neji? He asked almost rhetorically. Everyone saw Neji getting his ass kicked by the supposed shy former heiress of the Hyuga clan. Yes, I saw, good job. It will be good for that arrogant ass, Asuma said, chuckling. Though I never expected her to win, he said honestly. Don't you believe in my teachings? Kurenai asked in a dangerous voice. Of course not, Kurenai-chan, Asuma quickly replied, waving his hands trying to dismiss the situation before she casted a genjutsu on him. Cough. Whipped. Cough, Naruto discreetly said, and Asuma narrowed his eyes at the blonde. What was that, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice. Nothing, Hinata-chan, Naruto quickly said, and Asuma slightly laughed. Troublesome women, Shikamaru said. Arena. Both contestants ready? Hayate asked. I both replied. Hajime, Hayate said and jumped out of their way. He knew they were both and he didn't want to get caught in the middle of them. Shall we keep them out of the fight? Fyu asked. Yujito thought for a while. Most of Yujito's techniques rely on her using her Bijuu's chakra. Not that she was weak without her cat, but the fact she trained primarily in using her Bijuu, if removed, it would cripple her ninjutsu. How about we keep it to 2 tails max? Yujito asked. Sounds good, Fyu replied and took a kunai and got in her stance as Yujito pulled her sword from her back. Yujito quickly ran forward and tried a horizontal slash. Fyu quickly ducked and rolled to the side, she quickly got up and tried to kick Yujito in the chest. Yujito however managed to completely bend the top of her body backwards almost to a 90-degree angle, avoiding the kick as it passed safely above her. With crowd. Naruto whistled when Yujito bent like that. That kind of flexibility isn't possible for humans. Even if she is a shinobi, bending at such an angle should have broken her spine. That's the Nibi's effect. Her hosts have an extremely high flexibility due to the fact Nibi being a cat, Kurama explained to Naruto. How come I have nothing useful from you? Naruto asked. Ungrateful brat. You have high regeneration and negative emotion sensing ability, Kurama explained. That's good and all, but that isn't particularly effective in combat, Naruto replied. What do you mean isn't useful? Your sensing ability coupled with your Sharingan makes it impossible for anyone to hide from you, Kurama explained. For someone who is so smart he sometimes could still be a knucklehead. Maybe all that pretending during academy days affected him. Never thought of that, Naruto said, and Kurama's sweat dropped. Arena. Fyu and Yujito exchanged punches, kicks and strikes for a few minutes. Even though the fight came tight, it seemed that Yujito clearly had the advantage in Taijutsu. Her flexibility made it very difficult for Fu to hit her, even more since Yujito was using a sword. Kumarai Kanjiri, cloud style. Flame slice, Yujito said, slashed horizontally towards Fu. Yujito's sword was imbued with fire, and as such it created a fire ring around Fu, preventing her from leaving the area. Suiton. Miserapa, water release. Wild water wave, Fu said and gathered water in her mouth. She quickly gushed the water out from her mouth and quickly put out the flames. She's a water user. She will have an advantage in ninjutsu, but I seem to have an edge on taijutsu, Yujito thought as she watched Fu perform a low-level Suiton jutsu to put out the fire. Heian. Pikaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Yujito said and unleashed a hot fireball towards Fu. Fu, noticing it was a fireball and not a fire stream, quickly jumped to the right dodging the fireball. Yujito quickly appeared next to her and said Kumarayu Amadajiri, cloud style. Front slice. Yujito made a very fast horizontal slice and Fu's head separated cleanly from her shoulders. Yujito didn't think she would have been defeated this easily and her suspicions were true when Fu turned into a piece of rock, showing Fu performed a Kawarimi. Suiton Teppadama, water bullet, Fu said and shot a couple of compressed water bullets from her mouth. Yujito turned just in time to see Fu perform the jutsu. In a show of speed, Yujito used her sword and sliced through every single bullet, taking no damage from it. Page box. Looks like this year's are talented. The commented. Very true. Usually elemental ninjutsu is only trained after becoming a chunin, the Kazakage said. What did you expect from the Raikages, asked rhetorically before continuing. Even without using their Bijuu's chakra they develop high chakra reserves, so they tend to go for ninjutsu very early, the Raikage commented. True, the replied. By the way, after seeing the Hyuga's match I firmly recommend Hyuga Hinata for chunin. She remained calm even though her opponent was taunting her and she displayed a high level of taijutsu, the explained. Agreed, both the and the Raikage said. But the crowd. As expected, Yujito has the advantage in taijutsu, but they seem to tie in ninjutsu. If this continues Yujito will win, Naruto said. I have better taijutsu than Yujito and I mainly use ninjutsu, so if Yujito wins I have the advantage, Hinata thought. Looks like they are about to take this up a notch, Naruto said, and they turned to face the arena. Arena. Shall we bring our partners into the battle? Fu asked and Yujito eagerly nodded. She was anxious to show everyone her true power. Bring it on, Yujito replied. Let's go, Nibi, Yujito said. Right, kid, Nibi replied. Let's show them, Chimay, Fu said. Alright, Chimay replied, pumping something into the air. Not really sure if it was a wing or an arm. Everyone in the crowd watching in amazement as red chakra seemed to envelop both contestants. The red chakra radiated from both her stomachs and swirled around them before stopping. When it stopped, both of them were fully enclosed in a semi-transparent red chakra cloak, with two tails swirling in their back. With crowd. What's happening? Sakura asked. She had never seen someone being enveloped in a chakra. In fact, she had never even heard of red chakra for that matter, so what she was seeing was completely known. That is what is called the cloak. Naruto explained. What? Sakura asked, not really understanding. Do you know what a Bijuu is? Asuma asked. You mean like the Kyuubi? Sakura asked. Yes. There are 9 Bijuu starting from the Ichibi and ending in the Kyuubi. People that have a Bijuu sealed inside them are called Jinchurikis, and when they use their Bijuu power that's what happens, Asuma explained, pointing towards the arena. Wow, Sakura said, astonished. But. Sakura started and everyone turned to her. I thought that the Yondaime killed the Kyuubi. But you can't kill a Bijuu. Which means that someone in our village has the Kyuubi inside of him, Sakura said. You're smarter than you look, Naruto said, chuckling. Shut up, Naruto baka, Sakura screeched. Asuma-sensei, who is our Jinchuriki? Sakura asked and Naruto looked at Asuma to see if he was going to reveal it to her. Everything about the Kyuubi is a secret. Only Chunins and above know about him, Asuma explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. He didn't want to have to explain everything to the crazy Banshee. Knowing her, she would probably want Naruto to release the Kyuubi and give it to Sasuke. Some secret, Naruto thought, not realizing he said it out loud. What do you mean, Naruto baka? Do you know him? Sakura asked, but it was more of a demand. Keep it down, Sakura, and yes, I do know who he is, Naruto replied. How can a baka like you know? Sakura smugly asked. Shove a tailed beast ball up her ass right here, Kurama said, and Naruto chuckled in his mind. Can't do a Bijuudama here, but I can do a Rasengan, Naruto replied. Why do you want me to tell you? Naruto asked. I want to know who he is so he can give it to Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, and everyone stared at her. Is she crazy? Asuma asked in thought. I need to talk to Kakashi to see if he sends her to a few sessions with Inoichi-kuren, I thought. That level of obsession is going to be her downfall sometime. Damn, that is some dedicated fangirl, Kurama said. How do you know about fangirls? Naruto asked curiously. Let's just say I was very popular when I was a kid, Kurama said, slightly embarrassed. Don't tell me you were chased by female kitsunes. Naruto asked incredulously. Yeah, Kurama replied, remembering his dark days. Looks like every race has fangirls, Naruto said laughing. It's not it, it's him, Naruto explained. How would you know, Baka Sakura screeched once again. Hinata approached her and gave her a Juiken strike to her throat, disabling her voice. You were too loud, Sakura, Hinata said, and Sakura tried to curse her, but no sound came from her mouth. Even though no one said anything, they were all happy that Sakura was silent for once. That Naruto seems to know a lot about. He said that there were only 5 people that could open the gates, and Hinata said that 3 of them were in the tower's arena. If Yu is and can open the gates, it stands to reason that Naruto is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. That would explain his treatment. Troublesome blonde Shikamaru thought as he overheard the entire conversation. If you stop screaming, I'll open your, Hinata said, and Sakura nodded sadly. Naruto, Sakura said calmly while looking at Hinata. She nodded and Sakura continued. How do you know that the Kyuubi is a he? She asked. I've read a lot about them. And even though they aren't humans, they aren't things. For instance, Yujito has the Nibi sealed inside of her. She's a cat. The Biju have their own personality like every other animal out there. Naruto explained and Sakura nodded. So? Sakura began. Will you tell me who he is? She asked in a very sweet voice, trying to know who he is. Why do you want to know so badly? Naruto asked. Oh come on, Naruto, I want to know too, Ino said. Everyone stared at the blonde, wondering if he was going to tell them who he was. The rookies were all oblivious about the identity, but among all of them there were a few that knew. Of course, Hinata and Shino and the Sand team. Are you sure you want to tell them? Hinata asked. Yes, I do. They will find out eventually and might as well tell them now and get this over with, Naruto said, and everyone turned to him. Fine, I'll tell who he is. Naruto said, and everyone almost had a star in their eyes. First I'll say that he's our classmate from the academy, Naruto said, and everyone was shocked. Naruto chuckled and continued. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, of the Kyuubi no Yoko, he said, and an immediate silence followed his proclamation. Yeah, right. The dead son has the most powerful Biju sealed inside of him, Kiba said, and everyone snapped from their stupor and laughed. You want me to show you my version 1 cloak? Naruto asked and they all stopped laughing. Are you serious? Kiba asked. Naruto summoned the Kyuubi's chakra and immediately went to his version cloak with 2 tails as well. His eyes were blood red with black vertical slit, his whiskers were more pronounced, and his fangs grew bigger. Around his body the same semi-transparent blood red chakra cloak with 2 tails swirling behind him. Deadly, Naruto replied, but his voice was deeper than his usual due to the Kyuubi's chakra. Believe me now? He asked and they all nodded, slightly scared of his new voice and appearance. Now that you know, what are you going to do? He asked. Nothing, Kiba said. You don't think I'm a monster? Naruto asked. Naruto didn't really care what they thought. As long as he had the people that cared for him, he was happy. Of course not. I know the difference between kunai and the scroll, Kiba said. Thanks, maybe you should tell that to the villagers, Naruto said, sighing as he focused on the fight that was going on in the arena. Arena. The arena was almost totally destroyed from the battle between two. The arena was filled with water and yet the earth was scorched from Yujito's flames. Both of them were showing symptoms of fatigue. Even though they had plenty of chakra, they didn't have the stamina to keep up. Pain. Aogakakyu no Jutsu, Great Blue Fireball Technique, Yujito called out and sent a huge blue fireball towards Fu. The fireball was empowered by the Nib's chakra, giving a blue color and almost triple the power. Suiten Daibakufu no Jutsu, Waterfall Vortex, Fu called out and water from the ground rose in front of her and formed a vortex of sorts. The water immediately blasted from the vortex and clashed with the fireball. The clash produced a big steam cloud that covered most of the arena. Yujito took this opportunity and channeled Nibi's chakra to her nails, increasing the length and resistance of them. As the steam cloud dispersed, she quickly dashed towards Fu. Fu didn't expect Yujito to come at her so soon and wasn't prepared for her slash with her fingernails. Fu received the full brunt force of the slash from both hands to her chest and right leg. She jumped back and clutched her chest. Her mesh armor managed to absorb most of the damage, but it still managed to cut her pretty deeply. Fu focused Jime's chakra in her chest area and the wound immediately started to heal. A few seconds later there wasn't evidence of anything had even happened. Fu used Jime's chakra and focused on her back. From her back emerged 2 wings and Fu started to lift off from the ground and flew in the air a few meters above the ground. Fu continued to dodge multiple fireballs and sent Yujito as she prepared her bugs to attack. Yujito quickly ran up the wall in the arena on all fours, much like a cat. Yujito propelled herself from the wall and tackled Fu while in the air. Yujiro pinned Fuu's legs and arms so she couldn't escape and stood above her as they plummeted towards the earth. Yujiro focused chakra to her legs, and just as they were about to crash, Yujiro jumped up sending Fuu to the ground even harder. Boom. The arena ground shook from the impact and a cloud of dust emerged. Yujiro's cloak vanished and she was breathing a bit heavily, nothing that a bit of rest wouldn't solve. The dust started to clear to show Fuu completely knocked out. Hayate approached Fuu and, noticing she was unconscious, called the medics. Winner by knockout. Nai Yujiro Hayate said, and the crowd erupted in cheers. After all, the civilians can only watch genins fight, otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep up with the battle, and a battle like this is rare. Page box. That's my girl. Reikage said proudly that Yujiro had won. Yujiro was an orphan since her parents died when the Hachibi was accidentally unleashed, so the Reikage took her in and raised her like his own daughter. They both fought very well, and both seemed to have good control over their power. I'd recommend both for Chunin, Kazuki said. Indeed, they agreed with both cages. With crowd. Congrats, Yujiro, Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up. Thank you. It was a hard fight, Yujiro replied. I sensed Kyuubi's chakra from down there. What were you doing? She asked. Just showing my friends my cloak, Naruto said like it was nothing. It will take a while for them to get used to me being but I think they will warm up to me, he said as he looked at the smiling faces of his friends and surprisingly enough Sakura too. You told them you are, she asked, not believing her heart. Of course. I told them during your matches. I explained to them your two-tailed cloak, Naruto explained. Why do you ask? He asked. Because you know very well how we are treated and for you to publicly flaunt that you're is rather strange, Yujiro said. He does the same. But I have people that care about me knowing what I am, their opinion is the only thing that matters to me. The others I just shrugged off, and if they try anything they end up in the hospital with broken bones, Naruto said, and Yujiro dumbly nodded. Nara, Shikamaru and Sabaku no Tamari, please make your way towards the arena, Hayate called out. Hanin style. That lazy ass Ino said, face palming. What did you expect from Shikamaru, Naruto said. I guess, Ino replied. Because it would be too troublesome to explain, Naruto said, grinning, and a few snickered. If Sasuke doesn't arrive he's going to be disqualified, Naruto said. I thought I took care of Kakashi's bad habits, Naruto said out loud. Page box. That was anticlimactic, said, and he watched Shikamaru give up. Yes, but he displayed a very good tactical mind. As expected from Nara, the Reikage thought. They remained silent. Do you agree that he should be a Chunin? They asked and they both nodded. The Chunin are leaders and he displayed very good planning and remained calm, even though he probably knew he wouldn't win, the Reikage said. Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way towards the arena, Hayate called out. Looks like the Uchiha is no show, what a shame, the Reikage said. Yes, it looks like he will be disqualified, they said, getting ready to get up and disqualify him when they interrupted him. Please wait for Hokage Dono. I wish to see the Uchiha fight with Uzumaki, Naruto. Let's continue with the rest of the matches until he arrives, they said. You do realize that if he isn't capable of respecting appointments, then he isn't Chunin material, they said. If I understand correctly, Hada Kakashi is the knack for arriving hours late to any appointment and he's an elite jounin, the smugly said. They knew that they had a point and there was nothing he could do to argue. As you wish. But if he isn't here when is his time, then he will be disqualified, they said. Of course, they replied. They turned to his bodyguard and he went to Hayate and explained the situation. As Uchiha Sasuke has yet to show up, we will proceed with the matches, Hayate said. Sabaku no Gaara and Sabaku no Kankuro, please proceed to the arena, Hayate called out. Proctor, I forfeit, Kankuro yelled from the balconies. Okay. Winner by forfeit. Sabaku no Gaara, Hayate said. Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way to the arena, Hayate called out. That was some time the Uchiha gained, the Reikage said, chuckling. Then in the arena the wind started gathering and leaves started spinning. Everyone watched the scene unfold. A few seconds later Uchiha Sasuke appeared with Hada Kakashi via Leaf Shunshin. I hope we aren't late, Kakashi said while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. You arrived just in time, Hayate said. Name? He asked. Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke replied in his almighty tone. Naruto was leaving the balcony towards the arena when Sakura called out. Naruto, she called, getting his attention. Please don't hurt him too much, she said. Naruto never in a million years expected her to say something like that to him. Don't worry, I won't use the if that's what you are saying. I prefer using my own power, he replied, but the worry face she had didn't change. I won't kill him, relax, he said, and she let out a breath she didn't even know she was holding. Arena. I was getting the impression you wouldn't come to Sasuke, Naruto said while approaching the three in the arena. Why wouldn't I come? I'm only fighting you, Sasuke said. I see your attitude hasn't changed, Naruto replied and turned towards Kakashi. I hope you didn't tell him about my bloodline, Naruto said, and Sasuke scowled. Don't worry, the only thing I told him is that he knows your bloodline as well as he knows his own, Kakashi said. Ah. The wordplay, Naruto said, chuckling, and got a confused face from Sasuke. You'll know soon enough, he said, and Kakashi left the arena. Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke ready? Hey, called out and both nodded. Hajime. Chapter 21 Sharingan vs Sharingan. Page box. Looks like the Uchiha arrived just in time, the Raikage commented. Indeed, they agreed. Let's see how much you grew, Sasuke-kun, the Kazekage thought. Let's see what your prodigy can do, the Raikage said. In fact, he was hoping that the Uchiha was humiliated. He read reports from his genin team that the Uchiha thought he was almighty. Prodigy thus started getting the attention of both cages. Nowadays people throw that name around without knowing its true meaning. The true prodigies are Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, and I have high hopes for both of them, they said with a small smile. He never thought that his surrogate grandson would grow so much after a rough early life like he had. You sure are attached to that particular kid, the Raikage commented, narrowing his eyes at the blonde in the arena. That kid reminds me of someone, the Raikage thought. Something on your mind? They asked the Raikage. The blonde brat Uzumaki Naruto, he seems to remind me of someone. I just can't pinpoint it, the Raikage said. Who were his parents? He asked, and the Jiraiya both stiffened. Should I tell him? The thought. Better not. I'll let Naruto choose when to reveal his true heritage, they concluded. I'm afraid even I don't know. He's an orphan from the Kyuubi attack, they replied. The Raikage looked carefully at to spot any sign of lie, but found none. It's a shame, the Raikage said, and both the and Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. Though the kid has style, to emulate the hairstyle of one of your founders, Uchiha Madara, the Raikage commented, and the and Jiraiya were once again sweating bullets. How could the Raikage almost figure out his grandfather's identity? The Raikage wasn't as blunt as people said he was. That hairstyle is just to make it easier for him to use a couple of I taught him, Jiraiya said, trying to shift the Raikage's attention. Oh. Found another Namikaze Minato, have you? He looks a lot like him actually, the Raikage said with his hand on his chin. Damn it, Jiraiya, you never know when to keep your mouth shut, the thought, glaring at his student, making him gulp. During this whole interaction, the Kazekage aka Orochimaru was silent, hearing them talk and thinking about it. The brat actually looks a lot like him, the Kazekage thought. Orochimaru kept thinking about it when something clicked on his mind. Of course. Uzumaki Naruto, how could I've been so blind? There was only one Uzumaki in this village, Uzumaki Kushina, and everyone knew she was involved with Minato. That also explains why Minato sealed the Kyuubi inside the brat. He used his own son. The Raikage isn't all muscle as I thought, Orochimaru thought, chuckling in his mind. Are you planning on taking another apprentice? The Raikage asked, breaking the thought of Orochimaru. Maybe, but I don't stay in the village much. It's a shame I won't be able to pass my toad contract to him, Jiraiya said, wondering if the toad contract would die with him. Oh, which contract does he have? The Raikage asked curiously. Should I tell them? It would only strengthen Konoha if the enemies knew of another contract, Jiraiya thought before replying. He has the Fox contract, Jiraiya said. What? There is no Fox contract, the Raikage stated. I didn't know it existed, but there is one. He's the first Fox summoner ever. Apparently Kyuubi took a liking to him, Jiraiya explained. A major threat indeed, Orochimaru thought as he planned a way to get rid of the brat. Looks like they are starting, the said before the Raikage could reply, and all shifted their attention towards the arena. With crowd. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura called out. Yo, he replied. Cutting it a little close, weren't you, Asuma said. Training to the last minute and arriving late, you never change, Asuma said. I was going to arrive on time, but a black cat crossed my path and we had to walk the way around him, Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head and laughing. Geez, Sakura said. I bet Sasuke-kun is way stronger now, she said. I trained him to my best extent during this month. But I don't think he stands a chance against Naruto, Kakashi said, much to the shock of a few. But Naruto was the dead last during the whole academy time. He just got lucky in the final exam, I don't understand, Ino said. Kakashi looked at her as if she grew a second head. Didn't you see what he did in the preliminaries? He asked rhetorically. It's true, Sakura said. Kakashi's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates when he heard Sasuke's #1 fangirl, agreeing that Sasuke doesn't stand a chance. Sasuke fought Lee before the first stage, and even with his Sharingan he was defeated, and yet Naruto won, and he didn't use the Kyuubi's power, Sakura said. How do you know about that? Kakashi asked, slightly surprised. He told us while Yujito was fighting against Fu, Sakura explained. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto would publicly announce his but he must have figured it would be public knowledge any day now. Never thought I would see another one, much less see 5 years, Abusa said. What do you mean 5? Sakura asked. You don't know? Well, there is Naruto, of course, Yujito, Fu, Kumo's Jounin sensei, and finally that sand brat Gaara's, Abusa explained. Gaara is one also? Sakura asked, not believing her heart. Yes, I believe he has the Ichibi, also known as Shukaku, Kakashi explained. That's why he's so strong, Sakura said in wow. She went from not knowing what were to knowing 5 of them. You're wrong, Sakura, Kakashi said, getting her attention. Gaara is strong on his own. He doesn't need his demon to be strong. In fact, I believe he might be better without it, Kakashi said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Each Biju has their own personality and personal preferences. Shukaku tends to drive their hosts crazy so they might set him free. That's why Gaara is so unstable. Kakashi said, and all of the shivered minus Hinata, who already knew all that. Don't worry, if that ever happened we would take matters into our own hands, Kakashi said. It's best they know about this so they can get out of the way when it begins, Kakashi thought. Sakura and the rest of the genin sighed in relief. However, and even Zabuza himself knew what would happen and they were already ready in case Naruto couldn't handle Gaara. Arena. Hajime called out and jumped out of the two. Ready, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he got into his dragon fist stance. Naruto looked at Sasuke and noticed he hadn't moved since the match started, he didn't even have any stance. Don't tell me you don't consider me worthy of fighting? Naruto asked. That's right. Sasuke said, pointing at him. I don't even want to waste any time fighting some clanless shinobi and trash like you, Sasuke said, and Naruto immediately dropped in stance. You won't be saying that when I grind your ass to the ground, Naruto said, grinning like an idiot. Just because you are wearing chest plate armor and you grew your hair doesn't mean anything against me. Sasuke said. You are nothing but a loser, I bet you're whore of a mot. Sasuke didn't get to finish as Naruto blurred from his position and slammed his fist right into Sasuke's face and sent him tumbling to the ground. You can call me what you want, but I won't allow you to insult my parents, Naruto said, getting ready to smash his pompous face into the dirt. Sasuke got up and cleaned a bit of blood from his lip. He activated his Sharingan and got into his stance, the interceptor fist. Touchy are we? Sasuke smugly asked. Looks like the brat wants physiological warfare, Kurama said. Don't worry, I've a few things to give him back. I know some stuff about his massacre and his brother if need be, Naruto replied in thought. Looks like you are taking me seriously, Naruto said. I don't need to worry about you. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha, Sasuke simply said. Is that right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Sasuke smirked and went through a few hand seals and shouted Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Sasuke sent a medium-sized fireball towards Naruto who remained in place and took the full force of it. Sasuke smirked as he watched his attack hit him head-on and burn him in a pile of flames. With his Sharingan activated, he knew Naruto didn't dodge. The smoke cleared and Sasuke immediately dropped his smile seeing Naruto completely wrapped in his spiky golden air. Ninpuhari Jizu, Needle Guardian, Naruto said as his hair started to shrink back to its original size. Naruto immediately flashed through hand seals of his own and said Ninpu Kabari Senbon, Hair Needle Senbon. Naruto's hair extended once again and enlarged. Naruto bent slightly forward and sent a barrage of made of his hair toward Sasuke. Sasuke said Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, but this time instead of a focused fireball, he transformed it into a constant stream of fire, much like a flamethrower. Sasuke's fire clashed with Naruto's Senbon vaporizing them, but Sasuke quickly ran out of air in his lungs and was forced to stop his fire. The Senbon kept on coming and Sasuke was forced to start evasive maneuvers. I can't keep dodging with this speed or I'll tire out quickly. I have to retaliate, Sasuke thought. Sasuke took a few shurikens from his pouch and threw them at Naruto while going through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Sasuke said as his shurikens multiplied into dozens upon dozens. Naruto seeing this dropped his hair attack and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Fuiten Repushu, Wind Wave, Naruto said and clapped his hands together. He channeled chakra to the wind around him and suddenly a powerful gust of wind emerged from his palms and crashed into the shurikens. The shurikens stopped mid-air and changed their direction before gaining speed and heading toward Sasuke. Sasuke saw the attack incoming and took a kunai to start deflecting. When he knew he was getting overrun by the amount, which ironically enough it was him that created that many, he jumped to the right to dodge the rest. Why couldn't I copy those jutsu? Sasuke asked in thought, getting pissed off. Naruto saw the scowl on his face and decided to push him a little further. Sad that you couldn't copy these, Naruto asked. Why the hell can't I copy you? Sasuke asked, losing his temper. You still don't know how to use your eyes, Naruto said, making Sasuke narrow his eyes at him. No pun intended. Your two Tomo Sharingan can't keep up with my hand seal speed and because of that you aren't able to copy my jutsu. Simple as that, Naruto explained. A shame really, Naruto said sarcastically. How do you know so much about the Sharingan? Sasuke yelled at him. Sasuke. I thought you were smarter than this, Naruto said grinning. Naruto was picturing Sasuke's smug face when he showed another pair of Sharingan eyes. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, confused. First, I know a lot about the Sharingan. 2. I said people consider my bloodline the strongest in the world. 3rd. Kakashi said you knew my bloodline as well as you know yours. What do you get from this? Naruto asked, watching Sasuke's face suddenly light up in realization. I don't mean. Sasuke stuttered for the first time. Yes I do, Naruto said and closed his eyes. He slowly opened them to show a glowing pair of fully matured Sharingan eyes. You can't be. Sasuke said, watching a 3-tomo Sharingan glowing in the dove's eyes. Sasuke yelled and flared his chakra, but nothing happened. Sasuke repeated, but the Sharingan remained. I can't dispel it because it isn't an illusion. I have the Sharingan. Oh almighty last Uchiha, Naruto smugly said. How dare you have those eyes? You don't deserve them, Sasuke yelled and ran to Naruto at full speed with a sloppy stance, losing his better judgment due to his anger. Sasuke was getting closer and closer to Naruto, and faster than lightning Naruto kicked Sasuke hard in the chest and sent him flying to the wall. Sasuke slowly got up, coughing a bit. Now Sasuke-chan, don't get mad just because my eyes are fully matured and yours aren't, Naruto said, making Sasuke's eyes twitch in annoyance. You know Sasuke, Naruto started getting his attention. I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old and at 6 I already had them fully matured, Naruto explained, and Sasuke's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but Sasuke managed to hold them in place, otherwise he would lose his precious Sharingan. Sasuke boiled, if looks could kill Naruto would be dust by now. I told you, you weren't as special as you thought. You only activated your precious eyes a couple of weeks ago, well I already have fully matured Sharingan for almost 8 years, Naruto said, grinning and mentally congratulating himself. It felt so good to rub his fully matured eyes on Sasuke's arrogant ass, and if Naruto showed him his M's, then Sasuke would more likely faint, but he would keep the M's as an ace. His M's might not have any powerful direct attack for now, but it was his ultimate defense. Unless I send my enemy to my pocket dimension and let him starve to death, Naruto thought, chuckling, considering what types of attacks he could use with his Kamui, but quickly refocused on the battle at hand. Now Sasuke, Naruto started with his Sharingan spinning. Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan. Page box. Another Uchiha, Raikage said, stupefied. Now I understand when you said he was special. To think you had another Uchiha hidden, Raikage said, chuckling. Another pair of Sharingan eyes. Delicious. A shame I can't risk using his body due to the Kyuubi, Orochimaru said, sighing as he watched Naruto's eyes glow in all their power. He would be a much more appropriate vessel than Sasuke-kun. Oh well, Orochimaru sighed, knowing you can't have everything you want, but in the end, Sasuke's Sharingan would suffice. He laughed. Yes, he's very special and powerful in his own way, they said. Make me proud, kid, Jiraiya thought as he watched his godson present his Sharingan to the last Uchiha. With crowd. Kakashi watched with pride as Naruto unveiled his bloodline. The Sharingan, it's said to be the most powerful bloodline of all, capable of seeing chakra, copying any taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu and giving the user the ability to cast jinjutsu with their eyes. But that doesn't even scrap the bottom of the Sharingan's true power, Kakashi thought as he remembered when Naruto told him about his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Kakashi frowned when he noticed how Sasuke didn't keep his head cool, but then again when it's something related to his clan, Kakashi knew Sasuke would snap. Sharingan, Sakura said. And like Kakashi-sensei, they have 3 black things, she said, and wow. The black things are called, and the eyes are fully matured when they have 3, Kakashi explained. Every single was shocked minus Hinata and Shino, of course. The elders of Konoha had their jaws in the ground, as did most of the civilians. That brat, now I understand how he could keep up with me, Zabuza commented as he remembered a few spars he had with him. Yes. And I also understand how he could see my moves when I used my ice mirrors on him, Haku said, remembering their battle in the wave, and how Naruto was able to dodge every single senbon she threw at him. Sharingan. One of the elders gasped. This changes everything, Hiashi said. He already had a plan regarding the Uzumaki brat, but now that he knew about the Sharingan, things would have to be arranged differently. Yosh. The flames of youth shine brightly on Naruto-kun, Lee yelled. Yes, Lee, and to keep our own flames we shall do 1,000 laps around Konoha, Guy said. Dai-sensei. Lee. Dai-sensei. Lee. Oh, for Kami's sake, stop that, Tenten said as she rained and shurikens on them. Kyuubi and a Sharingan user. I knew blondes were troublesome, Shikamaru said, sighing, and went back to his cloud watching. How can someone awaken them so early? I thought you needed a life and death situation to awaken them, Sakura said. All of Sasuke's fangirls were well versed in his clan history and powers. After all, they needed to know everything about their love. It's because he's a Jinchuriki, Hinata said, gathering their attention. The civilians and few ignorant shinobi see Naruto as the Kyuubi himself, and when he was young, they would gather up and finish the Yandame's job, Hinata said as the frowned in understanding. Even though they knew the difference between a kunai and a scroll, it was basic academy stuff. When he was 5 years old he was getting chased by a mob. From what he told me, one of the pursuers was a chunin and he threw towards him. If he didn't awaken his Sharingan he would have been killed, Hinata explained. I still wonder how he didn't turn out like Gaara, Asuma commented. That was because of Hinata, Kurenai softly said as she looked towards her younger sister of sorts. Me? Hinata asked, confused. Yes, you gave him the thing he needed most. Love, Kurenai softly said, proud of Hinata. But Naruto-kun has lots of people that like him, Hinata said, not quite understanding what Kurenai meant. True. He has the Iruka, Tuchi and Am, his pervert of a godfather and Kakashi to some degree, Kurenai said, and Kakashi's sweat dropped. However, you provided him with real unconditional love. You were his first friend, his best friend and then his girlfriend. You were there when he was called a monster and thrown out of stores. You were there when he walked alone through the streets. And you there when he was feeling lonely and lost, Kurenai said, and a few fangirls fawned over the dedication, making Hinata slightly blush. When Kakashi heard that he started giggling like a perverted fanboy until he heard Majin damnation of the pervert and instantly Kakashi's world vanished and was replaced with a fiery pit where Kurenai was slowly burning each of Kakashi's uchiha books, one at a time. "No, oh my precious," Kakashi yelled, crying and I'm tears. "What's wrong with Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked as she watched Kakashi drool on the floor yelling random phrases. "Just introducing Kakashi to a personal genjutsu," Kurenai said in a very sweet voice that even Sakura, who would most likely be safe from her wrath, felt a small shiver. Kurenai broke the genjutsu and Kakashi slowly rose, glaring at Kurenai while hugging his dear book as if he would slip right through his fingers. He rapidly regained his senses. "Do you see now why I said Sasuke would lose?" Kakashi asked and Sakura sadly nodded. After finding out Naruto was and knowing the life he lived, she was feeling bad for treating him badly. "Though Sasuke-kun," Sakura yelled from the balcony, cheering for her favorite emo. "I guess some habits die hard," Kakashi thought in amusement as he watched the battle unfold at the arena. Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a brutal display of taijutsu. There was finesse in their style, each punch, each kick they threw was meant to break bones or at least give the adversary a fair amount of damage and pain. They jumped back from each other. Naruto was pretty much untouched except for a bit of dust, Sasuke on the other hand was supporting scrapes, bruises and a cracked rib. "He's as fast as Lee with his weights," Naruto thought. "Damn that loser, how does he dare to stand against me," and Uchiha Sasuke thought. "I have enough of this, it's time I show the difference between the original and a copy," Sasuke snarled at the blonde who raised an eyebrow. "I guess he really doesn't know about the pure blood Uchihas. Ironic that he called me a copy," Naruto thought, chuckling. Sasuke, let me show you how to use the Sharingan." Naruto, and both dashed towards each other. "Let's see how he deals with this," Naruto said in thought and his Sharingan started glowing. Both arrived next to each other and Naruto threw a right hook and it landed perfectly on Sasuke's jaw. Naruto dodged a retaliatory punch before Naruto sent another punch to the cracked rib, making him wince in pain. Taking advantage of his moment of pain, Naruto threw a set of quick punches to his face and stomach and upper thighs. Naruto, seeing Sasuke slightly dazed from the punches, went for a leg sweep, making Sasuke jump over it. Naruto kept his momentum and continued his spin. As Naruto was finishing his spin he quickly rose up and gave Sasuke a brutal uppercut and Sasuke was sent to the ground in pain. Sasuke didn't want to be handled by someone like Naruto and refused to give up or stay down. He charged again at Naruto and suffered the same fate. Sasuke threw a punch. Naruto sidestepped at the last second and gave him an elbow to his back that made Sasuke fall to the ground as he lost his balance. "How are you doing this?" Sasuke yelled out. He couldn't understand what was happening. Until moments ago their taijutsu battle was about even with Sasuke managing to evade almost all of his attacks. He would never admit that Naruto was better than him. Sasuke didn't understand how suddenly Naruto was able to dodge every single hit and yet every single strike Naruto sent would hit Sasuke dead on. "Why should I tell you anything?" Naruto replied, which infuriated Sasuke even more if it was possible. Sasuke once again ran towards Naruto, hoping to put the blonde in its proper place. With crowd. "What's happening?" Naruto suddenly started dominating the battle. Ino yelled, not believing her precious Asuka-kun would get transformed into a punching bag. Kakashi was also intrigued by what was happening and he would bet that everyone watching the fight was wondering the same. How could a taijutsu battle become so one-sided so suddenly? Kakashi kept muzzling his head trying to figure it out when he saw Hinata smiling. "You know what's happening, don't you?" Kakashi asked Hinata, giving him a traditional eye smile. "Of course I know, he used the same strategy against me a couple of times," Hinata explained. "Then you wouldn't mind explaining what exactly Naruto is doing?" Kakashi asked. "Use your Sharingan and watch the battle carefully," Hinata said and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did what she said. Kakashi lifted his headband to show his own fully matured Sharingan. It took him a couple of minutes until he noticed it, but he was capable of figuring it out. "That's ingenious," Kakashi said, wondering how anyone never thought of that. "Looks like you figured it out," Hinata said. "What? Tell us what's happening," Sakura said. Kakashi turned to her and noticed that everyone was staring at him and waiting for an answer. His sweat dropped before beginning. "The concept is rather simple to understand, however to actually use it in combat would be more tricky. One of the Sharingan's powers is the ability to cast Genjutsu when the enemy crosses eyes with the Sharingan user." Kakashi started as everyone nodded, focusing on his explanation. "What Naruto is doing is placing very small Genjutsu every time they exchange blows. Naruto is making Sasuke see false attacks or even hide his attacks, making Sasuke blind to Naruto's real movements. For instance, Naruto made Sasuke see a right hook when in fact it was a left hook, making Sasuke completely exposed. Another example is making Sasuke see that Naruto is on the defensive when in fact he is preparing to throw a kick," Kakashi explained as best as he could. Everyone stared at Kakashi's explanation and stayed in awe at Naruto's skill. Even Kurenai herself, a Genjutsu master, didn't think of that, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to use it in combat because the only way to induce a Genjutsu without hand seals is with a, which Kurenai wasn't gifted with. "You're right, that's ingenious, the kid is a genius. I wonder why he never told me about that," Kurenai pointed out, and Kakashi chuckled. "There is a reason why we say to never gaze into the eyes of an Uchiha," Kakashi said, chuckling. Maybe I should try it too," Kakashi thought. Of course he would ask for Naruto's permission to use it. "I wonder what name I would call this variant. Maybe Illusion Fist. Yeah, that's a good name," Kakashi thought. "Akashi-sensei," Sakura called out, drawing him out of his thoughts. "I thought the Sharingan was able to see through Genjutsu." Sakura was confused. "It can, since I found out what was happening, but look at Sasuke," Kakashi said, pointing to the field. "You would have noticed that he was attacking blindly. His judgment is clouded by so much anger and frustration that he doesn't even realize what is happening," Kakashi said, and Sakura frowned over Sasuke-kun. "Arena? Had enough yet?" Naruto asked as he watched Sasuke retreat and make distance between himself and Naruto. "I don't know what he's doing, but I can't engage into jutsu with him anymore. Guess I'll resort to ninjutsu, my chakra reserves are still full," Sasuke thought as he landed from a quick succession of jumps, nursing his cracked rib. "I don't know what you are doing and I don't care. I'll show you the Uchiha's firepower," Sasuke said, smirking. "Ninjutsu it is," as Naruto said before both flashed through the same hand seals and yelled out Kaiten. "Dikaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique." Both expelled a fire stream from their mouths that collided in the middle and battled for dominance. Seconds passed and the clash was at a standstill. While the battle for power was going on, Naruto poured more chakra into his flames, transforming them into white hot that completely overrun Sasuke's and made him jump out of the way, otherwise he would get burned to a crisp. "Kaiten. Hausenkan no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique," Naruto called out and started sending multiple fireballs, making Sasuke run to dodge almost all of them since he used a kunai and slashed through a few. "Kaiten. Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique," Naruto said, and instead of multiple fireballs, he sent a large stream of fire that covered a good portion of the arena. Sasuke saw the incoming fire and the only thing he could do was jump up, and that he did. Naruto expected him to jump up since it was the logical way to safely dodge his attack. He quickly threw a few shurikens and called out Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, and the few shurikens multiplied into about 50. Sasuke took out a kunai and started deflecting as many as he could, but he was forced to replace himself with a log, otherwise he would be turned into a pincushion for shurikens. "Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone," Naruto called out, and a single clone poofed into existence. They both were standing to each other before calling their techniques. "Futon. Kami no Yuzu, Wind-style Divine Vortex," Naruto's shadow clone called out and created a vortex of wind in front of him that blasted towards Sasuke. "Kaiten. Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique," Naruto called out and released a fire stream that combined with the wind's vortex. "Fire-Wind Collaboration Jutsu. Divine Blazing Vortex," they both said at the same time. An enormous vortex of hot flames burned his way to Sasuke fast. Sasuke dodged to the side but still got scorched in his right arm. The vortex continued its path and drilled a good hole in the arena wall before stopping. How can he have so much chakra to throw around like nothing, Sasuke thought as he analyzed the blazing inferno that Naruto just unleashed. "Page box. Such control over the fire element," the Kazekage said. As expected from members of the Uchiha clan, the Raikage agreed. "Yes, they do have rather good control over it, however it isn't Naruto's primary affinity," they explained. "Oh?" the Raikage asked, surprised. All members of the Uchiha had a rather high affinity towards fire. "And what would be his primary one?" he asked. "Lightning, and he's rather good with it," they commented. Raikage raised an eyebrow, after all, lightning attacks were his village's strength. Let's see what he has then, the Raikage said as he turned his attention towards the arena. So he's skilled in lightning, let's see, Derry thought. Derry is the only person in his village to wield the legendary black lightning that was taught to him by the Sandame Raikage and the Yondame Raikage's father. Arena. I'm tired of playing games with you, Sasuke said and activated his curse mark. Immediately as he activated it, he felt a burst of chakra, strength and speed inside himself. As the black mark started spreading through his skin covering almost all of his body, he felt like he could take on the world. But this power, I'll grind you to dust, Sasuke said, laughing like a crazy bastard that he is. It's no use, Kurama said, shaking his head. He's bananas, Kurama said, and Naruto chuckled. I told you not to use that power. It consumes you and blinds you, you turn into nothing more than an anger-driven lunatic, Naruto said, and as he expected, Sasuke rejected him, saying that he was jealous of such power. Sasuke ran forward at the top of his speed, but Naruto was able to predict where it would hit him, so he just tilted his head to the side. Sasuke was about to kick him when Naruto started glowing. Shit, Sasuke thought as he didn't have enough time for a Kawarimi. Sasuke just jumped back as far as he could and coiled himself with his arms in front of his face, bracing himself. Boom. Naruto's clone exploded and sent Sasuke flying. Sasuke didn't receive much damage, but for a bit of scorched skin. His curse mark and quick reflexes allowed him to block the attack with little to no damage at all. I should have known he knew that variant of his shadow clone jutsu, Sasuke thought, smacking himself for not realizing it. Sasuke was watching Naruto very carefully for any types of move when Naruto suddenly poofed in smoke, revealing it to be a Kage Bushin. Right. Left. Up. Sasuke thought as he searched for said blonde and jumped back just in time to avoid Naruto's hand popping from the ground. You really think I would fall for that? Kakashi-sensei used that during our Genin test, Sasuke explained, but Naruto didn't say anything. Both just stared at each other, plotting their next move. Raiden Rikachu, Flash Pillar, Naruto said as flash through hand seals. Just as finished, a very bright light emerged from his hand, blinding Sasuke, who didn't move an inch from his spot, still eyeing Naruto. Sasuke quickly flared his chakra, breaking the Jinjutsu in an instant. Jinjutsu doesn't work against me, Sasuke boasted about his Sharingan. His curse mark, Kid Kurama said, snapping Naruto from his thoughts. The curse mark put his chakra in constant fluctuation. Only a very powerful Jinjutsu would be able to affect him while the mark is active, Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded. Let's try this, Naruto said and eyed Sasuke's eyes. Hakuanjo no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, Naruto said, and Sasuke's world went black. Sasuke found himself in a dark place. Sasuke couldn't even see his own hands in front of him. It was pure blindness, the biggest fear of Dojutsu users. Sasuke said, but the technique didn't even waver. Sasuke tried once more, but it failed. Sasuke got pissed and flared as much chakra as he could, and his curse mark glowed. On the third try, Sasuke unleashed a pulse of chakra that cracked the floor and broke his illusion. Sasuke was left panting after releasing that amount of chakra. You're right, Kurama. He even broke in a rank Jinjutsu, Naruto said to Kurama. After all, the snake's gifts were useful for something. I told you. Jinjutsu is useless against me, Sasuke said, smirking as he popped a soldier pill to regain some chakra. What to do? Naruto mused in thought. He couldn't pull his big weapons, otherwise he might accidentally kill Sasuke. Something unpredictable, Naruto thought as he chose what he was going to do against him. But we'll have a field day after this. I pity the old man, Naruto chuckled in thought. Naruto raised his right arm facing Sasuke, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto smiled and said Haki Kuishu, air palm. Naruto channeled chakra to his arm and sent an air palm toward Sasuke, who would never expect a Hyuga attack from him, and got hit right in the chest. Naruto's unpredictable attack finally broke Sasuke's cracked rib and made him cough a bit of blood, but he wouldn't surrender just because of that. He channeled more chakra to the curse mark, trying to get as much as he could. Sasuke disappeared from view and appeared right in front of Naruto. Sasuke sent a kick to his chest, but was surprised when the kick was blocked. Sasuke saw Naruto smiling just before he started spinning in a blue dome of chakra. Hate, Naruto said as he spun, blocking Sasuke's kick and sending him flying to the wall. Sasuke should have expected that after seeing Naruto using the air palm, but apparently his arrogance knows no boundaries. Enough, Sasuke roared as pushed as much chakra as he could towards his curse seal, making it completely cover his body. Sasuke dashed forward towards Naruto with tremendous speed. Naruto's eyes widened and he brought his hand just in time to block a straight punch to his face that would most likely hurt quite a bit. Man. He picked up speed. I may need to disable my gravity seals. Or Naruto thought as he dodged another fast kick from Sasuke. Hidori Nagashi, Chidori current, Naruto called out, and his body was enveloped by an electric flow that sparked in every direction. As soon as Naruto unleashed the lightning jutsu, Sasuke was shocked and thrown backwards and left twitching. Damn it. I can't fight in close quarters with him. And he didn't use hand seals for that jutsu, so I can't copy it. Damn that loser, Sasuke thought as he planned another way to approach the blonde without coming in contact with his defensive electric coat. With crowd. I've never seen that one, Hinata said as she activated her and watched in wow as the electricity danced and flowed around his body, almost making a protective layer around him. Neither did I. It seems to be derived from my Chidori, Kakashi commented as he watched his brother with pride. You taught him the Chidori? Guy asked, surprised. No, he copied it during a mission and asked me for permission to use it. Since he had the Sharingan and lightning affinity, I didn't see why not, and besides he taught me his own creation, the Kirin Jutsu, Kakashi stated with pride in his little brother. What? He taught you that jutsu, Kiba blurted out. He remembered very well the power of that jutsu as it was imprinted very well in his memory. Yes, he did, but I think I might not be able to use it properly. I still can't gather the energy in the atmosphere and hold it without dispersing, Kakashi explained in a bit of shame. I need to train my lightning affinity further if I want to be able to use that jutsu, he summarized, sighing. Thank God for that, Zabuza said, chuckling. Damn you, Hiashi, one of the elders said. Did you see what you have done? You expelled your daughter instead of sending her to the branch family, and now an outsider knows our clan's best techniques. He said, glaring at the clan head. If I'm not mistaken, you agreed and even pushed for her removal from the clan, Hiashi calmly replied, and the elders scowled. It doesn't matter now. We must find a way to make sure they don't spread out our techniques, one of the elders said. Page box. Well, there you go. A defensive lightning jutsu, the said, smiling. Irakage wasn't as happy with the events as he watched him very carefully. That brat. That looks like a bastard version of my lightning armor. The Irakage thought as he analyzed his jutsu to minute detail. He might be able to complete it. At least I'll have another adversary for my speed, the Irakage thought, chuckling. Irakage was Kumo's most powerful shinobi, and it was a shame he didn't have anyone to compete with. Every single shinobi under his command didn't match up to him. Only his brother Killer Beast stood a chance, and that was because he had the full power of the Hachibi behind him. That's a rather good defensive jutsu. It may not defend against attacks per se, but at least it prevents anyone from coming close to the user, Darui explained as he watched Naruto in a new light. Yes, the Irakage agreed. It looks like you were right, Hokage Dono. He's skilled in lightning, and apparently he can use some Hyuga's moves, the Irakage commented, and then nodded his head. You forget that Hyuga Hinata is his girlfriend. He was bound to learn her techniques since she isn't tied to the clan, he explained. That brat. I wonder what more he can do. Maybe I can convince him to join my village, Orochimaru thought. Yes. Let's see what more he can do. You intrigue me to no end, Orochimaru thought, salivating and licking his lips in anticipation. Arena. How are you so strong, Naruto? Sasuke asked, finally realizing that the loser in front of him wasn't as weak as he expected. How did that happen? I trained myself to the brink of exhaustion every single day. I hated him, despised him as much as I could. How can that dope be more powerful than me? Sasuke cursed in his thoughts as he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. You don't even belong to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said. Thank God for that, Naruto quickly replied. What? Sasuke asked, confused. I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, Sasuke, and it was my choice not to go to the Uchiha clan. And I'm glad that I didn't, otherwise I might be 7 feet under right now, Naruto said, shivering at the thought as many in the crowd did. Then help me, Sasuke said, swallowing his pride. He would never ask anyone for help. But a fellow Sharingan user could be of help to him. Nothing more. I don't follow, Naruto said confusedly to what exactly Sasuke wanted. Help me kill my brother and avenge our family, and let's start the Uchiha clan once again, Sasuke said to the blonde. No. Don't mix me up with the Uchiha clan and your little vendetta, I have nothing to do with it. My father never belonged to the clan, and neither will I. The Uchihas were a bunch of power-arrogant fools who did anything for power, and they felt like gods themselves, just because of these precious eyes, Naruto said. Naruto remembered very well the Uchihas when they were alive and kicking. They all thought that the rest of the shinobi were below them, and it wouldn't surprise him if that was their demise. Sasuke seethed his teeth and wanted to argue, but he couldn't really do much. It's true his clan wanted power, and it was true that everyone else was below them. Sasuke kept cursing the blonde's existence until something clicked on his mind. Wait. You said that your father wasn't an Uchiha? Sasuke asked. That's right. My father lived in the village for 5 years, and he never belonged to the Uchiha clan. Naruto said, much to the shock of young Sasuke. My father always hid his Sharingan with a Jinjutsu much like I did for the last 8 years or so. Naruto explained. If your father didn't belong to the clan, I bet he was someone weak who didn't have the honor of being considered one, Sasuke smugly said, trying to get under Naruto's skin. Kakashi himself in the stands wanted to go to the arena and shove it into Sasuke's ass for disrespecting his sensei. My father was a hero that lost his life during the Kyuubi's attack, so don't disrespect him, Sasuke, Naruto said seriously. Everyone in the stands could feel the tension rising between both of them and wondered if they would both come out alive. And the reason why my father was never an Uchiha was because he was the son of someone who exiled himself from the clan, Naruto said, wondering if Sasuke would figure it out. Oh shit. Naruto is bringing it out. The thought he watched a match with interest. This match would affect the blonde's future much more than he knew. Exiled. But the clan never exiled anyone, Sasuke said, confused as he tried to think about every journal he read about the clan's history. Naruto watched Sasuke wrecking his brain trying to find out who exactly left the clan. Sasuke froze as he remembered the one single person that left the clan. The only Sharingan user in the clan history to ever leave the clan, and Konoha for that matter. You can't be, Sasuke said involuntarily, taking a step back. He died in the Valley of the End, Sasuke said, shivering at the thought. Valley of the End? A few people in the crowd asked, not understanding. Looks like you figured it out, Naruto said. Care to tell the crowd who's that person? Naruto asked. There is only one person to ever leave the clan. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke gulped and said, and Naruto smirked knowing he got into his head. That's right, Sasuke. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Grandson of the legendary Uchiha Madara, Naruto stated out loud as his hair flowed with the wind and his Sharingan spinning like crazy. Naruto discreetly made a cage bunshin into Madara's shimmer into existence behind Naruto. Everyone could see the similarities between both of them. The hairstyle, the strong jawline and general shape of the face, the Sharingan, and the aura of power they both seemed to exude. Poor Sasuke didn't know what to think of the supposed dope and dead last of the academy. He was the grandson of the most powerful Uchiha to live. Page box. What? The Kazekage aka Orochimaru yelled out from the balcony, jumping from his seat as he stared at the blonde. Careful, Orochimaru, or you might blow your cover, the said in his thought. Your lust for power and immortality will be your downfall. Unbelievable. To think Madara would have a son and later on a grandson, the Raikage commented. Wait a minute, the Raikage thought as he looked towards the unsurprised and Jiraiya. You said his hair looked like Madara's. You didn't know how right you were, Derry said lightly, chuckling. You knew about this, didn't you? The Raikage asked almost rhetorically, looking towards the Jiraiya. I'm the Kage of this village, don't you think I would know? The replied. Though if Naruto didn't tell me I wouldn't have known, he thought, chuckling to himself. You lied to me, Hokage Dono. You know very well who your parents are, don't you? The Raikage asked. Perhaps I was economical with the truth, yes, the said and chuckled lightly. I don't suppose you will tell me? The Raikage fished around for information. In time. I will make it public knowledge when Naruto chooses it. The replied. To think that Minato was an Uchiha and the son of Madara himself, Orochimaru thought as he gritted his teeth. With the blood of the most powerful Uchiha within my grasp, I'll attain my final objective. I can no longer afford to kill the brat. Though I wonder what else he's hiding. Orochimaru thought that the brat was a gold mine. With crowd. No way, Sakura gasped. Unbelievable, Ino said. Like I said. Troublesome blonde Shikamaru thought of no longer watching the clouds and focusing on the fight. Apparently the fight itself wasn't troublesome anymore. I think. We might have made a mistake, Hiashi said, gulping with a dry throat. At least your daughter picked a worthy husband. If we incorporate the blood of such an Uchiha in our clan, we surely will become the most powerful and influential one in the elemental nations. Even if it was someone like Madara. One of the elders said. Yes, Hiashi. It's of vital importance you bring your daughter back to the clan. Without the cage bird seal she can become the heiress, offer her that. Another elder replied. Do I mean anything other than a powerful heiress? Do they even care about me? Or do they only care about the power of the clan? Hanabi asked with her head lowered as she overheard the elders speaking. That brat, Asuma said, chuckling. Kurane-sensei, Sakura called out to get her attention. Did you know he was Madara's grandson? She asked. No, Sakura, I didn't know, Kurenai replied and turned towards Hinata. Did you know Hinata? Kurenai asked. Of course, Kurane-sensei, we know everything about each other, Hinata replied, and Kakashi broke out in a fit of giggles, but a glare from Kurenai silenced him quickly enough. I think only that Jiraiya, Kakashi and I know about his true heritage, Hinata explained. Jiraiya? Sakura asked. Jiraiya the Toad Sage is his godfather, Hinata replied, and Sakura's jaw hit the floor. Is he related to any other powerful shinobi? Sakura asked, not believing the Sakal Dobe was the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live and the godson of one of the Sanins. If only you knew, Hinata replied in thought. In time he will reveal himself to the world, Hinata replied. Poor Uchiha Zabuza said, chuckling, and many agreed. It looked like Sasuke's fate was sealed. Arena. Sasuke broke from his thoughts, he wouldn't let him have his way with him. I don't care who you are, I'll defeat you right here, Sasuke spat. You are a hypocrite, Sasuke. You say you don't care who I am, and yet you boast about being an uchiha, Naruto said, and both prepared to end their battle. Shut up, Sasuke yelled out with his curse mark flaring even more. I'm ending this right now, Sasuke said. Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Sasuke went through the hand seals and placed his hand down with his other hand gripping the wrist. Lightning could be seen forming in his palm. Suddenly the lightning chakra spiked and sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. With crowd. Wow, so that's the Chidori, Sakura said in awe. That's the power of the Uchiha clan, Sakura said, entering her usual fangirl style. So you taught him the Chidori? Guy asked. Yes. Sasuke is very similar to me and Naruto himself. They both have the Sharingan and both have lightning affinities, Kakashi explained. You don't seem worried, Kakashi-sensei, Ino said. That's because Naruto also knows that technique. The jutsu he used earlier was based on that one, but I don't know if he's going to use it or anything else, Kakashi explained. Arena. So Kakashi-sensei taught you the Chidori, Naruto stated as he watched the Chidori sparkle in Sasuke's hand. That was a risk on his part. You are too unstable, Naruto said. Shut up, Sasuke yelled as he dashed towards Naruto intending to end his life one and for all. I always wondered how the Rasengan would hold up against the Chidori. Let's try it, Naruto thought as he ran towards Sasuke as well. Everyone in the audience could hear a swirling sound as the chakra started spinning in Naruto's hand. Moments later it emerged in his hand, a small blue sphere, and many knew what it was. Chidori. Rasengan. Both attacks clashed and the ground shook from energy being released. Everyone in the audience stared in awe at the power of both genins. The attacks were fighting for supremacy, sparkles of pure electricity were ripping the ground apart. Some of the people had to turn away from the bright light being emitted from the clash. The clash suddenly ended as both were propelled backwards through the air. Sasuke stumbled into the ground while Naruto regained his balance mid-air and landed on the ground, but hard enough for it to crack. Looks like the Rasengan and the Chidori are about even, Naruto said as he eyed the results of their clash. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was getting back up. He looked like he was exhausted, he was breathing hard, and his arm had a couple of cuts and bruises that were bleeding. I can't clash it against that jutsu since I can only do it twice a day, Sasuke thought as his breathing was labored. Damn that. Sasuke thought but was interrupted when Naruto said loser. But they both said at the same time. Are you? Sasuke said. Reading my mind, Naruto completed, and Sasuke watched Naruto's Sharingan glow and start spinning. I've looked into your future and its defeat, Naruto said, making Sasuke boil. Sasuke flashed through the same hand seals, completely discarding the fact he could only do it one more time. Looks like it will be his last attack. His chakra reserves are almost empty, Naruto thought as he watched Sasuke with his Sharingan. Both ran forward intending to clash one final time, however Naruto had a different idea. To any other spectator, the clash that was about to ensue was pretty much like the previous, with Sasuke wielding a Chidori and Naruto a Rasengan. However, the moment they were about to clash, Naruto activated his M's without letting Sasuke see it, otherwise he would fuss about it, and phased right through Sasuke, who still had his Chidori active. What the hell is he? Were Sasuke's thoughts as he watched Naruto pass right through him with his Chidori activated. It's like Naruto turned into water and Sasuke flew right through it. The moment they separated, Naruto quickly turned back and slammed his Rasengan into Sasuke's back, and he was sent flying into the wall and ended up on the ground barely awake. Cough, oh cough, can you be so cough strong? Sasuke barely asked as he noticed the blonde approaching him. Because I fight to protect. I know what you fight for, Sasuke. Naruto paused. You fight for vengeance and you train in order to be strong enough to kill your brother, Naruto said and watched Sasuke glaring at him before continuing. But if you want to truly be strong, then train, fight and die for your precious people. Drop your attitude and find someone to care for, and then your true strength will be revealed, Naruto concluded and watched Sasuke close his eyes and embrace the sweet unconsciousness. Heiei quickly hurried towards Sasuke and poked him with a stick. Sasuke made no sound as he was completely out. Medics, Heiei yelled, and immediately a couple of medics entered the arena and placed Sasuke in a stretcher to be brought to the infirmary. Winner by knockout. Uzumaki, Naruto, Heiei called out, smiling at the blonde brat. He never liked the Uchiha much. Heiei declared the winner and an intense silence followed afterwards. Not even birds could be heard as Sasuke was being carried to the infirmary. Naruto left the arena and was walking towards the balcony when the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, bringing a small smile to our blonde. There will be a 30-minute break until the next round begins, Heiei explained. Page box. The will of fire burns brightly in him. I only wished you were here to see him, Minato sadly thought. Not an apprentice, my ass, if I am not mistaken that was the Rasengan, the Raikage said. Well, I did teach him a few things, Jiraiya said, chuckling a bit nervously and rubbing the back of his head. The Uchiha genin using that jutsu, amazing, the Kazekage commented. That Orochimaru must be interested in Naruto since he has the Sharingan as well. So much greed, the thought, and shame. Your thoughts on the match and the promotions, the said. Naruto easily deserves Chunin rank. He stayed calm and came up with different strategies to counter the opponent's strengths. Besides, he's strong on his own. The Raikage said, and the Kazekage agreed with the Raikage's reasoning. Chunin it is. What about Sasuke? They asked. He doesn't deserve the Chunin rank. Even though he has the strength, he was unable to keep his head cool, and I seem to agree with the Uzumaki, he seems a bit unstable, the Kazekage explained. If Sasuke believes the village is holding him back, it will be another reason for him to join me, Orochimaru thought. I agree. Even though there were some revelations. He should have tried to keep his head calm and focused. The Raikage agreed, eyeing the Jiraiya. It's decided then, the said. With crowd. I didn't know Naruto was that talented, Izumo said. Yes, who would think the brat that we used to see being chased by Anbu was that good, Katetsu said. That is right, he will be Jounin before us, Izumo said, chuckling. Everyone watched a blonde making his way up the stands as he approached his fellow friends and senseis. Naruto realized that they were all staring at him and asked, is there something on my face? Is that all you have to say after what you told everyone? Ino screeched out. It was a secret for a reason and you now know. What's the big deal? Naruto shrugged them off. Big deal? You the grandson of Uchiha Madara and you have a Sharingan, Ino stated out loud, having her arms. Yes, oh? I had to work hard to be this strong. The Sharingan helped, but I had to train as well, Naruto said. And besides, having a strong family doesn't make you strong, Naruto explained. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Hinata said and pecked his cheek, making him rub the back of his head. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, hugging her. Keep up the good work, brat. I've already made good money with you, Zabuza said, grinning. Were the odds against me that bad? He asked. 20-1. Everyone came here to see the Uchiha win, Zabuza said, laughing at the crowd until he realized something. Well. The Uchiha did win, Zabuza said, pointing to him. At least now everyone knows and I don't have to hide it anymore. Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said. She was happy that Naruto didn't cripple or hurt Sasuke. Too much. He needed a good reality check. He thought he was Kami on Earth because of those eyes, and who better than another one to show him, Naruto said. Chapter 22. Round 2, Water vs Fire. Crowd. You're ready for your match, Hinata? Naruto asked. Of course, she replied, kissing him, much to the jealousy of the other females who were now interested in said blonde. Who does she think she is? Naruto-kun will be mine. Naruto-kun. Looks like you got some competition, Naruto said, chuckling while holding her. Let them come. I'll their butts to the ground, Hinata said it loud enough so they could hear her. No one would take her, Naruto-kun, away. You know I'm kidding. You are the only one for me, Naruto said, squeezing the life out of her. All the newly created fangirl club said. How are your chakra levels? Naruto asked Hinata. I'm about full, I didn't spend much against Neji, Hinata replied. She sensed her chakra levels and estimated she was about 99% full since she didn't use any heavy chakra demanding jutsu besides Dakaten, and that was only momentarily. But Naruto said and leaned forward and whispered to her heart, try to end the battle quickly. You can't waste much chakra since you know what will happen. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I have soldier pills if need be, she replied, and he nodded. Naruto never really ran out of chakra because if he did, Kurama would simply replenish him and he would be back on his feet. It was one of the reasons Hinata was able to train with him all day long during the early days. Thanks to Kurama, he would simply replenish Hinata's reserves so she could go on. In time, her chakra reserves increased and she no longer needed that to keep up with Naruto. Are you ready, kitten? Naruto asked Yujito in a mocking tone. Shut up, Whiskers, she replied, and he laughed. Hey, I have a question. Yujito asked. Shoot, Naruto said. Why did you hide your Sharingan and powers? Yujito asked, not understanding. Jinchuriki were treated badly no matter where they grew up. She didn't understand why he would hide his strength and be mocked even more. Actually, it is very simple. Most of the civilians treat me as a demon and tried to hurt and kill me on several occasions, Naruto said, and got gasps from his fellow classmates. What do you think they would do if they saw me as a smart demon? Naruto asked rhetorically. Yujito nodded, knowing very well what life was like. She wasn't physically abused in Kumo, but the glares and words of hate were always there. Her dream was to become like her big brother Killer Bee. Killer Bee is treated as a hero by their people and they all know he's I guess she just needs to prove her worth to them. About the Sharingan, I never really had a choice. I awakened it when I was 5 so I could have gone to the Uchiha clan, however they would have treated me as a weapon and used me for their personal goals. And after the Uchiha massacre, if I came forward with a Sharingan they would think I killed the Uchihas and stole their eyes for me, Naruto explained. I guess. Yujito said, trailing off. People are blinded by their hate, but One day we shall rise above that, Naruto said with a small smile as he inspired another soul into the right path. No offense little kitten, Zabuza said, making Yujito's eye twitch in annoyance and Naruto stifle a chuckle. But Hinata, he said looking at her, you better win this as I have money riding on you, Zabuza said, making her raise an eyebrow. Just in whom else have you placed bets? Naruto asked. Just you and Hinata, since I know very well these wet behind the ears don't stand a chance against you, Zabuza said laughing while counting a pack of bills in his hands. I take offense to that, Yujito replied, but Zabuza shrugged her off. How are the odds for the next matches? Naruto asked. We are still on break so they might change, but I guess they were impressed with both of you. Yujito and Hinata both have equal odds since Hinata defeated the Hyuga prodigy, and you, Zabuza said pointing to Naruto, have slightly lower odds against Gaara since he's hailed as undefeatable and he's son of the Yondaime Kazekage, Zabuza said. Ironic, Naruto muttered. Gaara and me. We are both Jinchurikis and both sons of the Yondaime of our villages, Naruto thought. What? Zabuza asked, not to get what Naruto said. Nothing, Naruto replied, but Hinata got the meaning from that single word. By the way, Naruto, Ino said, getting his attention. Who was your father? Ino asked as if it was a normal question. Maybe Naruto would have stiffened at such a random question, but not anymore. One day I will tell you. But not today, Naruto said. Why not? Ino asked, whining. Because my father was a very powerful man and had many enemies that I would like to keep away for now, but one day. I will take my family name, Naruto said smiling. You will take the Uchiha name? Ino asked. No. I don't want to be mixed up with them. I may have Uchiha blood and respect my grandfather, but I won't take that name, Naruto replied. Why not? The Uchihas are respected and feared everywhere, even though there is only Sasuke left. And you, Ino said. Because I never liked their attitude, to put it simply. The Uchihas were feared, but they were also known for their arrogance and willingness to do anything for power, Naruto said. When I choose my clan name it will either be my father's name or my mother's name, Naruto explained. Wait. You mean Uzumaki isn't your real name? Ino asked, not believing her ears. Yes. My real clan name was hidden to protect me, so I was named after my great-grandmother who was in Uzumaki, Naruto replied. He really did have one hell of a lineage. Wow, Ino said. They must have been great people, Ino said in awe. The Sandaime did so much to hide Naruto's true family, so they must have been very important and strong. They were, Naruto replied in a low voice. He wondered what would have been like to grow up with his parents. Having breakfast with them when he woke up. Having them buy him ramen. Walking with them through the streets. Being tucked into bed. And making them proud of him. Enough with the depressing mood, if you keep this up you might start brooding like the Uchihas, Zabuza said, making Naruto snap from his thoughts and laugh. The break is now over, we will now start round 2 of the Chunin's exams finals, Hayate yelled from the arena. The crowd quieted down and focused on the proctor. Nai, Yujito and Hyuga Hinata, please make your way to the arena, Hayate called out. Good luck, Naruto said and pecked her cheek. Do I get good luck as well? Yujito asked in a teasing tone. Nope, Naruto simply replied, making Yujito sweat drop. Add whiskers, she replied, and both of them made their way to the arena to begin their match. Cage box. Up in the cage box the cages were making small talk while they waited for round 2 to begin. So? Kazekage started. Who do you think will win the next match? The Kazekage asked, trying to sound interested when he really wanted to see Naruto match against Gaara. My girl, of course, the Raikage said quickly. The chuckled but replied, I have faith in Hinata-chan. What about you, Kazekage Dono? The asked. I have to agree with the Raikage. She might be good, but Yujito is a who can use her Biju. Even though the girl seems to have an elemental advantage that won't help her if Yujito uses her Biju, the Kazekage explained his point of view. We will see, they said. They kept talking when an Anbu appeared in the cage box through Shunshin and went to whisper in the Hokage's ear. How's everything? They asked. Everything is prepared. The clan heads are prepared and will rendezvous at their compound to organize their forces. The defensive seals are ready and Chunin were assigned to power them up and there were already shinobi ready to evacuate the civilians, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said, and they nodded. Everything alright, Hokage Dono? The Raikage asked. It was just a report on Hyuga Neji, Fu and Uchiha Sasuke. They are all awake but recovering from their matches, they replied smoothly. He didn't tell the Raikage about the incoming invasion because he didn't know which side he would take and that could prove catastrophic. Looks like the match is about to begin, the said, and they focused their attention in the arena. Arena. Nai Yujito versus Hyuga Hinata, both fighters ready? Hayate asked and they both nodded. Hajime, Hayate called out and jumped back. Be careful, kitten. She might look weak, but I sense she isn't, Nibi said, and Yujito nodded. They both dashed towards each other and started exchanging attacks. Hinata quickly found out that Yujito's abnormal flexibility allowed her to dodge her strikes rather well. Yujito ran towards her and jumped in the air and performed a drop kick. Hinata placed her arms above her head in an X formation and blocked the kick. Hinata quickly grabbed her foot and slammed her to the ground and jumped back to give Yujito some space. Yujito easily got up and brushed the dirt off her clothes before dashing once again towards Hinata. Hinata fell into her defensive stance as Yujito approached her and started to attack. Yujito channeled Nibi's chakra to her fingernails and hands and feet and they elongated a couple inches, turning them into very sharp weapons like. Yujito tried a horizontal slash, but Hinata couldn't dodge in time with her gravity seals activated and was forced to perform a kaiten to block the attack. Yujito, seeing the kaiten, jumped back. Hinata channeled chakra to her storage seals and her daggers poofed to life. They were like Asuma's trenched knives made of conductive chakra metal with a 7 inches long one-sided blade. Hinata quickly channeled wind chakra through them and rushed Yujito. They both exchanged blows, but Hinata's chakra-enhanced blades quickly chopped through Yujito's fingernails like hot knives through butter. Yujito picked up a kunai and channeled chakra through them, but they were also overpowered by Hinata's wind chakra, leaving Yujito without choice but to dodge the swings. Yujito flipped back and tried to kick Hinata's chin, but Hinata jumped up and backflipped, landing graciously in her feet a couple of feet away from Yujito. Hinata saw that she clearly had the advantage with weapons, since Yujito couldn't block Hinata's daggers with anything. Hinata quickly sealed the daggers back in her seals and took her Jaiken stance. Yujito dashed towards her and tried a right hook. Hinata sidestepped it and quickly and graciously she closed all of Yujito chakra points of her right arm, making it completely limp. Feeling her right arm completely useless, Yujito jumped back to gain some distance. Damn, I really can't engage into jutsu against Hyuga's, Yujito thought. Normally after seeing this Hinata would ask for her to surrender, but she knew her was pretty much useless against A. Don't think you won just because of this, Yujito said, smirking even after her having a useless arm. I know you can open your chakra points again by channeling Nibi's chakra, but it still is very painful, Hinata explained as she watched with her red chakra flood her right arm and forcefully open the chakra points. Yujito winced and flexed her arm to get rid of the stiffness and numb the pain. She quickly forgot to jutsu and decided to focus solely on ninjutsu because her being a mage in jutsu pretty difficult for her to learn. She envied Naruto in secret due to his Sharingan being able to cast illusions very easily. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Yujito called out and sent a medium fireball towards Hinata. Hinata easily jumped to the side to avoid them and flashed through hand seals and said Suiton Tepidama, water bullet. Hinata sent multiple small water bullets towards Yujito, who managed to avoid them all. Suiton Bakusa Shouha, great exploding water wave, Hinata pumped her chest full of chakra and expelled a giant wave of water. Hinata rose from the ground from the amount of water being released and rode the wave that came crashing on Yujito, leaving the poor cat drenched. I told her to preserve chakra and she pulls and shrank jutsu, Naruto said, shaking his head. I guess I'll refill her when she comes back, Naruto thought. Hinata took a deep breath to regain her breathing after changing the battlefield to her advantage. Both Yujito and Hinata eyed each other and they stood above the water that was a couple inches high and covered the entire arena ground. Hinata decided to break the tension and began with Mizu Shuriken no Jutsu, water shuriken. Hinata said and the water rose in the air and took the form of shurikens who gained speed and went towards Yujito, who blocked all of them with a kunai. I'll give her something she can't block, Hinata thought before going trough hand seals and saying Sensatsu Sushu, 1,000 flying water needles of death and sent 1,000 water towards Yujito, who couldn't dodge all of them all. Peyton Keen Senpyu, Flames Vortex, Yujito called out and fire started spinning in front of her, suddenly exploding towards the incoming Senbon, completely vaporizing them. Peyton. Aogakakyu no Jutsu, great blue fireball technique, Yujito called out and using Nibi's chakra, sent a massive fireball towards Hinata, who couldn't dodge in time. Suiton Sujin Heki, water wall, Hinata called out and enveloped herself in water to block the fireball. The blue fireball collided with the water wall and erupted a cloud of steam that covered the center of the arena, blocking the vision of the crowd. I can't compete in ninjutsu against it, I'm only stalling this match, Hinata thought as the cloud of steam began to disperse and showed Hinata unharmed and Yujito facing her a couple of feet away. Hinata suddenly came up with the perfect plan. She placed her right arm making a half tiger sign while holding her left arm vertically. Kurigakur no Jutsu, Hinata called out and the entire arena was covered in a mist that blocked the vision of everyone. Hinata could see rather well due to her and Yujito being a Jinchuriki. She was like a candle during the night. Hinata knew this jutsu from the training she did in Suiton with Zabuza. This can't be good, Yujito said to herself as she tried to relax her senses and find where her adversary was. Damn, I can't sense her anywhere, Yujito thought as she tried to feel anyone around her, but she could only sense the proctor. She saw a small shimmer of light before jumping to the right and avoiding a volley of shurikens that were thrown by Hinata. The shurikens were concealed by the mist, and even Yujito with enhanced senses couldn't hear or see them. What do I do to clear this mist? Yujito wondered when she felt a very sharp pain from her shoulders and legs. She looked at her body and saw 4 senbon sticking out. Where did that come from, Yujito thought until a realization hit her. The shurikens were only a distraction. I need to find her soon, Yujito thought, wrecking her brains out to find some strategy to counter this mist. She was thinking, but she started to feel very weak and sleepy. She removed the senbon from her shoulder and smelled the tip, detecting a faint metallic smell. Poison, Yujito concluded. Nibi, I've been poisoned, Yujito said to her partner. Already on it, it looks like a sleeping poison, but it seems highly potent, and she hit a blood vessel with those injecting it directly into the bloodstream. Those eyes are very dangerous in the middle of this mist. You need to find a way out of this, as Nibi replied as she powered a bit of her chakra into Yujito to flush out the drug. I know, but what can I do? I'm not a Futon user, so I can't clear the mist, Yujito thought. They were both trying to find ways to take away Hinata's advantage. To be able to use the one needs a very good chakra control, which can be applied to stealth by suppressing your own chakra signature. Yujito sensed a presence behind her and extending her nails, she quickly ducked and turned around, slashing through Hinata's chest until she dispelled into water. Izubunshin, water clone. Yujito was surprised by that and turned just in time to see Hinata speeding towards her through the mist. Haki Hyakunaju Hachishu, 8 trigrams 128 palms, Hinata called out as she got in her stance. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms, Hinata finally said, and Yujito was thrown backwards, coughing with half of her chakra network closed. Normally this would have been enough to knock out anyone, but not a. Yujito said in her mind as she was having trouble breathing. I told you to be careful, Nibi said. Yeah, just give me chakra so I can win this, Yujito said. If it wasn't for me you would already have lost, Nibi flatly said, but gave her the chakra anyway. Yujito was enveloped in a red chakra cloak with 2 tails swinging in the back. Yujito let out a roar that completely cleared the mist, showing everyone Yujito in all 4 with blue slitted eyes and her nails elongated. She was covered in a red chakra cloak with 2 tails swinging. Yujito seemingly disappeared from view, but Hinata could easily track her thanks to the. She blocked a straight punch from her and quickly deactivated her gravity seals so she could match Yujito's newfound speed. I need to use it and end this, Hinata thought as she prepared to permanently end this fight. They were both still engaged in a taijutsu fight at high speeds when Hinata went for a leg sweep, making Yujito jump up. Hinata, seeing Yujito in the air and unable to properly maneuver, she quickly rose up. With her she found where Yujito's seal was placed in her body, and it was in the stomach like Naruto. She channeled chakra to her fingers until they started glowing and showing kanji in them. Baju Fuin, 5-element seal, Hinata called out and slammed her right hand on Yujito, applying a 5-element suppression seal above Yujito's main seal, completely cutting off her access to the Nibi's chakra. Yugi. 2. Ive. B. N. Kyudo. Nibi tried to say but couldn't as she was completely cut off from Yujito, making her lose the cloak. Hinata took advantage of Yujito's weakened state from forcibly losing the chakra cloak and got into her stance and said Haki Sambakurakuju Isiki, 8 trigrams 316 palms, and started attacking her chakra points since she couldn't open them now. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms. 256 palms. 316 palms, Hinata said and finished her attack, completely closing Yujito's chakra network, making her fall to the ground unconscious. Hinata took a few deep breaths and raised her head towards the proctor. Winner by knockout. Hyuga, Hinata Hate called out, and Hinata started making her way towards the crowd, slowly regaining her breath. With crowd. Would you look at that? Kakashi said as he watched Hinata place a 5-element seal to disable her Biju and win the match. What did she do? Sakura asked, obviously not knowing what happened. She placed a seal over Yujito's main one to block her ability to use the Nibi's chakra, Kakashi explained. Wow, Sakura said. She and everyone else were in awe as they watched a genin win against a using its Biju. Obviously it wasn't full power, otherwise Hinata wouldn't stand a chance with that particular seal. I guess Naruto must have taught her since he knew she might be facing a since there were 4 in the exam, Kakashi said, looking towards Naruto who nodded. Hinata finally made her way up to the stands and joined her friends and senseis. That was awesome, Hinata, you kicked her ass, Kiba yelled. Thanks, Kiba, Hinata replied and then looked at Naruto who knew what was coming. So? You need a refill, right? Naruto asked. Yes, my chakra levels are slightly above half, Hinata asked. Naruto switched with Kurama. His eyes became blood red and slighted, his whiskers marks more pronounced, and his fangs increased in length and sharpness. You know what to do, Kurama said, and Naruto picked her hand and held her while Kurama transferred chakra to her. It was a matter of seconds before Hinata was back to full. Who's that? Ino asked fearfully. That voice wasn't Naruto. Ubi, he was refilling Hinata's chakra reserves for her next fight, Naruto explained. He can't use your body? Sakura asked. Well, he's inside of me. So we can switch anytime I want, Naruto asked, and Sakura gulped dryly. Scary, Sakura said, shivering from the thought. By the way, Naruto-kun, I think I need another Taijutsu style besides the Hinata said. What brought this up? Naruto asked. My match against Yujito. My was pretty much useless until I disabled her Bijuu chakra, and my Taijutsu style is again useless if the enemy can form some protective shell around their bodies. I need something that gives real damage like the Goken, strong fist, but I will have to train my strength, Hinata explained. Careful with what you say, Naruto whispered to her. Why? Hinata asked, not understanding. If you announce that the style is flawed, Hiashi might haunt your dreams, Naruto said, trying not to laugh. That's true, Hinata laughing. I'm just picturing his stoic face hanging in the air like a ghost, she said, making him chuckle. All kidding aside, I think I know what you want. We will talk about it after the exams, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'm up against Gaara next, Naruto said. I'll enjoy spilling your blood, Uchiha Gaara with a twisted smile that made his brother step away from him. You only care about killing, Naruto said, shaking his head. I will prove you wrong when we face each other, Naruto said. I will be waiting to prove my existence, Gaara emotionlessly said. Page box. I didn't expect that, the Raikage said when he watched Hinata seal Yujito's Bijuu chakra. Naruto is talented with seals, so he must have taught her. The said. I suppose, the Raikage said ashamedly, that none of his genins would win the Chunin exams. Not that it would even reach the finals, but he didn't know that. You have talented genins this year, Hikage Dono, the Kazekage said. Yes, but you do as well. We both have 2 genins each competing in the semi-finals, the replied. Yes, but I don't think my Tamari can win against a Hyuga girl, however I am confident that Gaara will win against a blonde brat, even if he has the Sharingan, the Kazekage said. Like I said, I have faith in them, they are very talented young shinobi, the said. Due to this being a double bracket tournament, we will have Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara and Sabaku no Tamari vs Hyuga Hinata for the semi-finals, Hade explained. Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara, please make it to the arena so we can begin the semi-finals, Hade called out, and they both sunshine to the arena. Gaara used his sand and Naruto used his lightning shunshin. Both fighters ready? Hade asked and they both nodded. Hajime. Chapter 23, Clash of Titans. Arena. Naruto and Gaara were standing a few feet from each other. Each one of them had emotionless faces as they eyed and studied their opponent. The proctor had already started the match, but neither of them moved, not wanting to make any mistake. Even though Gaara knew that his sand would defend him, he somehow knew that Naruto was strong. Gaara's mother, aka Chibi or Shukaku, had warned Gaara to be careful around Naruto since he was also and had the Kyuubi, the strongest of the 9 Bijuu. The silence in the arena was uncomfortable. There was no sound, no birds, no wind, the crowd itself was silent, watching what was the most anticipated match since the first round. Want help? Kurama asked. No. I want to do this on my own. I just need a refill, should I go empty, Naruto replied, making Kurama smirk at the devotion of his vessel in proving that he can be strong alone. Suddenly a small breeze lifted up and signaled the start of the match. Gaara's sand slowly started leaving his gourd on his back and started dancing around him. Naruto saw the sand starting to move and jumped back to gain some distance. Both of them were ready for their fight. Gaara already had his sand outside ready to crush our fellow blonde, and Naruto was watching it very carefully with his Sharingan blazing. Gaara suddenly clutched his head in pain, making Naruto raise an eyebrow to why suddenly Gaara would feel pain. It must be the Ichibi, Naruto thought as he watched Gaara clutching his head, trying to relieve his pain as best as he could. Just as it began, the pain suddenly stopped and Gaara slowly raised his head to show Naruto, his face angry with blood. Prove my existence, Uzumaki, Gaara shouted and sent forth a wave of sand towards Naruto, intending to crush him instantly. Naruto started evasive maneuvers and he watched the sand splitting into various waves trying to outflank Naruto. However, Naruto's speed coupled with his Sharingan made sure Naruto could predict the path of each wave, making sure he would never be caught. It's a shame they removed the water from the previous match. Since I don't have an affinity towards water, I can't use high-ranking moves without a water source nearby, Naruto thought as he kept dodging the sand. Let's see if his sand armor can keep up with me, Naruto thought as he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto quickly outmaneuvered the sand and slipped through it by ducking and sliding beneath the sand and delivered a good right hook into Gaara, sending him tumbling to the ground. Naruto watched as the sand that he used to attack quickly rushed to Gaara to absorb his impact. Naruto also noticed that the sand armor around Gaara's body itself was barely cracked and had already reformed. That thing is hard, Naruto thought as he analyzed in minute detail Gaara's sand armor, trying to find the best weakness. If he had the water he would drench his sand with it, making it slower and more chakra demanding, however that wasn't the case. Naruto picked a few shurikens and threw them at Gaara from multiple angles, but the sand quickly formed a round shell around him and blocked all of them. It seems that his sand is automatic, since some of the shurikens went to blind spots that Gaara couldn't see, Naruto thought as he watched Gaara drop his protective shield, making the shurikens fall to the floor. Let's test his strength, Naruto thought as he was about to pull his big guns to gradually try and penetrate his ultimate defense. Raiden Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, lightning style shuriken shadow clone, Naruto said, and he threw a single shuriken towards Gaara and they multiplied into dozens. However, differently from other times these shuriken were charged with chakra and since lightning was strong against earth it should work. Gaara brought his sand to block the shurikens but was surprised when they penetrated deeply into the sand and he had to reinforce the wall of sand to keep the shurikens from hitting them. If they were made with chakra metal they would have penetrated cleanly through his defenses, Naruto thought. Gaara quickly dropped the shurikens into the ground and said sand's bullets and sent multiple small round spheres made of sand to Naruto at high speeds. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said and expelled a fireball towards the incoming sand bullets, completely disintegrating them. Pain. Ryuka no Jutsu, dragon fire technique, Naruto said, and he flashed through hand seals and sent a stream of fire towards Gaara, who used a wall of sand to shield the flames. The stream of fire collided with the sand wall, and the heat generated from the clash transformed the sand into crystal glass, effectively disabling the sand that was used to block Naruto's attack. Would you look at that? How come I didn't think of that, Naruto thought before he said to Gaara Chemistry 101. What happens when you superheat sand? Gaara's eye twitched at the comment but ignored it as he felt his mother yelling with excitement in his head as he tried to spill Naruto's blood to prove his existence. Gaara sent his sand towards Naruto once again. I wonder what he can do once his sand is gone, Naruto thought as he thought about it. Since Gaara always carried that gourd with him so he should be limited to that amount. So Naruto could use his fire style to disintegrate or turn into glass his sand until he runs out. Naruto once again disappeared in a show of speed and reappeared right behind Gaara, surprising and making his sand unable to come to his defense. Raiden, lightning fist, Naruto called out. Naruto channeled chakra to his hand and delivered a massive punch to Gaara's chest, completely destroying his sand armor and managing to wound Gaara to the point he almost broke one of his ribs. Proud. Gaara got hit hard, Temari said. During her short life she never saw anyone manage to touch or even wound Gaara, with the exception of Naruto who somehow always managed to sneak through his defenses. He did it during the preliminaries and he's doing it again now. This is bad, Temari Kankuro said. I know, Temari replied. They might unleash it before the sound gives the signal, Kankuro said, but they couldn't do anything but watch as their brother was turned into a punching bag. Wow. Look at him go, Ino said. She could barely keep up with Naruto's speed. Naruto still had his weights on, but he was pumping his legs with chakra and was going too fast for most to track. After all, only speed could best Gaara's sand defenses. Arena. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said and expelled a fireball of gigantic proportions. It quickly collided with the sand waves that were coming towards Naruto and transformed into glass. Naruto quickly dashed to the glass and gave it a hard punch, completely shattering it. Naruto was about to unleash another jutsu when sand arms rose from underneath the ground and trapped Naruto by his ankles. Gaara yelled as Naruto was quickly enveloped in sand. Sabaku Kaiu, sand coffin, Gaara said, and Naruto was completely covered in sand to the point he wasn't even visible to anyone. Sabaku SMSM, sand funeral, Gaara said as he increased the pressure in his sand coffin, completely crushing Naruto. Yes. I've proved my existence, Gaara said laughing evilly as seemingly crushed his biggest foe in the sand, spilling his blood to his mother. Naruto Kurenai yelled from the balcony. Aside from her, everyone was silent waiting for something to happen. Everyone was frozen in complete silence when Naruto's voice echoed from within the sand. Really, Gaara? You know I'm better than this. Gaara's eyes widened in shock as he watched Naruto very calmly walk out of the sand prison. The sand didn't even move as Naruto walked out, as if Naruto was nothing more than a ghost or the basic. It's time I got rid of your sand, Naruto said before he made two shadow clones, each one taking Naruto's side, one on the left and the other on the right. All three Narutos moved in perfect synchronization. Pain. Garyuka no Jutsu, great dragon fire technique, the clone said before expelling a massive torrent of fire towards Gaara. This technique was a rank 1 and the improved version of the normal dragon fire one. Duetin Tapa, great breakthrough, the original Naruto said from the middle of the clones and sent a gust of wind that mixed with the fire and created what could only be described as an inferno. Gaara stood in shock as he watched the fire come closer and closer towards him. That technique had a very long reach and seemed to be really pumped with chakra. Suna no Tate, sand shield, Gaara said, and all of his sand left his gourd and surrounded Gaara, making a rather thin protective shell. It seemed that Gaara already lost quite a bit of sand to Naruto's previous attacks. The fire clashed with the shield, and Gaara disappeared from the audience's view as they could only see a torrent of fire completely enveloping Gaara. Naruto ran out of air in his lungs and dropped his techniques to see Gaara smirking inside a glass dome. Gaara quickly shattered the glass and eyed the blonde. "What can you do now without sand?" Naruto asked. "Well," Gaara said before going through hand signs. "Suna Shigur, sand rain," Gaara said, and strangely enough it started raining however, instead of water it started raining sand and a good deal of it. "I can easily create new sand by compressing the mineral underground as well. And as long as I have sand I can do anything," Gaara said before restocking his supplies of sand and preparing to restart his attacks. "Looks like destroying the sand is useless," Naruto thought sighing as he realized all that work was for nothing. Page box. "They are very skilled," the Raikage commented. "But the Uzumaki brat seems to be in a pickle," the Raikage said. "What makes you think that?" they asked confused. From the battle I noticed he tried to destroy the sand, but it seems that the sand brat can create more, the Raikage said, and they both turned to the Kazekage for an explanation. After all, the supposed fourth Kazekage was known for using his gold dust. "It would be a very dangerous problem if we ran out of sand, so we had to find new ways to create it on the spot," the Kazekage explained. "Interesting," the Raikage said. "The amount of skill and they are throwing easily puts them in level in ninjutsu," the Kazekage said. "It was expected from Jinchurikis," the Raikage said. "Yes," they agreed. "Proud. How can they be so strong?" Kiba asked. He didn't understand, he was from a clan, he trained every day, and he was ranked in the top during the academy days. "Naruto had to grow up fast so he could shield himself from the hate he received," Kakashi explained. "Besides, from what I understand, he read almost the entire library of Konoha," Kakashi said, and everyone had their eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. "How is that even possible?" Sakura asked. After all, Sakura was known for her book smarts. "Simple. The Sharingan provides the user with photographic memory and Naruto can make hundreds of shadow clones," Kakashi explained. "What do clones have to do with everything?" Ino asked. "Shadow clones are special. When they dispel, everything that the clone learned is transmitted to the user. The shadow clone was originally created for scouting," Kakashi explained. "That's amazing," Sakura said. She understood very well the ramifications of said jutsu. "How come they don't teach us that in the academy?" "It sounds like a perfect jutsu," Sakura asked. "Because it's a forbidden jutsu," Kakashi explained, and a few shivered at the thought of forbidden. The shadow clone takes great amounts of chakra to perform, and for most, creating a single shadow clone can kill the user. Even me, who has chakra levels bordering on cage level, can only create about 20 without suffering chakra exhaustion," Kakashi said. "How in the hell can Naruto create so many?" Kiba asked. "Naruto had more chakra than anyone in the village. I estimate he has around 4 to 5 times the amount of the and keeps increasing," Kakashi explained with a bit of pride. "How in the world is that possible?" Sakura asked. They were now understanding just how powerful Naruto really was. 2 reasons. He has so much chakra because he's in Uzumaki, who were known to have massive chakra reserves. An ordinary Chunin had as much chakra as a Kage. And the second reason is because he's a. They tend to develop large chakra reserves due to having the Bijuu's chakra running through their coils. Put those two together and you have a chakra monster, Kakashi explained. "Amazing," Sakura said, amazed by Naruto once again. "That's pretty much it. I've rarely seen Naruto running out of chakra. I was already on the ground panting and Naruto wasn't even sweating," Hinata said. Suddenly another person walked into the middle of the crowd and was the one and only Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura said, squealing in her traditional way. Her respect for Naruto may have increased, but she still remained faithful to the Uchiha. "How are you feeling, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked, but the scowl on Sasuke's face told him everything. "You knew, didn't you?" Sasuke asked almost rhetorically. "Yes, I did," Kakashi flatly said. "Then why didn't you say anything?" Sasuke yelled. "Because he asked me not to and I wasn't going to betray a promise to someone no matter what. Besides, I did tell you, you knew his bloodline was well, you knew your own." Kakashi said, and Sasuke scoffed. "What was the first thing I taught you?" Kakashi said, but Sasuke remained silent until Kakashi said, "Always look underneath the underneath." Sasuke simply crossed his arms and started cursing mentally at his sensei. "Arena. This is the end," Gaara said before going through hand seals. Riksabakurik, sand tsunami, Gaara called out, and a gigantic wave of sand erupted in front of him, going towards Naruto at high speeds. The wall of sand had the height of the arena walls and covered its entire width, leaving no room for evasion. It was a few seconds before the entire arena was covered in sand. Even the proctor had to leave the arena ground and made his way towards the crowd as it seemed the safest place to be. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, and Gaara thought his plan worked and Naruto was trapped beneath all that sand. Tsubaku Taisum, giant sand burial, Gaara said and slammed both of his hands on the ground and shockwaves erupted from his palms and spread through the whole arena shaking it. "You were weak Uzumaki," Gaara said, taking a few deep breaths. His sand may be his absolute defense and best weapon, but pulling such amounts was rather chakra consuming. "I told you not to underestimate me," Naruto's voice echoed through the whole arena like some disembodied voice. Gaara was in shock as he watched Naruto swirling into appearance in front of him. The swirl seemed to be originating from his eyes. It was only a couple of seconds before Naruto was standing in front of him unharmed. "Page box? What in the world was that?" the Kazekage said shocked. That technique seemed like ninjutsu, space-time jutsu. The blonde brat seemed to materialize himself in the arena. "It looks like some form of ninjutsu," the Raikage thought out loud with his hand on his chin. "I don't know," the Raikage said looking at the toad sage. "You seem to always teach someone with talent for space-time ninjutsu," the Raikage said. "Don't look at me, I didn't teach him that," Jiraiya said, waving his hands. "And that particular technique seems strong as he didn't do any hand seals," the Raikage said. "What is it with blondes and space-time techniques?" the Raikage wondered out loud, making the chuckle. Arena. Naruto was running full speed with his gravity seals still on as he saw no need to disable them. He was running and the sand was immediately after him trying to stop him from reaching Gaara and at the same time trying to kill him once and for all. Naruto easily approached Gaara and channeling lightning chakra to his fists and feet, he started his onslaught on Gaara. He threw a right hook and it hit Gaara perfectly, destroying his sand armor. Almost immediately Gaara's sand tried to catch him, but only phased right through Naruto as he continued his attacks at Gaara. "What is going on?" Gaara asked in thought. He didn't understand, the sand wasn't able to grab hold of Naruto, and yet he continued to punch him like no tomorrow. Gaara was reduced to a mere punching bag. Naruto was again ready to launch the next round of attacks. Naruto bypassed the sand and slid right under Gaara and gave him a kick in the chin, sending him to the air. Naruto quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared right behind Gaara in the air and gave him a drop kick filled with chakra that completely destroyed his sand armor and sent him to the ground hard. Gaara hit the ground and everyone could hear the crack of a few bones. It was loud and clear that Gaara wasn't going to win this match. Naruto landed on the ground and jumped back a few feet so he could watch the state of Gaara as the cloud of dust was settling. The dust cleared and everyone could see Gaara slowly rising and the sand whirling around him and reforming his sand armor around his skin. Gaara's hand took the hand seal of the tiger and the rest of the sand started enveloping itself around him, forming a solid cocoon of hardened sand. A few seconds later a little bit of sand started gathering a few feet above the ground and started taking the form of a small sphere. Moments later the sand stopped and became a perfect eye that seemed to be watching Naruto while Gaara was inside the cocoon, going through hand seals slowly while saying them out loud. "He's completely sealed off," Naruto thought out loud as he was considering what to do in order to breach the sand cocoon. Naruto decided not to waste chakra. It's not as if he was already getting low, but other weapons are still good, you can't always rely on ninjutsu after all. Naruto was calmly walking towards the cocoon and whistling along the way. He arrived near the cocoon and suddenly sand spears shot from the ball of sand trying to pierce the blonde, but he continued walking as if it was nothing and yet the spears look embedded deep in Naruto. Naruto arrived near the cocoon and calmly went to his pocket and took 2 explosive tags. He placed them in his right hand and slipped right through the cocoon using his sand or no sand, it didn't matter what it was. Naruto's Kamui is a space-time technique and as such isn't limited to such obstacles. Naruto's arm reached the inside and released both tags and walked back without a care in the world. When he was about 10 feet from the sandball he did a half-tiger sign with his right hand and said Kai. As he said the tags inside the cocoon suddenly exploded but the cocoon remained but everyone could see the bulls in the sand sphere due to the explosion. And since Gaara was inside and the explosion couldn't leave there wasn't much place to run or protect himself with, making Gaara take the full force of the explosion. A few seconds after the explosion the sand that made the cocoon started to shake and fall to the ground, revealing a slightly mutated Gaara. His right arm was completely disproportional and was made entirely of sand. Gaara also had a sand tail on his back and half of his face was sand with his right eye being Shikaku's. All in all it was a partial transformation of Gaara's Biju. "Make me feel alive," Uzumaki Gaara yelled as he moved slightly to test his new appearance. There was no sand on the ground in his gourd as it was used to his partial transformation, so the lack of sand would be a plus. I guess it's time I pull it off, Naruto thought before channeling chakra to his storage, seals his wristbands and pulls his favorite weapon. Clang. The weapon sounded as Naruto grabbed it by the handle with his right hand and rested it on the ground. It was a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomatoes on each side. It had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. Flashback. Naruto was 9 years old and was exploring his true house, the Namikaze compound if you could call it that. In fact, it was a fairly big house built for harboring a medium family or a couple intending to build one. Naruto was looking through the various rooms around the house and started going down the stairs into the basement. When he arrived, he saw a lot of weapons. Swords, shurikens, daggers, hundreds of 3-pronged, but from all of that there was one weapon that was standing out of all of them. Kurama, who was looking through his vessel's eyes, immediately recognized it. Holy shit, Kurama said out loud, making Naruto jump from the sudden sound spike. Damn, Naruto said while nursing his head. Keep it down, Naruto said. Do you even know what that weapon is? Kurama asked. Naruto knew exactly what that weapon was, but he didn't seem particularly surprised by it. After all, his grandfather was known for using it quite extensively during his time. There, hanging in the wall was Uchiha Madara's gunbai, war battle fan. It's my grandfather's trademark weapon, so what? Naruto asked clearly, not understanding just what he had. You fool, that is no ordinary weapon, Kurama said, and seeing Naruto's confused face he decided to elaborate. Just listen, Kurama said and entered his lecture mode. You know the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, right? I did tell you about him a couple months ago, Kurama asked. Yes, I remember, Naruto replied. My father, Rikido Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, as you know, had special eyes known as the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. He used the power of his eyes extensively during his lifespan. During his life he created the 9 Biju. That's why we call him father's understanding so far. Kurama asked and Naruto nodded. However, that wasn't the only thing he created. During his life Rikido Sennin created a special set of tools and weapons he used. In total there were 6 tools, and that particular fan is one of them, Kurama said, and Naruto's eyes widened. I see you understand the implications. For starters, those weapons are several times more powerful than any others. You can't even compare them. However, there is a downfall in those weapons. Anyone other than a direct descendant of my father, that is a senju or a pure-blood Uchiha, those weapons require massive amounts of chakra to use and would kill a regular human just by them lifting the weapon. Kurama finished his explanation. Awesome, Naruto said as he eyed the weapon. He would definitely learn how to use it properly. Since I'm a pure-blood Uchiha, I can use it without that heavy chakra usage, right? Naruto asked. Yes. Also, I forgot to mention that those weapons are pretty much indestructible as they are made of a special metal that my father himself created, Kurama said. Naruto hesitantly placed his right hand on the hilt and lifted the weapon from the wall holding it. It seemed as though it was made of metal, it wasn't particularly heavy, and it wasn't even draining Naruto of chakra. For now it seemed as nothing more than an ordinary weapon. As Naruto removed the fan from the wall, a piece of paper fell to the ground. Naruto bent over and picked it up and there was writing in it. Minato. It's good to see that you are still alive and well. I heard you are making quite a name for yourself. I guess you will be next in line for the Hokage position. I'm proud of you. I've sent you my favorite weapon as a gift since there is no Uchiha alive that can wield it properly besides you and me. Also, my time is nearing its end. Use it if you wish, but I guess that with me being your father, it would destroy your credibility if word would leak out. A word of warning, I still intend to bring peace to this world and I hope we don't find each other in opposite paths. Good luck in your future and never forget your origins. Your father. Naruto reread the letter several times and still had trouble believing that it was a congratulating letter of some sort from Madara to his son. Would you look at this, Naruto said out loud, but nobody was listening except Kurama. I may hate Madara for controlling me, but I guess in the end he still cared for his family, even though he clearly warned him, Kurama said as his respect for Madara grew a little bit. He still despised him, but at least he didn't forget his family. To foxes there wasn't anything more terrible and demeaning than abandoning your own kin. Do you think he would hurt his own son to achieve his goals? Naruto asked. How should I know? It's not like I knew Madara on a personal level, Kurama replied. At least he's trying to bring peace to the world. That can't be a bad thing, Naruto mused out loud. He said his time was short, so I guess he's truly dead, Naruto said as he picked the weapon and left the letter in the same place. It was the only thing he had that truly connected him to his grandfather. I suppose, Kurama said. Then flashback. Page box. Is that? The Kazekage asked when he noticed the weapon Naruto had pulled from his storage seal. There in Naruto's hand was the one and only war fan used by Uchiha Madara. It is. Uchiha Madara's war fan. To think I would see it again, the said, shocked that Naruto was in possession of said weapon. He knew very well that weapon since it was created by the Sage of Six Paths and that it was a powerful tool. I guess he was telling the truth. He really is Madara's grandson to be wielding his legendary gun by the Raikage commented. Had gathered all of Rakuto Senin tools and they thought they had them all, but they didn't know that this fan was one of them as well. That brat really is a gold mine, Orochimaru thought, salivating at everything he learned today. Let's see if he can use it properly, the Raikage said. He knew a lot about Uchiha Madara. After all, the man was a legend and hailed as one of the strongest shinobi to ever exist, being defeated only by Senju Hashirama. Even to this day both of them are claimed to be something above shinobi, as even the more skilled ones couldn't even compete against such foes. Proud. I am possible, Sasuke said out loud as he watched Naruto grip Madara's gun by. Looks like Naruto was telling the truth. He really is Madara's grandson. It matters not, no one will stand in my way, Sasuke thought. What is so special about that fan? Sakura asked. She didn't know why that fan provoked such a reaction from Sasuke. Well, it isn't exactly taught in the academy, but that weapon is very well known among the older population. That weapon was Uchiha Madara's trademark weapon. He used it to blow away shinobi by creating powerful gusts of wind. It may have other powers, but I only heard of that one. He also used it to power up his fire attacks to the point he could unleash a true inferno into his enemies, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke seethed his teeth. That weapon should be in Sasuke's hand so he could defeat his brother. Unbelievable, Sakura said. Naruto seemed to be an endless pit of surprises. Where did he get it? I know from history that Madara left the village, Sakura asked. But I don't know, Kakashi replied while eyeing Hinata. Hinata sighed before she started explaining. It seemed that today she was the narrator in Naruto's story. It was a gift Madara sent to his son, and Naruto's father Hinata briefly explained, not wanting to go into much detail. He had it all this time? Kakashi asked, no one with eyes widened. He never in a million of years would have thought his sensei had possession of such a weapon. He had been to his house several times but never saw it. Well, he never actually went to the basement for that fact. I don't know what else to expect from the brat, Zabuza said, chuckling. He could never figure out the brat no matter how hard he tried. I'm sort of glad I didn't join this year's Chunin exams. I don't think I would stand a chance against such powerful opponents, Haku exclaimed. Don't sell yourself short, Haku. You're very strong, Zabuza said. Thank you, Zabuza, and Haku replied. Arena. Let me show you my true power. No borrowed power. Just me, Naruto stated out loud as his grip on his fan became stronger. Sand bullet, the transformed Gaara said, and from his new sand body exploded dozens of small spheres of sand that went towards Naruto with groundbreaking speed. Naruto, using his Sharingan, calculated the bullet's path and with a single swing of his fan, he completely destroyed the bullets, leaving no evidence of it. Naruto quickly made single-handed hand seals that he learned from Haku and practiced it by using them in conjunction with his gunbai as his fan occupied his right hand. Peyton Karyuenden, Fire Dragon Bullet, Naruto called out and unleashed a massive torrent of white flames towards Gaara. Naruto, as he was unleashing his fire, he swung his fan and said Futen. Fanned wind, and a powerful gust of wind emerged from his fan, powering his flames. That was Naruto's most powerful fire attack. An A rank attack, however, this attack was powered by the fan's wind, easily making it jump to S rank. Gaara coiled himself with his tail protecting his head and was engulfed in the flames, completely disappearing from view. Many people in the crowd and even some of the shinobi had to protect their eyes and avert their faces from the arena due to the amount of heat and light being generated from Naruto's attack. The proctor was considering if he would come out alive, and he wasn't even fighting, he was more concerned in running for his life, trying to get out of the way of the flames that seemed to engulf the whole arena. Enough, Gaara yelled and unleashed a roar that dispersed the flames around him, revealing a scorched Gaara, but otherwise okay. It seemed that sand powered by Shukaku's chakra made it unable to transform in glass and be destroyed. Gaara dashed towards Naruto, cocking his mutated right arm trying to punch Naruto. Naruto channeled chakra to his gunbai and a semi-transparent circular barrier appeared in midair. Gaara's right arm connected with the barrier and a shockwave erupted, but the barrier didn't even waver or crack and Gaara recoiled his arm in pain. AN. See Manga 601. Duetin Mugen Sajin Datapa, Infinite Sand Great Breakthrough, Gaara said before multiple mouths formed all over his body taking air in. They all breathed out at the same time and unleashed a powerful gust of wind filled with sand. Naruto pumped chakra into his fan and swinging it, Naruto created an equally powerful gust of wind that negated Gaara's attack. Naruto placed his fan on his back and secured it with chakra so she wouldn't slide off. Naruto immediately dashed towards Gaara and everyone could hear electricity crackling in his hands as it sounded even stronger than the ordinary Chidori. Gaara brought his mutated arm to try and hit Naruto to disrupt his attack, but that didn't work as Gaara wanted it to. Akiri Naruto yelled, and infusing his right hand with lightning chakra he continued his path towards Gaara, completely tearing through his arm and shoving his through Gaara's right shoulder, making him cry in pain as blood spattered to the ground. Crowd. Looks like Naruto can use that fan rather well, Zabuza said as he watched Naruto powering his flames using wind created by his fan, but also creating some sort of shield to block Gaara's punch. Yes. Apparently that fan has more powers that I didn't know, Kakashi mused out loud as he watched the battle unfold. They watched the battle unfold when Naruto placed his fan on his back and they heard a similar chirping like the Chidori. What's that? Sasuke asked as he had his Sharingan activated and tried to copy Naruto's technique. It looks like the Chidori, Sasuke stated. That's the upgraded version of my Chidori, Kakashi flatly said. What? There is a stronger version. Why didn't you teach me that one instead? Sasuke asked, demanding answers. The isn't rank technique. You can only do the normal Chidori twice a day and it takes that same amount to perform. Meaning you might not have enough chakra to perform it, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke scowled. How the hell does Naruto have more chakra than me? During our fight he used a lot of jutsu and looked at him throwing jutsu like shurikens. How can he have so much? Sasuke asked, almost yelling. You can call it the Genkai of the Uzumaki clan. Their members are born with unusually large chakra reserves. An ordinary Chunin has chakra that can rival Kage levels, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke scowled. If I told him he was a Senju, Sasuke would most likely faint. A Senju using the Sharingan. Ironic, Kakashi thought. So he has two Kage in case? Sakura asked. The chakra reserves aren't considered a Genkai, so he only has the Sharingan, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke muttered something about lucky. Page box. I don't think this can be considered an ordinary Chunin exams, the Raikage stated out loud. The amount of skill being used easily placed them in level. True. Their skill is far beyond the regular Genin or Chunin for that matter, they agreed. And by the looks of it, it really is Madara's war fan. By seeing the amount of power he's using, the Raikage commented with his hand on his chin. The Kazekage kept silent through the whole conversation and was considering when to signal the beginning of the invasion since Gaara seemed to be in partial transformation and could at any time unleash the full Biju. Arena. Blood. It's my blood, Gaara screamed in pain as he felt for the first time in his whole life the warmth of his blood. Suddenly the sand around rose to the sky and exploded in smoke. When the smoke cleared it showed an 80 feet tall sand tanuki with one tail. It was the fully released Ichibi, also known as Shukaku. Naruto watched the tanuki in front of him very carefully. Suddenly all around the arena it started falling feathers from the sky. So it begins, Naruto thought as he placed his hands in the ram hand seal and said, Kai, breaking the illusion. The invasion has begun. Naruto said as he prepared himself to face the fully unleashed Shukaku. Chapter 24. Invasion. Konoha outskirts. About a half a mile outside of Konoha there was an Anbu team doing patrol. It was a regular mission and they seemed calm as patrol missions very rarely presented any trouble at all. Although they seemed calm on the outside, all of the Anbu personnel were warned about the incoming invasion and as such they were all on high alert, they just didn't show it. Suddenly an Anbu of said team stopped and looked around. Sense anything? Another Anbu asked. No, Captain, the Anbu that stopped replied while replied another thing to his team leader using the Anbu sign language. Possible shinobi group, the said, and the leader nodded. The Anbu quickly and stealthily approached the encampment and saw 8 sand shinobi fathered in a circle. In the middle of the circle was kanji spread through it and stopping just near each of the sand shinobi's feet. Each of the sand shinobis had a small scroll in their mouths and was going through hand seals very slowly. From the looks of it the technique seemed awfully complicated and it seemed they must not get it wrong. Looks like a summoning ring, one Anbu said to their captain. Yes. We can't allow them to summon anything. Get in your positions, the captain ordered. I can't allow that, a voice suddenly said behind them. They all turned around and saw a man. He had auburn hair, dark eyes, he wore a simple black jacket and pants with mesh armor underneath. He carried a small canister strapped to his hip. It was none other than the Yondaime Kazekage himself. Suddenly, what appeared to be sand started flowing out of his canister and quickly and swiftly it wrapped around all 4 Anbu, crushing them to death. Let's get this over with, the Kazekage commanded. Stadium crowd. What's this? Sakura asked as she watched feathers start falling from nowhere, making her sleepy. Jinjutsu? She asked right before breaking the illusion. Ninjutsu? Sasuke wondered as he also broke the illusion. We are being invaded by the sound and sand, Kakashi explained as he fought against a couple of sound shinobi. What? Sakura yelled. The sand is our ally, she stated. They are no longer our allies. We knew about this invasion since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams, so we are prepared, Kakashi said, trying to ease the worries of afresh. Then why didn't we know? Sasuke asked, getting pissed off by being kept in the dark. We had to keep it a secret so they didn't find out we knew. Kakashi said. Sakura was pretty terrified from what was happening. She never had any real type of mission aside from the wave mission that got bumped into in a rank, so she was pretty fresh. Sakura was from a civilian family and as such she wasn't prepared from the hardships of a shinobi life and lived her life sheltered in Konoha. Sakura was about to ask another thing when they noticed Gaara exploding in sand and showing his fully transformed Biju. Sakura never got so scared in her life seeing such a colossal beast right in front of her. At that moment she realized what people must have faced when they attacked 14 years ago. Sensei. Gaara Sakura tried to say, but her voice didn't reach her. She looked around and everyone from her graduation class was sleeping along with the civilians. Only Sakura, Hinata and apparently Sasuke managed to dispel the genjutsu. Sasuke is an arrogant kid, but he isn't without skill. Don't worry Sakura. I said we planned for this and Naruto will take care of Gaara, Kakashi said. You mean that dope knew while me and Uchiha Elite didn't? Sasuke asked. This isn't the time Genin, Kakashi said in a serious voice. Your mission is to help evacuate the civilians to the shelters. Wake up your classmates and separate into teams. Go, Kakashi commanded and Sakura immediately jumped to her feet while Sasuke was reluctant but nodded as well. Hinata teams up with Zabuza and Haku and start sweeping and treating those you can, Kakashi said, and she nodded. Holy. Kakashi all but yelled when he looked at the arena and saw a massive poof of smoke. But the surprising part was that the smoke wasn't coming from Shukaku, but rather from Naruto himself. Cage box. When Orochimaru gave the signal to start the invasion, the entire cage box erupted in smoke, blocking the side of the cages and making the guards take defensive maneuvers to ensure the safety of their leader. Every one of them jumped from the cage box and to the nearby roof. What neither of them expected was for the Kazakiya's guards to suddenly become 4 people, each one of them taking a corner of the roof. Each one of the guards was from the sound. All of them went through the same hand seals at the same time. They all shouted Ninpu Shishi Engine, ninja art. 4 flames formation and a purple barrier like the one in the arena emerged and trapped the cages inside. Inside the barrier was the Raikage, the Kazekage, and surprisingly there was also Jiraiya who managed to follow his sensei to the roof and also got trapped inside. What's the meaning of this? The Raikage was not pleased with what was happening. Each of the cages was keeping a secure distance from each other. I'm sorry for not warning you Raikage Dono, but I didn't know which side you would take the spoke and made the Raikage glare at him. Explain, the Raikage shouted. Let's me make the honors Raikage, the Kazekage said before removing his clothes and revealing a smirking Orochimaru. Orochimaru? The Raikage asked, not believing his eyes. How could Orochimaru be posing as the Kazekage and neither he nor his guards noticing it? I am, Orochimaru replied with a twisted smile. Now sensei let the fun begin, Orochimaru said, licking his lips in anticipation. You fool, it's 3 against 1. You stand no chance, the Raikage replied, getting raised eyebrows from the Jiraiya. Kumo and Konoha were never on really good terms since the Hyuga kidnapping. 3? They asked hopefully. Yes. I will fight with you. Consider it an apology for my father's mistakes, the Raikage said before gathering his voice and shouting Kumo, we fight for Konoha. I dare you, CN Killer B yelled from outside the barrier before splitting and going to face the sound and sand head on. I appreciate Raikage Dono, they said. Perhaps there was hope for an alliance between the 2 most powerful hidden villages. Yes. Now let's skin a snake, the Raikage said, smirking. Orochimaru never expected Kumo to join Konoha. That is why, even though the Raikage was present, Orochimaru still launched his invasion. Naive, Orochimaru said before going through hand seals. Orochimaru may be a lot of things, but one thing he wasn't was stupid and as such he was prepared for such odds. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Orochimaru went through the hand seals and clapped his hands. Kuchius. Ito Tensei, Orochimaru said, and almost immediately 4 coffins sprouted from the ground. The coffins slowly opened and revealed 4 shinobis seemingly dead, but in reality they were just waiting for Orochimaru to activate them for the upcoming battle. Shi, the Raikage, and Jiraiya all thought at the same time when they saw who was in each of the summoned coffins. Arena. Naruto watched in wonder at the sheer size of Shukaku. That's one big raccoon, Naruto said. Hey, Naruto said, turning to him. Leave the arena, Naruto said, and he nodded knowing full well that Naruto was responsible for taking him down and having him there could disturb Naruto's fight. Kurama, juice me, Naruto thought to his partner. Okay, Kurama replied before sending chakra to Naruto. Almost instantly a semi-transparent red cloak enveloped Naruto. His eyes turned blood red with a black vertical slit in the middle, his whiskers marks became more pronounced and his fangs elongated. In Naruto's back 9 chakra tails were swinging wildly as if they didn't have a mind of their own. Naruto placed his hands in a cross sign and said Taijuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu, and in an instant nearly 2,000 clones popped into existence consuming his cloak, each one of them with enough chakra to match a. There were Narutos as far as the eye could see. Lame joke. Spread through the village, your priority is to protect and evacuate the civilians. Provide assistance where you can. Naruto ordered. All of the clones chorused before jumping away from the arena, leaving their creator to fight the Ichibi. Naruto placed his hands again in a cross sign and said enhanced shadow clone and a single clone poofed into existence. This clone was like the rest, however he was reinforced, making him more durable than the others and capable of taking hits before dispelling. Join with Hinata-chan and protect her, he said, and the clone nodded before using the Hiraishin to teleport himself to Hinata. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and 4 clones poofed into existence. I'll put up a barrier. Can you take control of the bushing and hold it in place, Naruto asked. Keeping 2,000 shadow clones active, powering and shrank barrier and still being able to fight a Biju required too much concentration that Naruto wasn't capable of yet. No problem, Kurama replied. In an instant the 4's clones sprinted to the 4 corners of the arena. They went through hand seals at the same time and said Ninpu Shishienjin, ninja art. 4 flames formation and a purple barrier erupted, trapping Shukaku and Naruto inside. However, before the whole barrier could close, 3 sand shinobis jumped over the forming barrier and landed inside. They were Sabaku no Tamari, Sabaku no Kankuro and their Jounin sensei Baki. Damn, Naruto said as he watched a sand shinobi take place near Gaara. This has just got a lot more dangerous. No holding back, Naruto thought before permanently keeping his EMS activated. His hand tightly gripped his fan as he became battle ready to go off against a 2 Sennin and Biju. I'll have to take out Kankuro and Tamari first, Naruto thought before releasing his grip on his fan and taking from his storage seals a couple of 3-pronged. Naruto watched as the sand shinobi jumped to the head of Shukaku and yet he did nothing to remove them. Looks like Gaara is mostly in control, Naruto thought. He looked up to Shukaku's head and noticed Tamari reading her fan and Kankuro unwrapping his bundle, revealing a puppet. Great. A puppet user, just my luck, Naruto thought. His odds didn't look so good. He cursed himself for not training his eyes further so he could use the techniques Kurama told him. You made me feel alive, Uzumaki, Shukaku yelled, but it clearly was Gaara's voice. Crazy bastard, Naruto thought as he launched his 3-pronged kunai towards the enemy but was blocked by Baki's kunai. Baki looked at the kunai and was interested in the design as it was different from the others. Until he remembered where he saw them, he remembered the legend that used these to decimate an army. Are these? Baki wondered before he picked the kunai up with his hands and noticed the kanji in the handle. Wrong move, Naruto said before flashing towards the kunai he previously threw. All they saw was a yellow flash before Naruto appeared behind Baki and slammed a Rasengan into his back and he went flying and crashing into the ground completely out. Naruto ducked under a fan swing from Tamari and gave her a punch to the stomach, making her buckle in pain. Naruto punched Tamari and jumped to the side to avoid a barrage of senbon thrown by Kankuro's puppet. Naruto quickly picked another kunai and threw at Kankuro's real body. Kankuro fumbled between his weapons when he saw Naruto throw the same kunai he used to take out his sensei, who was. Kankuro did the only thing he thought and jumped away far enough from the kunase's reach. Naruto jumped from the Ichibi as sand was starting to gather around his feet, trying to snare him in place. He approached Baki. He was still alive, although barely. Naruto picked Baki up and quickly stored him in a stasis seal. What the hell was that? Kankuro asked with fear clearly splashed in his voice. The blonde in front of them just took out their sensei like he was nothing. Idiot, don't you remember history from the academy? Tamari asked as she recovered from the blow Naruto delivered her. Seeing Kankuro's oblivious face, Tamari decided to explain. That technique, that yellow flash, is the same the Yondaime Hokage used that gave him the name of Yellow Flash. He used a technique of his creation that allowed him to teleport to the he threw and used it to kill almost 1,000 shinobis from Iwa in a flash. He alone won the war, Tamari explained, and Kankuro turned to the blonde who was busy dodging the sand. I see you know history very well, a voice whispered just behind Tamari's ear. She turned her head slightly and was greeted by no one other than Naruto. Kankuro just had enough to blink. He was watching Naruto dodge the sand when suddenly he appeared right behind Tamari. Oh? Tamari stuttered, clearly afraid of Naruto. He possessed a technique that allowed the Yondaime to kill an entire battalion of shinobi in an instant. When I punched you in the stomach I left my mark on you, Naruto simply replied before giving her a quick chop to the back of her head, knocking her out. He quickly flashed to the ground with an unconscious Tamari and sealed in a stasis scroll as well. You bastard. Kankuro growled from the top of the Ichibi before sending his puppet to attack Naruto. You should be grateful I didn't kill your sister, Naruto said in an emotionless voice. Kankuro simply gazed upon Naruto's blood-red eyes and was starting to feel sleepy. Kankuro said and flared his chakra breaking Naruto's hypnotic eye. Gyuiten Rinkuiden, vacuum wind bullet, Shukaku said before slamming his hand in his stomach and expelling a very large ball of compressed wind. The ball itself was bigger than Naruto himself. Naruto gripped his fan and, channeling chakra through it, he swatted the bullet away, making the ground shake from the pressure and power. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid Kankuro's puppet and he noticed that the puppet's blades were filled with poison. I need to take him out so I can focus on Gaara, Naruto thought before he dashed towards Kankuro's puppet. Naruto used his Sharingan and quickly found the chakra strings Kankuro was using to control his puppet. Naruto channeled chakra through one of his and used it to sever the strings, making the puppet fall limp to the ground. Naruto quickly appeared next to the fallen puppet and drove a Rasengan to it, shattering it to pieces. Bastard, Kankuro said to Naruto as he lost his best weapon. What can you do now? Naruto asked, pissing off Kankuro and making him jump from the Ichibi's head and run straight for Naruto. Naruto smirked when he noticed how easy it was to rattle Kankuro. Kankuro quickly arrived near Naruto and tried a horizontal slash only to Naruto duck. Naruto quickly rose up and trapped his arms, disarming him of his kunai. Naruto grabbed him tightly by the arm and flinged him through the air and slammed him into the ground. Naruto quickly placed his hand into Kankuro and placed a sleeping seal. Once Kankuro was disabled he sealed him as well inside a stasis scroll. Now that's done, it's only you, Naruto said, eyeing Shukaku. Shukaku yelled as he fired a few more wind bullets that in this case were more like the size of people themselves. Naruto swiftly dodged them and watched as they collided with the barrier, but it didn't even waver. The barrier is holding even though it's powered by clones, Naruto thought. Naruto analyzed Shukaku and noticed he was very slow. He hadn't moved since he was released, so Naruto would take that as an advantage. Naruto took out a single shuriken. He placed it on his pointer finger in his right hand. Naruto molded wind chakra and slowly expelled it to the shuriken. Soon enough the shuriken started spinning, and around it the wind started spinning as well, creating a circular saw. Shuriken wind blade, Naruto said and threw the shuriken. The shuriken went flying with impressive speed towards Shukaku, who remained in place as his mobility was non-existent. The shuriken arrived near Shukaku and swiftly and without much trouble cut right through his right arm, severing it completely and making it fall to the ground. The arm fell limply to the ground and started crumbling away until it remained nothing but sand on the ground. Although Shukaku just had his left arm severed, he didn't seem to be in any type of pain. You entertain me, Uzumaki, Shukaku yelled, and the sand above Shukaku's head started moving and something could be seen popping out. Naruto narrowed his eyes to the figure emerging and saw that it was Gaara himself. Gaara placed his hands in the tiger seal and said play possum jutsu and promptly fell asleep. Gaara leaned forward and his body went completely limp. Just as Gaara fell asleep, Shukaku's eyes glowed yellow and stayed like that, showing that it was Shukaku who was now in control. I'm free. I am going to kill you and then destroy everything, Shukaku yelled as he was happy to be free once again. He looked down and saw Naruto staring at him. Seeing Naruto, Shukaku immediately went into action trying to crush the blonde and leave the barrier so he could have fun. Gyuiten Rinkuiden, vacuum wind bullet, Shukaku said and started expelling compressed wind bullets towards Naruto, who was forced to start evasive maneuvers. Naruto watched very carefully as they hit the barrier. He couldn't allow Shukaku to roam free through the village or he would destroy it. Hein. Garyuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Naruto said and unleashed a big fire dragon towards Shukaku. Naruto swung his fan and empowered the flames, making them wider and bigger. The flames were almost the size of Shukaku himself. Shukaku let out a roar and the flames were dispersed into nothing. Shukaku flexed his tail and tried to squash Naruto, but he jumped to the side to avoid it. The tail regressed back, but this time it stayed just above Shukaku's mouth. Suddenly black and blue chakra could be seen floating in the air and gathering around Shukaku's mouth. The chakra started gathering and compressing itself in a ball just outside of Shukaku's mouth. Is that what I think it is? Naruto asked when he watched a ball of chakra form itself very much like Naruto used his Rasengan. It's a Bijuu bomb, and I don't think your clone-powered barrier can withstand that, Kurama said. Even though Shukaku was the weakest of the 9, a Bijuu bomb is still strong. Let's see if this weapon truly lives up to its name, Naruto said before gripping his fan tight. Shukaku stopped gathering chakra in the ball and suddenly fired it with tremendous speed. Naruto watched the purple ball coming towards him. Naruto grabbed his fan and placed it in front of him, his right hand grabbing the hilt while his left hand grabbed the other end. The fan was acting like a shield in front of Naruto. Eshi, reflection, Naruto said just before the bomb hit the fan. The Bijuu bomb collided with the fan and at first nothing happened, but suddenly the bomb exploded, but instead of blowing Naruto, it was completely reflected towards Shukaku. The amount of pressure being put in the fan made Naruto kneel and ground beneath the crack, but he was able to withstand the bomb, and the force of the explosion was sent towards Shukaku. Naruto placed the fan on his back and cleaned a bit of sweat that was dripping from the side of his face. That went well, Naruto thought. Now you believe what I said about the fan, Kurama said in a sarcastic voice. Yes. Now let's end this, Naruto replied and watched as the smoke cleared and revealed a fully scorched Shukaku with his right arm missing as well. Naruto concentrated and focused on chakra. Suddenly right beneath Shukaku golden chains erupted from the ground and pinned him to the ground. Shukaku was fully trapped, he had chains wrapped around his tail, mouth and the majority of his body, making him unable to do a single movement. Rat ox dog boar. Naruto went through the hand signs and clapped his hands together. He slammed his right hand on the ground and kanji started flowing out of it and going towards Shukaku and forming a ring around him. 5-point demonic oppression seal, Naruto said, and the kanji started glowing. Shukaku yelled in pain as his chakra was being forced back into the seal. All the shinobis stopped their fighting and looked at the arena where Shukaku was howling in pain. You are not going anywhere, Naruto said. Naruto reinforced the chains as he could feel Shukaku trying to break them free and get away from the seal. Shukaku's form started to waver and the sand slowly started crumpling and flowing back into Gaara. A few seconds later and there was nothing but a ball of sand floating in the air. The ball of sand was becoming smaller and smaller by the second when suddenly all the sand disappeared and Gaara fell to the ground completely unconscious. Naruto approached Gaara and saw his new seal in Gaara's neck. It formed a complete circle around Gaara's main seal. Naruto looked carefully at him and noticed a few irregularities. The main seal had no suppressive seals in it and no safe hatch. At this point Gaara's seal was nothing more than an advanced storage seal. This is why Gaara is so unstable, Naruto thought before approaching him and also placing in a stasis scroll, putting him with his team. Naruto took a few deep breaths and dropped the barrier while shifting his eyes towards the roof where the cage's battle was taking place. With Hinata. Hinata had just received orders from Kakashi and went to join forces with Zabuza so they could bring the pain to the invading forces. Hinata quickly located Zabuza and Haku and jumped towards them. We have orders for Zabuza, Hinata said as she watched Zabuza behead a sound shinobi with his Kubikirabacho. Which are? Zabuza asked. We are to group up and start sweeping the streets while evacuating and providing protection to the civilians. When the civilians are evacuated we are to launch a counter-attack, Hinata explained. Let's go then, Zabuza said as he placed his blade to his back. They were about to leave when they saw yellow flash. They narrowed their eyes and saw Naruto just arrived near them. Naruto-kun. Hinata was surprised to see him. What are you doing here? She asked. I'm a reinforced clone. Boss sent me to team up with all of you and provide protection to you as well, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. They all withdrew their weapons, Naruto picked a couple of three-pronged, Haku took out Senbon, and Hinata picked her daggers. They quickly left the arena and made their way towards the middle of the village, indicating the evacuation paths to the civilians. They were about to leave when a group of 10 sound shinobis jumped in front of them. Naruto quickly sensed their chakra levels, and they were ordinary chunins. What do we have where? The obvious sound leader asked. And a couple of kids, he said while the rest of the crew laughed. Obviously these shinobi weren't watching the Chunin exams or they would have seen just what these kids could do. It's time for the flash to resurface, Naruto said and got confused looks from Zabuza and Haku. He smirked and threw one of his special towards the enemy. They all laughed when the kunai didn't hit anyone and simply landed harmlessly on the ground in the middle of them. Don't blink, Naruto said to his team and disappeared in a yellow flash. All Zabuza was able to see was a yellow flash. Naruto disappeared from view and when Zabuza saw him once again all of the shinobi fell to the ground dead, their throats slashed. That was? Zabuza said but trailed off as he pieced together who Naruto really was. You are the son of the Kairoi Senku, Yellow Flash, aren't you? Zabuza asked but the answer seemed pretty obvious. Yes, my father was Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Kairoi Senku and the Yondaime Hokage, and also Uchiha Madara's son, Naruto explained and got disbelief looks from Zabuza and Haku, who had her eyes widened. I'm done trying to figure you out. Zabuza said laughing. Tell me. How long can you use that technique? Zabuza asked. It was a pain in the ass to create the seals. I can use it since I became Genin, Naruto explained. Unbelievable, Zabuza said while shaking his head in disbelief. Let's continue, Zabuza said and they grouped together and dashed once again through the streets. Hinata, Naruto said, turning to her, use here and see where we are needed. This section is cleared, Naruto explained and Hinata nodded before activating her without any seals. She gasped at what she saw. The academy is under siege, she said and got disbelief looks from Naruto. The academy? He asked incredulously. What about the barrier? He asked. There is no barrier. There are sound and sand shinobi trying to force entry, but Irika-sensei and a couple other chunins are holding them off, she explained. Let's hurry then. I can't teleport all of you with the Hiraishin since I'm only a clone and we will take too long if we walk. Naruto said and got confused looks from the rest of the team. If he couldn't transport them and they couldn't walk, what else were they going to do? This might feel a bit uncomfortable, Naruto said before activating his Kamui and sucking Zabuza, Haku and Hinata into it. He quickly disappeared as well, leaving no trace of either of them. Academy. At the academy things weren't looking pretty. Haruka and the other teachers were trying to hold off the enemy until shinobi could arrive, but they wouldn't last much longer. The Chunin that was powering the barrier was tricked when a sand shinobi into a Konoha shinobi and infiltrated the barrier, killing the one powering it. The students were all scared. The enemy managed to collapse the tunnels leading to the bunkers, and since the barrier was down, the only keeping them alive was the teachers that were battling fiercely to protect the lives of their students by preventing the enemy from entering the academy. Haruka, this doesn't look good, one of the teachers said. He was clearly tired, he was sweating from every place and was breathing very hard. Even though he wasn't fatally injured, he was filled with small cuts and bruises from their fight. We can't do much. We must hold it until reinforcements arrive, Haruka said. Haruka was also running low on chakra. Even though he was quite skilled for a chunin, a couple of chunins couldn't fend off 15 sand chunins indefinitely. Just give up. You can't win, the obvious team leader said as he watched the teachers breathing heavily. They already managed to kill a couple of teachers, but these two were proving rather difficult. They were managing to keep them at bay by launching long-range and weapons. Haruka, behind you, the other teacher yelled. Looks like the exhaustion was finally catching up to them as a sand chunin managed to sneak up on Haruka. Haruka turned his head to see who was behind him when he noticed a kunai going for his throat. Haruka resigned to his fate as he couldn't do anything more to dodge, his chakra reserves were empty and he was tired and running out of weapons. He had his eyes closed and was expecting the pain when he heard Rikiri. Haruka opened his eyes to see a hand enveloped in lightning piercing right through the sand shinobi's chest. The shinobi hit the ground dead, he didn't even scream. He was dead the moment Naruto pierced him. Naruto, Haruka said, stuttering. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. We will take care of the rest, Naruto said before space seemed to bend and from his eyes popped the rest of his team, Zabuza, Haku and Hinata. What the hell was that brat? Zabuza asked, feeling a bit disorientated. The space-time ninjutsu similar to my Hiraishin. Take care of them while I gather everyone inside the academy and put up a barrier, Naruto said, and the rest of his team dashed to the remaining 14 shinobis. In less than 5 minutes every single one of them was dead. Between Hinata's gentle fist, Haku's senbon and Zabuza's sword, no one stood a chance. My god. Haruka stuttered as he watched Hinata fight and sweep the enemy as if they were nothing more than ants. Hinata seemed to be dancing and flowing through the attacks of the enemy. Her allowed her to pinpoint and track each enemy. She only needed to touch the enemy once, she honored the traditional style named as the gentle fist. One simple touch and the enemy would fall to the ground dead. Hinata had many to accomplish this, she could open the gate of death making their heart explode, she could crack the chakra core, destroying the chakra network killing the enemy, or if she didn't have access to such places she would use her with lightning and infusing it through the enemy's network, frying it and killing the enemy, she truly was a goddess of death. Irika-sensei, what happened to the barrier? Naruto asked, breaking Haruka of his thoughts. The barrier seals he created weren't supposed to come crashing very easily. It would require a powerful attack to destroy it. One sand shinobi into a Konoha won and infiltrated the academy. He also managed to collapse the evacuation tunnels, Haruka explained. I understand. It's very dangerous to evacuate so many students through the middle of the streets, so I'll put another barrier up, Naruto explained, and Haruka sighed in relief. It looked like his students were going to pull through. Zabuza, hold them off while I replace the barrier, Naruto said, and he nodded before his team took defensive stances watching for any hostile shinobi while Naruto was doing his work. Naruto noticed all the seal tags in the wall were destroyed and he needed to create new ones. He quickly took out a few empty tags from his storage seals and started writing seals. Haruka just watched in fascination the speed and quality at which Naruto drew the seals. It obviously proved that Naruto was very skilled in. Naruto quickly finished the tags and Haruka examined them. Each kanji was perfectly drawn, not a speck of imperfection could be seen. It almost looked like a work of art. That inside, Naruto said, and Haruka went to collect the other teacher that was unconscious but not severely hurt. Once inside, Naruto made a shadow clone and he made his way towards the outside of the academy. He slammed a tag on the wall and said four-corner barrier and a yellowish barrier erupted completely covering the academy grounds. Naruto's clone sat down in the lotus position and started concentrating to increase the power of the barrier. The reinforced clone on the outside of the barrier said, Irika-sensei, you are safe now. We will continue to look through the village. Naruto turned away to join up with his team and moved to another sector of the village when they saw a big explosion rise into the skies. Explosion site minutes earlier. He was running through the streets trying his best to help out where he could. Derry and C teamed up with Amoy and Karen and went to grab Yujito at the infirmary. He quickly looked at the horizon and noticed a three-headed snake breaking through the walls of Konoha and starting to wreak havoc through the village. The Shinobis were throwing jutsu after jutsu, but nothing seemed to work. "Push him out of the village," one of the Shinobis yelled as they threw explosive kunai towards the snake, but that didn't even screech the snake as he continued on her path. They were quickly running out of options when they heard what it seemed to be someone rapping, and a lame one at that. "You're going down, fool, you fool, because I'm the mighty killer," BB rapped while running through and jumping through the roofs and heading to face the snake. "I'll take care of that worm," B said before fully transforming into his Biju. Standing in the middle of Konoha was the Hachibi. B quickly wrapped the snake with his tentacles and threw at the air so she couldn't do any more destruction. All of his 8 tails quickly bent over his head, ending just above his mouth. Black and blue chakra was seen gathering around it and compressing it to form a perfect sphere. "Bijuadama, Biju bomb," B said and shot the ball towards the snake that was in the air. The moment the ball collided, it immediately exploded in a show of fire and smoke. Seconds later, as the smoke was starting to clear, there was nothing remaining of the snake. He didn't know if she was obliterated or just went back to her real life, but at this point it didn't matter. Konoha was safe for now. "Thanks for the help," Beeson, a Konoha shinobi, said before picking up an injured comrade and going to the hospital. Konoha's walls. One of Naruto's clones was running through the village clearing shinobis and helping civilians where he could. Due to him being a standard clone, even with his it was risky to engage into jutsu, but he could always rely on ninjutsu, and he was really good at it. "Push them back," Naruto heard a shinobi yelling and made his way towards him to provide as much help as he could. Even if he was a clone, at least he could be bait for slowing the enemy down. They arrived at the destination and saw a group of Konoha shinobis throwing jutsu and weapons, trying to delay a group of about 200 sand shinobis, led by the into the village. However, the group just kept throwing wind, and having the Kazukiage in there made sure they weren't harmed due to his gold sand dust. It wasn't looking good as the enemy kept coming. If help didn't arrive, it would be a massacre. Naruto arrived at their location and quickly surveyed the area looking for anyone he might know. His eyes landed on Anko. "Anko, what's happening?" Naruto asked. She looked around to find the annoying blonde. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Anko asked. "Are you the reinforcements we asked?" She asked, hoping that the only reinforcements that came weren't Naruto alone. "I wasn't sent by anyone. I'm just a clone, boss is taking care of Shukaku at the stadium," Naruto explained, and Anko stared dumbly at him before scowling. "Just my luck, a fucking clone," Anko said. "If you explained the situation, maybe I could help," Naruto said flatly, trying not to cause many problems, especially in the middle of an invasion. "Very simple. The is leading 200 shinobis into the village and we aren't able to slow them down," Anko said and stared at Naruto waiting for his miraculous answer. "I think I have just the jutsu for this," Naruto said, smirking, making Anko raise an eyebrow. "But I'm just a clone, so it will take a couple of minutes to prepare. Can you hold them off until then?" Naruto asked. "I hope it's worth it," Anko said before yelling hold off for a couple of minutes more. Hi, the shinobis that were with her yelled. They were very few in number compared to an overwhelming force of 200 trained shinobis. Naruto sat down in the lotus position and clapped his hands together as if praying. He slowly drove them apart a few inches from each other and sparks started flying between them. He continued concentrating and after a few minutes the sparks gathered in a blue sphere that was shining. "Okay Anko, it's ready," Naruto said, and Anko turned around to see the jutsu. "That's it? A small blue sphere," Anko said, not believing her eyes. "So much work just for that?" "No faith," Naruto said, smirking, and launched the ball into the sky. The moment the ball hit the cloud level, it suddenly expanded in a bright flash of white. Everyone stopped and looked up to see what was happening. Just as the light died down, the clouds started gathering and the sky was getting darker and darker by the moment. Thunders could easily be heard emanating from the clouds. "Witness my best lightning jutsu," Naruto said, and everyone was focused on him. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand and it started sparkling. He sent a beam into the sky and the thunder seemed to join and gather into a single massive one. He was watching the skies very carefully and when he noticed the dragon he figured it wasn't going to be good for them. "Take cover," they yelled at his forces, but it was already too late. "Raiden Kirin," Naruto said, and his dragon roared him away towards the sand shinobi. They tried to block with his sand, but it was far too slow. He didn't even have time to blink as the dragon disappeared in a flash and the ground where they stood exploded. Everything was ripped apart, trees, stones, even the earth itself was destroyed, and where once stood the mighty and his 200 shinobis was now nothing more than a 100-meter wide crater. Anko and the other shinobis didn't manage to see what exactly happened. All they saw was a flash of light and the ground exploding. The dust cleared and there was no one remaining alive. The ones that survived the initial explosion were simply electrocuted and left in ashes due to the power of the thunder. "Holy shit," Gaki Anko yelled, shaking his shoulders, and her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. The reaction of the rest of the shinobis was pretty much the same. They were all busting their asses to keep the enemy away, and Naruto arrives, fires a very powerful lightning jutsu, and it's all over, just like that. "I told you to have faith," Naruto said, panting. Even though the jutsu didn't take much chakra, the concentration necessary to use the jutsu was very high for a simple clone. "I'm dispelling now," Naruto said, and Anko nodded dumbly. "So what now?" one of the shinobis asked. "But the cages." Ito Tensei, a forbidden technique that summons a soul from the pure world to the world of the living, impure world, in order to do the bidding of the summoner. Besides moral ramifications, this technique is considered forbidden because it costs a human life to anchor the soul to the world. This technique was invented by the Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime, although the reasons why he did so are still unknown. The moment the 4 coffins opened, the shinobi inside were instantly recognized. They were all legends and powerful in their own way. In the first coffin was a tall man with tanned skin, dark eyes and waist-length black hair, typically styled in a center-parted fringe that framed his face. His attire took the form of the standard shinobi dress of his era, consisting of dark red traditional armor, similar to that of samurai, worn over a simple black suit. This armor was constructed from numerous metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular chest, shoulders, thighs and forearms. Each collar of his shoulder guards bore the Senju symbol emblazoned on them. This man was none other than Senju Hashirama, the Shodaime Hokage himself and the original shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi. In the second coffin was a woman. She had long, bright-red hair and large pupilless eyes. She wore an elaborate high-collared kimono with the Izushi Agakure symbol on the back of the obi, which was tied around her waist. Her hair was arranged in buns with hairpins in them and 3 clips in the front. She also wore a dark shade of red lipstick and had a violet-colored diamond mark on her forehead. She also wore tags with kanji written on them in her hair diesels. She also carried a huge red scroll on her back, similar to Jiraiya. She was Uzumaki Mido, Konoha's Benihime, Red Princess, and the wife of Senju Hashirama. In the third coffin was a tall, fair-skinned man with white, shaggy hair, dark-colored eyes and 3 red markings on his face, 1 under each of his eyes and 1 on his chin. In most cases, he wore the wartime attire, armor emblazoned with the Senju symbol worn over a simple black suit with a distinctive white fur collar. This armor was constructed from numerous blue metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular chest, waist, shoulders and upper arms. This clothing was accompanied by sandals and a hapuri engraved with the Konoha emblem, in the place of the more traditional forehead protector. He was Senju Tobirama, Konoha's Tsurem, water dragon, and the Nidaime Hokage of Konoha. In the last coffin was another woman. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, blue eyes, crimson hair with strands that framed both sides of her. She was wearing the traditional black pants with white tape around the ankles. Around her chest she had an anbu chest plate above a simple black suit. She had gloves in each arm that covered her entire arm almost reaching her shoulders. On her back, a 28 inches long black katana with red hilt. She was Uzumaki, former Senju Kushina, Konoha's Aka no Shai, Red Death, wife of the Yondaime Hokage, but most importantly mother of Uzumaki Naruto. "This isn't good," the muttered under his breath, and the Raikage and Jiraiya couldn't help but to agree. After all, standing in front of them were 4 cage-level shinobis, not to mention Orochimaru himself, and the fact that being an Ito Tensei provides to shinobi with limitless chakra and immortality didn't help much. "Where am I?" Kushina asked as she surveyed her surroundings. The last thing she remembered was saying goodbye to her son. "Ito Tensei?" Tobirama asked out loud, snapping Kushina from her thoughts. "That man brought us back with my forbidden technique, ironic," Tobirama said. Ito Tensei, Kushina thought as she watched who she was going to fight against. It was a bulky man with blonde hair, so she assumed he would be Akumanen, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen seemed older than what she remembered, so it must have been some time. "Hiruzen," Kushina called out, getting his attention. "How long has it been?" she asked. 14 years, he replied solemnly. "How's Naruto doing?" she asked. She felt bad for leaving Naruto alone and leaving him with such a burden, but there wasn't any other choice at the time. Even though the civilians made his life a nightmare, he still turned out a splendid shinobi. "You would be proud of him," the said with a small smile. "He even found love," the said. "That's good. Grandmother always said that to support the hate of being I should fill myself with love, right?" she asked, turning toward Senju Mido, who was quietly observing the redhead. "Kushina-chan?" she asked, not believing her eyes. Her little girl grew so much since the last time she saw her. It was a shame she was already dead and apparently she left a son behind. Good to see you again, grandmother, she said, smiling. Ah, take that, Tobirama. My line continued on while you were always brooding around, Hashirama yelled, pointing towards his brother. DSK, Tobirama replied, crossing his arms. Orochimaru remained quiet while they were interacting and found it very interesting that Kushina called Mito her grandmother. Care to explain why you called Mito your grandmother, Kushina-chan? Orochimaru asked. Why should I answer to you, pedophile? Kushina replied. Orochimaru got pissed and forced his control on Ito-tensei, forcing her to answer all of his questions. My true name is Senju Kushina, I'm the daughter of Senju Tsunade and Kato Dan, she replied in a monotone. If Orochimaru was surprised, he didn't show it, but he always thought that Tsunade's daughter had died. Tsunade only had one daughter and she died, Orochimaru replied. He was getting very interested. My death was fake to stop the craw from taking place. With me dead and Tsunade leaving the village, we were both safe, Kushina replied, and Orochimaru smirked. Naruto was the perfect vessel, the strength of the Senju body with the power of the Sharingan. Delicious. He shall be mine, Orochimaru thought. It really was a bad decision on your part, brother, Hashirama said to his brother regarding the Craw law that was created by the Nidaime. It was always for the betterment of the village, Tobirama replied. I don't doubt that, but you are too distant and cold. You are always brooding around like the Uchihas. You need a strong woman to straighten you up, Hashirama said, and Tobirama remained impassive. Maybe you should set him up with someone, Mito-chan, Hashirama said, turning to his beloved wife Senju Mito. She didn't age a day when he last saw her, and her beauty remained unparalleled, to him at least. We are all dead, Hashirama-can, Mito replied with a deadpan expression. My bad, Hashirama replied, chuckling and scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Irakage and Jiraiya were all watching the interaction with fascination. It saddened the old Hokage's heart to see his former teachers and some of the greatest shinobi of the leaf brought back from the dead to serve under a despicable man. I should have killed him when I had the chance, the thought with shame. All the evil Orochimaru had brought could have been stopped if he had been strong back then. Enough talk, kill them all, Orochimaru commanded, and they all took their stances. Hashirama and Tobirama crouched and took their taijutsu stance, Mito picked the scroll up and Kushina took out her sword. The Konoha defenders braced themselves for what was coming. How do you want to do this? The Raikage asked. 5 shinobis against 3 hardly seemed fair to anyone. 5 against 3 doesn't add up very well, Jiraiya said. Don't count me in. I'll just watch for now, Orochimaru said, smirking. I'll take my former teachers, Jiraiya, you take Mito since she fights with seals, and the Raikage will take Kushina. They explained and they both nodded. Rikagedono, don't underestimate Kushina, she is almost as fast as you, they explained, and he raised an eyebrow. He knew the Kushina was a very powerful kunoichi, but fast he would have to see. Hokage's battle. An. I'll refer to Hashirama and Tobirama as, and the third as Hiruzen. At ready, Hiruzen, we can't control our bodies, but we will try and help as we go, Hashirama said. It's a shame to see you in this condition. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, I shall defeat you both, said as he removed his Hokage's robes, revealing the armor underneath. A full-body black suit with mesh armor underneath and steel plates in the arms. They suddenly started running towards Hiruzen. Hashirama arrived first and tried a spin kick, making Hiruzen crouch to avoid it. Hashirama continued his attacks with a few punches, but Hiruzen blocked them all. Hiruzen crouched and tried to sweep his legs, making Hashirama jump up and back. As Hashirama was pushed back, Tobirama jumped into the fray. Tobirama quickly arrived near Hiruzen and jumped over him. Tobirama quickly turned and threw a set of punches trying to catch Hiruzen off guard. Tobirama jumped up and tried a drop kick that Hiruzen caught. Hiruzen spinned and threw Tobirama into the air. Even in his old age, Hiruzen was still considered the most powerful man in the village, and this was the proof of it. Managing to hold your own in taijutsu against 2 at his old age was no easy feat. My turn now, Hiruzen said, and they braced themselves for his attack. Hiruzen went through a couple of hand seals and said Kaiten Karyu Enden, Fire Dragon Bullet, and sent a torrent of fire that engulfed the. The flames were completely covering but they remained still. A benefit of the Ito is the immortal body. Hiruzen, seeing that his technique wasn't having any effect, poured more chakra into it, turning the flames with white hot. Tobirama, seeing the spike in Hiruzen's chakra, flashed through hand seals. Suiten Sujinheki, water wall, Tobirama said and started expelling water through his mouth that formed a wall around, both cancelling the fire attack. Suiten Sashauha, exploding water wave, Tobirama said, but instead of using his chakra to create the water like normal users, he simply gathered the moisture in the atmosphere and used it to power his attack. The water started swirling around him until he unleashed a massive tsunami heading towards Hiruzen. Odendoryu Heki, earth wall, Hiruzen said before spitting out dirt from his mouth. The moment the dirt hit the floor, it sprouted into the air, forming a wall to shield him from the impending tsunami. As the water calmed down, Hiruzen went through another set of hand seals. Doten, Doryuden, Earth Dragon Bullet, and a dragon's head rose from the ground and started shooting multiple globs of earth towards the Payton. Karyudan no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Bomb, Hiruzen said, and combined the earth bullets with fire, turning them into almost lava. The Imton, lava-style, bloodline allows the user to merge earth and fire chakra to create Imton chakra and thus use lava attacks. However, anyone can combine the elements externally, however the power is significantly lower. They started evasive maneuvers to evade the bullets as they were running towards Hiruzen. Hashirama quickly arrived near Hiruzen and both engaged in the Taijutsu battle. As the shinobi code dictates, use every advantage possible, and Hashirama is set to do so. He dipped his feet in water and threw it into Hiruzen's eyes, blinding him momentarily. Hashirama took advantage of his blindness and unleashed a combo of punches and kicks, trying to end Hiruzen permanently. They couldn't control themselves, so they couldn't stop from using low blows. Tobirama jumped into the fight as well. However, Hiruzen didn't go down as easily as they thought. Using the momentum at which he received the punches and kicks, he discreetly placed explosive tags on both. He quickly regained his senses again and broke the Taijutsu fight by planting a foot into Hashirama's chest and sending him flying. Hiruzen said with his right hand in the tiger seal, and both explosive tags detonated, blowing up Hashirama's leg and Tobirama's arm. Now this would have been enough to kill any shinobi, but the Ito allowed the body to regenerate. Hiruzen watched in amazement as the leg and arm that were destroyed reformed themselves as if nothing happened. Mokutan, Jukai Kantan, deep forest creation, Hashirama said, and trees started emerging from the ground, ripping through everything. The tiles, the earth wall, nothing stopped the onslaught of the trees. Hiruzen was forced to take evasive maneuvers, but in the end the trees caught him and snared him by the ankles and arms. Hiruzen forced himself to move under his confinement and bit his thumb, drawing blood. He stretched and placed his hands near a branch of a tree. Uchiha no Jutsu, summoning technique, Hiruzen said, and smoke erupted from where he placed his hand. As the smoke cleared, it showed a figure. His body and tail was covered by white fur which protrudes from his sleeves and pants. He has long white hair that reaches into his back and long sideburns and a goatee. He wears a black suit with mesh armor underneath, over which he wears a sleeveless kimono shirt with white fur trimmings and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes on it, which is held closed by a sash. He was Enma the Monkey King and boss summon of the Monkey Clan. Orochimaru. I warned you, Enma said, watching Hiruzen trapped in the trees. Let's end it now. Transform into the adamantine staff, Hiruzen said. Enma said and jumped into a branch and said henge. Kongu Naioi, transformation. Adamantine staff. Enma was engulfed in smoke, and when it cleared, Enma was no longer a monkey, but a staff. A staff quickly crushed the trees and freed Hiruzen from his prison before resting in his hands as he took a defensive stance. Jiraiya vs Senju Mito. Jiraiya gulped as he watched Mito remove the scroll from her back. After all, Mito was in Uzumaki, and their sealing techniques weren't to be underestimated in the least. Uzumaki Mito did defeat the when Madara attacked at the Valley of the End and sealed him inside of her without dying. Senju Mito was one of the few combat sealers. As long as she had chakra, her possibilities in battle were endless, and since Jiraiya was a seal master himself, he knew very well the foe he was up against. I wonder if I should use Sage Mode, Jiraiya considered in thought. Jiraiya decided that he shouldn't allow Mito to do anything and rushed her to engage in Taijutsu. Mito, seeing Jiraiya running towards her, quickly placed the scroll on her back and took a defensive stance. Jiraiya arrived near her and threw a set of punches that she easily blocked. Jiraiya tried to sweep her legs, making her jump. While in the air, Jiraiya tried to punch her, but she grabbed his arm and, supporting herself, she spinned mid-air and delivered a spin kick to Jiraiya. Jiraiya stumbled back but quickly regained his position. He nursed his neck before going towards her once again. He quickly arrived near and threw a right hook. Her attention was focused on his right arm, opening her defenses for Jiraiya's left hand to slip through and hit her, sending her flying to the ground. She got up as if nothing had happened, and they both rushed each other once again. The moment they arrived near each other, Mito jumped over him. She placed her right hand on Jiraiya's back, applying a seal and jumping away from him. Jiraiya didn't know what happened and as such discarded this skirmish as unimportant until he saw Mito place her right hand in tiger sign. Fuinjutsu electric seal activate, Mito said, and the seal on Jiraiya's back glowed and started sending electric shocks through Jiraiya's body, making him buckle in pain until he exploded in a puff of smoke. I figured the moment you touched me you applied some seal, Jiraiya said, rising from the ground. Inpu. Kabari Senbon, hair needles, Jiraiya said, and his hair extended before starting to fire hundreds of hair needles towards Mito, who remained in place. Mito spread her hands from each other. From her sleeves emerged two tags, one for each hand. Barrier technique. Shock absorption seal and a golden barrier appeared in front of her, easily blocking all of the The moment they hit the barrier, it didn't even waver or buckle from the pressure. Jiraiya, seeing his attacks was useless, stopped launching Senbon and decided to try another approach. Kaiten. Dienden, giant fire blast, Jiraiya said before flashing through hand seals and sending a wall of fire towards Mito, who remained impassive to any attack Jiraiya threw. Mito took out sealing tags, however these seemed slightly different. Barrier technique. Chakra absorption seal, Mito said, and what seemed to be a black hole erupted between her arms and engulfed the fire attacks, leaving no trace of it. She can absorb chakra as well. Damn, Jiraiya muttered out loud. Mito really was a fearsome opponent. She managed to block physical and chakra-powered attacks with nothing more than ink and paper. Mito quickly opened her big scroll and turned it towards Jiraiya, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Bakurikjeki, Dragon Bomb, Mito said before a seal from the scroll started glowing. Suddenly from the seal a massive torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon's head erupted and headed towards Jiraiya, scorching everything on its path. Odendoryu Heki, Earth Wall, Jiraiya said, and the wall of earth rose from the ground to shield Jiraiya from the incoming flames. That fire attack had a very large reach, and Jiraiya wouldn't be able to dodge in time. The flames connected with the wall, but it was strong enough to withstand the pressure. "Can't believe I'm getting my ass kicked by someone who isn't even using ninjutsu," Jiraiya thought, shaking his head in shame. Odenyomi Numa, Underworld Swamp, Jiraiya said as the ground beneath Mito suddenly liquefied, making her fall into the swamp and burying half of her body. The earth quickly hardened, trapping her. Jiraiya suddenly appeared above her and yelled Rasengan as he drove a blue chakra sphere right through Mito's chest, destroying everything around it, even the ground. Since Mito had her arms trapped in the swamp, she couldn't block or dodge the attack. Jiraiya jumped back and was watching the cloud of dust starting to settle. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Mito's chest starting to reform. A few seconds later and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Jiraiya was so focused in watching Mito reform that he didn't notice 3 of Mito's cage buncheons suddenly surrounding him, making a triangle around him. They all pulled a tag that seemed to float in the air. Sealing trap. Chakra draining seal. All of the 3 clones shouted in union and triangular red-colored barriers erupted, trapping Jiraiya inside and starting to drain his chakra. "She's stealing my chakra." And fast, Jiraiya thought as he was starting to feel the chakra drainage. If he kept inside he would be out of chakra in mere minutes. Jiraiya started forming a Rasengan but noticed that it was being absorbed as well. He needed to create a larger Rasengan and use it quickly, so Mito didn't have time to absorb it. "The Dama Rasengan, giant Rasengan," Jiraiya said before making a Rasengan twice as big as the normal. He quickly slammed the Rasengan on the ground and the ground exploded upwards, breaking the barrier and the clones as well. Jiraiya cleaned a bit of sweat and jumped back to gain some distance from Mito. Breakage vs Kushina. "Who are you?" Kushina asked. "Why do you want to know?" The Raikage asked generously from that question. "Even though I hold no love for Kumo, I wish to know the name of my opponent," Kushina explained. "I'm a Yondaime Raikage," the Raikage said, and Kushina nodded. "Shall we begin?" Kushina said before gripping her sword and making the Raikage smirk. Perhaps this wouldn't be such a bad fight after all. They both dashed towards each other. The Raikage had yet to activate his lightning armor as he wanted to get a feel for Kushina's power, so he kept at elite speeds. "Arab elbow," the Raikage said as he reached near Kushina, he flexed his elbow to hit her. Kushina swiftly ducked under him and brought the hilt of her sword upwards, slamming it against the Raikage's chin and planting a kick to his chest, sending him flying. "Dragon dive," Kushina said before flexing her blade and pointing her towards the Raikage. Kushina charged her body with chakra before exploding towards the Raikage at very high speeds, but the Raikage wasn't the fastest man alive for nothing and managed to deflect it, although barely. Raikage, seeing Kushina so up close, charged at her and said Rariado, lariat, and tried to slam his right arm into Kushina's neck, destroying it. Kushina simply bent her body backwards and allowed the arm to pass above her without touching her. The moment the Raikage's arm had safely passed above Kushina, she quickly rose up once again. She jumped into the air and using the Raikage's arm as leverage, she snared his head between her legs. She tilted down, placing her hands on the ground for leverage once again, and slammed the Raikage into the ground hard and jumped back to gain some distance. "Enough of this child's play," the Raikage said before his chakra spiked and his body was enveloped in a blue cloak that was sparkling with electricity everywhere. This was the Raikage's most powerful technique, the Raiten no Yoroi, lightning armor. The technique that, by channeling lightning chakra through the synapses in the external body, improves the user's reaction time, overall speed and defenses. Kushina, seeing her opponent using the fabled no Yoroi, knew she needed something that allowed her to keep up with what will be his new speed. Her husband managed to avoid A's fastest strike by using his Hirishin, but she didn't have that at her disposal. Kushina began focusing and channeling wind chakra through her external body. "Futen no Yoroi, wind armor," Kushina said. By surrounding her body with wind chakra, she can cut down the wind resistance, increasing her overall speed. However, this technique doesn't protect her from anything like the Raikages. The Raikage disappeared in a blink of an eye and appeared just above Kushina. Jirichin Darapu, guillotine drop, the Raikage said, and tried to perform a drop kick on Kushina. However, Kushina, due to her wind armor, managed to jump away and avoid the kick that shattered the ground. Wind slash, Kushina said, and she reappeared in an instant where the Raikage destroyed the ground. Channeling wind chakra through her blade, she performed a horizontal swing, and the Raikage just had enough time to tilt his head as the blade passed right above his head, cutting a few strands of hair. The Raikage quickly recovered and jumped away. As he landed, he noticed a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He placed his hand on his head and he looked at it, he noticed a bit of blood. Even with my lightning armor she managed to cut me, the Raikage thought. It was bad luck in the end, the only thing that can beat lightning is wind. The Raikage was looking carefully at Kushina before she poofed in smoke. He looked around just in time to see Kushina appearing next to him, trying a horizontal slash across his chest. The Raikage, using his lightning reflexes, caught the blade with his bare hands and slammed a kick into Kushina's chest, and she was sent tumbling to the ground. The Raikage had enough of this, he had to end the battle fast so he could go and help the others' battles. He focused and brought his lightning armor to full power, making it sparkle even more and his hair become spikier. Kushina was looking at him when he suddenly disappeared. She didn't even have time to blink as the Raikage reappeared right next to her. He grabbed her by the waist and said, "Raig Bomu, light your bomb," and slammed her into the ground, completely tearing her apart and blowing up the ground into smithereens. The Raikage jumped and smirked in victory until he noticed that Kushina's body was reforming. A few seconds later she was standing in front of her as if nothing had happened. Damn that Ito, the Raikage thought as he was considering what he could use to end this despicable technique. Kushina walked forward and placed her hand on the ground, touching the Raikage's blood from one of his injuries that Kushina managed to inflict. Kushina spreads the blood through her hands and flashes through hand seals before slamming both hands on the ground. Jutsu. Gravity well, Kushina said, and kanji erupted from her hands and spread through the area where they were fighting. In less than 2 seconds the whole area was covered. The Raikage raised an eyebrow in confusion, but when he saw Kushina activate the seal, he almost fell to the ground. The gravity in that area increased almost 5 times. She's trying to slow me down. Smart, the Raikage thought. Infinite blade, Kushina shouted before she disappeared from view. Suddenly the Raikage's skin bursted in blood, revealing shallow cuts covering all of his body. The Raikage buckled in pain, but this sort of wound wouldn't slow him down. Right Ningu Suitor 2, lightning straight, the Raikage said before dashing straight forward towards Kushina with his fist cocked. The only person to ever this attack was Kushina's husband, Namikaze Minato, but due to the gravity field the Raikage was slower and Kushina easily dodged it, jumping to the side. Enough of this, the Raikage roared before jumping high into the air and saying drop kick and slammed his feet into the ground, vaporizing all the tiles around the impact and completely disrupting the seal matrix, making Kushina drop the gravity field. They were about to jump at it once again when all of them heard a piercing scream from the middle of the arena. All of them stopped their battles and regrouped, shifting their attention to the arena floor where Shukaku was yelling in pain as he had his chakra suppressed. This chakra. It's Shukaku, Tobirama said as he was one of the most talented censors to ever live. No doubt, Hashirama replied. Looks like Naruto came through, Jiraiya said, and the old nodded. What do you mean Naruto came through? Kushina asked in a very sweet voice, making all the males gulp and take a step back. Did you put my Sachi, son, against a Bijuu? She asked sweetly, grasping her sword. No, now Kushina, he was the one that chose to face the Ichibi that tried to reason with her. Besides, from the looks of it looks like he won, they said. Jiraiya didn't say anything, he still remembered the beating he took when he tried to spy on her and Minato. Not even Orochimaru himself said anything as he still remembered all the broken bones he had when he said that Kushina looked fat. He's approaching, Tobirama said, and they all noticed a figure arriving near the roof. Naruto jumped up and phased right through the barrier as if it wasn't even there. How the hell did that punk pass through the barrier? Taiya yelled. How should I know? Seiken replied. Hey old man, need a hand? Naruto asked before he analyzed the situation. He looked around and saw what Orochimaru had done, but his eyes were fixed on the red-haired woman. Asen, mother, Naruto said in a low voice, but everyone heard him. Naruto-kun, Kushina said and ran towards her son, but Orochimaru forced his control over her, making her stop on her tracks, tears running from her eyes. You dare summon my family, you are going to pay, Orochimaru, Naruto said and flared his Sharingan, making it slowly shift into his Mangekyo. His eternal, displayed for the first time to the world without any genjutsu hiding it. Orochimaru was shocked when he noticed the shift in Naruto's eyes and he felt something he hasn't felt in a long time. Fear. Is that? Hashirama asked, pointing towards the fan in Naruto's back. "It's my grandfather's fan, Hashirama Jiji," Naruto said, smirking, and Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Madara had a son," Hashirama said, not believing his ears. He didn't see that one coming. "Yes, you did a wonderful job killing him at the Valley of the End," Naruto said. "What?" Hashirama yelled. "He survived?" Hashirama asked and Naruto nodded. "Ironic, don't you think?" Naruto asked and Hashirama got confused. "To think the descendants of you two would fall in love," Naruto said. Hashirama and Tobirama chuckled at the irony before they focused their attention on the blonde and noticed his eyes. "The Mangekyo?" Tobirama asked and sensed his chakra levels, making his eyes widen. "His chakra levels are through the roof. They are on par with lower class." "How in the world?" Tobirama said, but Hashirama interrupted him. "I sense the Kyuubi's chakra in him, it looks like he's the new," Hashirama said, and Tobirama nodded as if it made sense. "It's good to see that my legacy lives on," Hashirama said. "Naruto, don't go in blindly, they can't be defeated by ordinary means," they said. "I know how the Ito works," Jiji, Naruto said, and Kushina smiled at the affectionate name he had for the third. At least he wasn't alone. "How do you know it?" "It's a forbidden technique," they asked suspiciously. "Remember when I found Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory?" Naruto asked and they nodded. "In there I found blood samples as well as Orochimaru's notebook on the Ito Tensei," Naruto said. "The reason I know how it works very well is because I can use it as well," Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened at the statement. "Naruto," they asked with a hard voice, "I hope you didn't use." "I would never sacrifice someone else's life to bring back anyone. Even if it was family," Naruto said, and they sighed in relief. "There are 3 ways to defeat an Ito," Naruto said, getting their attention. 1. We can seal the soul away, thus disabling the Ito permanently. 2. We can vaporize the body completely, thus stopping it from reforming, or 3rd, since I know the seals, we can force the summon to end the Ito himself. Naruto explained and they frowned. Either way it was going to be difficult. "Arasenin," Naruto said. "Stop calling me that, Jiraiya," and the rest of the sweat dropped. How could they do this in the middle of a fight? Kushina just laughed as she had called him the same when she was alive. "I can't use any genjutsu strong enough to force them to release the Ito, so do you know any sealing technique besides the Shiki Fusion?" Naruto asked. "Yes, but it will take time to prepare," Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. "We will hold them until then," Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the statement. "Don't worry, Kasen, I'm freeing you from Orochimaru's grasp. Now. Shall we dance?" Naruto asked, smirking and grasping the fan on his back. He always wanted to face powerful opponents, and it didn't get any more powerful than the Flashback Valley of End. Hashirama and Madara were facing each other, getting ready to start their duel. "I'll say it one last time, Madara, forget this path," Hashirama said as he looked at his long-date friend. "There is no turning back, Hashirama. Now. Shall we dance?" Then flashback. Hashirama chuckled at the similarities between Naruto and Madara. It looked like Madara's blood was running strong through his veins, more strongly than Hashirama's own blood. "Old man, give me fire," Naruto said to the and he nodded. "Peyton Karyuenden, fire dragon bullet," they said, expelling a torrent of white-hot fire towards Orochimaru. "Peyton. Garyuken no Jutsu, great dragon fire technique," Naruto said before he also started to expel his own stream of fire. He quickly picked his fan and swung, empowering the flames with wind. An inferno was unleashed towards Orochimaru, but they all remained in place. Tobirama clapped his hands together and water started rotating around all of them before exploding towards the incoming flames. A huge cloud of steam erupted, blinding everyone except Naruto, who, due to his Sharingan, managed to see the chakra of everyone. Taking advantage of the cloud of steam, Naruto quickly threw towards them the last 10 he had with the Hiraishin seal. The cloud dispersed and everyone remained in the same position, not moving an inch. Suddenly Hashirama started going through hand seals and said, "Mokuten. Wood spikes." Suddenly a tree sprouted from the ground and started sending wooden spikes towards Naruto and company. Naruto channeled chakra to his gunbai and said, "Gunbai barrier technique." A semicircular purple barrier appeared mid-air, intersecting all of the wooden spikes, making them fall to the ground. They were all distracted from defending themselves, so they didn't notice Kushina blur right through them, heading towards Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, behind you," they yelled as Kushina appeared next to Jiraiya, trying to cleave his head off. The Raikage powered his Raiden no Yoroi and dashed at the top of his speed towards Kushina. He wasn't going to arrive in time when they all saw a yellow flash appearing next to Jiraiya and slamming a Rasengan into Kushina. "Arasenin quickly seals her while she is reforming," Naruto yelled out, making Jiraiya hurry and place one of his finish tags on Kushina's body. "You did well, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry we left you all alone, but we loved you very much. I'm proud of you," Kushina said as her Ito was starting to crack, indicating her soul was about to be released. "Thank you, Kasen," Naruto said, sobbing. He usually never led his emotional guard to anyone other than his more trusted people, but this one was an exception. Kushina was starting to fade away before Naruto approached her and whispered something to her ears, only bringing a smile to her face before fading away completely. "You are going down, Orochimaru," Naruto said, glaring at the snake. "That was?" the Raikage started saying before everything fell into place. "You are Minato's brat, aren't you?" the Raikage asked rhetorically. "Yes, I am, and by the way, Minato was Madara's son," Naruto said, and the first two widened their eyes. Who would have thought that Madara's son would have become? "Enough of this, kill them," Orochimaru ordered, and they all dashed towards the Leaf Defenders. "Jiraiya, how are the tags coming along? Hurry up, will you?" they asked. "Give me a break. This isn't easy to make," Jiraiya stated. "Here they come," the Raikage said before taking a defensive stance. "Let's end this," the Raikage said, trying to boost morale. Naruto dashed towards Hashirama and engaged into jutsu. Naruto had dropped the weights a long time ago if he wanted to keep up with cages. So this is the power of a cage. "I need to step up my training," Naruto said as he was being pushed back by Hashirama's raw power. Hashirama threw a right hook that connected with Naruto and left him slightly dazed. Naruto's activated just in time to see Orochimaru's extended neck phasing right through him. "What the hell, you pedophile? Are you trying to give me a hickey?" Naruto smugly asked, trying to piss him off. "You shouldn't rattle him," he said, chuckling at his surrogate grandson. "I have another ready," Jiraiya stated, and Naruto nodded. Naruto channeled as much chakra as he could into his body and sent a kick towards Orochimaru and sent him flying. Naruto, using his Kamui, phased right through Hashirama and jumped back. Naruto crouched and concentrated. Golden chains emerged from the ground and snared Hashirama into the ground. The chains twisted around his ankles, snaring him to that spot. "Raikage," Naruto yelled out before the Raikage abandoned his fight with Tobirama and charging at full speed he said lariat. The Raikage dashed towards Hashirama, who was pinned, at full speed, slamming his arm into him, destroying his chest completely. Jiraiya quickly appeared next to them and placed the sealing tag on Hashirama, breaking him free. "The village is in good hands, I hope we meet again, Naruto." "Although not too soon," Hashirama said, smiling as his soul was released. The village is in good hands. He could sense that Naruto had a pure heart and that the will of fire burned brightly in him. "That's two down," Naruto said, panting. Even though Kurama could refill his chakras reserves at any time and he had good stamina, this invasion was taking its toll on his body. He already had 2 matches, one against a Bijuu, he made 2,000 clones, and now he's here fighting against cages. "Why oh you now old man," Naruto said towards the panting. "If I don't make Chunin after all this, I'm gonna burn all of your books," Naruto stated and appalled. "Easy there," he said, waving his hands. During all of this, Orochimaru was gritting his teeth. Everything was going so well until the brat appeared and then his Ito Tensei started falling like flies. Now they were in an advantage as it was 4 against 3. And the worst part of it is that he can't afford to kill the brat. Orochimaru decided that enough was enough and spat a sword out of his mouth. It was the Kusanagi sword that is said to be indestructible, then again so is Naruto's fan. Suddenly Naruto stiffened and brought his head down in shame. He seemed confused and asked what happened. "He is dead," Naruto sighed and Orochimaru's eyes widened. He was supposed to invade the village with a small army and take its surprise. "What happened?" he asked. "He was leading 200 shinobis towards us, so I launched my Kirin Jutsu and killed them all," Naruto said in a low voice. He had just killed over 200 people with a single jutsu. Even though he was defending his village, those shinobis were just following orders from their leader and Orochimaru himself. The eyes widened as well as everyone else's. To be able to kill so many shinobis with a single jutsu. It reminded him of his father, the Yellow Flash, who used his Hiraishin jutsu to decimate almost 1,000 shinobis during the Third Great War. To place such guilt on such a young man, he thought. War never brought benefits to anyone, and this little invasion was proof of that. "That must be one hell of a jutsu," the Raikage commented with slight interest in it. "The ability to instantly take out so many shinobis easily ranks the jutsu as rank." "The next ag is ready," Jiraiya stated, and they got ready once again. "I won't allow this anymore. Mito, use anything, use your strongest seal, I don't care, just finish them," Orochimaru ordered, and Mito obeyed. Mito instantly started going through hand seals at very high speed, indicating that it was going to be one big sequence, and big sequences usually aren't good. Jiraiya was watching carefully the seal sequence when his eyes widened in realization. "You can't allow her to finish that seal. Stop her now," Jiraiya yelled, but it was too late. "Sealing trap. Obliteration," Mito said, and instantly kanji erupted from her hand and covered the entire roof where Jiraiya and others were. The kanji suddenly start flowing through the air, trapping Jiraiya and the other in a sphere. "Activate," Mito said, and the kanji sphere glowed before exploding with such a force that the entire building shook, but the explosion and flames didn't leave the sphere and remained there for a few seconds. The flames died down and Kanji faded, dispersing the sphere. Orochimaru smirked when the smoke cleared as he saw nothing inside the sphere. He couldn't even sense them anymore, so that could only mean that he won. In the end Konoha shall perish as well, Orochimaru said laughing, and the Ito looked down in shame. Don't get cocky boy, the Raikage said, and they all reappeared on the rooftop via Naruto's. Naruto by this time was sitting on the ground taking long breaths. How did you survive? Orochimaru asked, getting pissed. No matter what he did they always managed to escape. You have Naruto to thank for. The said, looking at him. He transported us all to his pocket dimension just before the explosion happened, the said chuckling, and Orochimaru scowled. You really are one of a kind, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, chuckling. Such a perfect vessel, he said. I don't swing that way, Naruto said, chuckling. I have both tags ready, let's end this for good, Jiraiya said before everyone agreed. This battle had gone on long enough and Naruto was almost completely exhausted. I'll make my final move, Naruto said before he disappeared in a flash. He reappeared right behind Tobirama and slammed a Rasengan in his back, sending him flying towards the who caught him and immobilized him, allowing Jiraiya to seal him. You did well, Saru, Tobirama said before disappearing. Thank you sensei, the replied. You are next, Naruto whispered into Mito's ear as he flashed behind her as well. Rasengan, Naruto said and slammed it against Mito, destroying her body completely. Jiraiya quickly approached her and placed a tag on her, releasing her as well. Now it's only Orochimaru, the said. Konoha may have survived today, but it shall fall, Orochimaru said as he got ready to leave. You are not going anywhere, Naruto said as he flashed next to him and grabbed him by the arm. The moment Naruto caught Orochimaru, kanji started flowing out of Naruto's arm. Orochimaru, seeing this, immediately performed a kawarimi with a log, but the kanji did manage to cover his entire right arm. This is the end, Naruto said before placing his right hand on the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said, and almost instantly the kanji glowed, and what seemed to be the worst pain Orochimaru ever felt, this one was even worse. Orochimaru screamed in pain until the seal started to fade off and disappeared from his arm. What pant did you do, pant brat? Orochimaru asked. His arm felt normal, however it was a bit numb from the pain. I destroyed the chakra network on your arm. You can no longer mold chakra with that arm. You lose, Naruto said, smirking. This won't be the end. Drop the barrier, we are leaving, Orochimaru ordered, and immediately the Sound Four dropped the barrier and ran towards their master. They grabbed him and tried to jump away. You aren't going anywhere, Naruto said before he summoned his golden chains and tried to capture them, but one of the Sound Four launched what seemed to be a spider's web, giving them enough time to shunshin away. Damn it, they got away, Naruto said, punching the ground. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, we will get him eventually, he said. All of them were taking deep breaths as they overlooked Konoha. It seemed that the village didn't take much damage and he was glad for it. Naruto suddenly clutched his head in pain. Old man, the invasion is over and my clones are dispelling, so I'll be fainting now. See you tomorrow, Naruto said as his eyes rolled behind his head and he fell to the ground only to have to grab him. Rest now, Naruto. You did much more than I could ever hope for, the said as he picked Naruto and secured him on his back. That's him, kid, the Raikage said. Yes, he is, Jiraiya said, proud of the shinobi his godson became. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.